Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was adopted son of Black Widow Tony Stark? Part 1. Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories, also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Lilia hopped down the last step of the front porch steps of her house. Her house was nothing special. A small duplex with a small living room, a kitchen and 2 bedrooms for her and her dad. Although it was small, she didn't need that much room, having 3 different rooms around the East Coast. One here in Brooklyn with her dad, one in New York in Avengers Tower with her godfather, and one in Washington, D.C. again with her dad. She was actually leaving her Brooklyn house to go spend the remainder of her summer in D.C. with her godmother. Ready, Lee? Steve called from the car. Yes. I'm coming. Lilia called back, gripping her backpack. She walked over to the car and hopped in the passenger seat. Steve shut the trunk and walked to the driver's side and got in. Question. Lilia started. Steve sighed as he buckled himself up and started the ignition of the car. Yes? Steve looked at his daughter. If you have to leave to D.C. for official SHIELD business, why can't they send the jet over and take us, instead of us driving 4 hours? Lilia questioned. Because I told them that we would drive. Steve back out of the driveway. But why? It would only take 10 minutes if we took a jet. Lilia whined. It's called father-daughter bonding time. For hours on the road. Just you, me, and the tunes. Steve smiled at her as he drove down the street. Dad, I don't think there is another stronger father-daughter relationship out there. Lilia laughed. Exactly. We have to keep it up. Hence the 4-hour drive. Steve teased. "'Kay, sure, Dad." Lilia rolled her eyes. "Lee, where are your glasses?" Steve asked. "I might have packed them in my suitcase in the trunk." Lilia gave him a shy smile. "Lilia, Peggy, what have I said about wearing your glasses?" Steve scolded. "You said to wear them. But I don't need them and I can't get them now. As soon as we get to the apartment, I promise I'll put them on." Lilia told him. "Fine. You win this one just because we're already late and don't have time to pull over. But as soon as we pull up to the apartment, you're putting them on and they're staying on." Steve said. "Absolutely, I'll put them straight on." Lilia lit. One of the bad traits Tony had taught Steve's daughter was bending the truth, as Tony and Lilia called it. However, she was a natural at bending the truth. Tony just taught her how to perfect it. "Put on some music before I change my mind about being late and pull the car over." Steve looked at her. She saluted him playfully and turned on the radio to her dad's favorite channel. XM Radio 40's music on 4. Once they reached the apartment in the mid-afternoon, they saw a familiar redhead sitting on the steps outside. Lilia jumped out of the car as soon as it stopped. Natasha stood up and opened her arms to her goddaughter. "Net." Lilia jumped into Natasha's arms. "Hey kiddo." Net smiled. They pulled apart and Natasha examined her. "Did you get taller?" Natasha asked. "Yes, I grew 2 more inches since you saw me last." Lilia smiled proudly. "You must be the tallest 14-year-old I've ever met." Natasha joked. Lilia laughed as her dad grabbed the bags from the trunk. "Don't worry, I'll get all the bags," Steve told them as he walked past with all of Lilia's bags. "He acts like he's not a super solider." Lilia rolled her eyes. Natasha laughed and led her to the apartment. They walked up the stairs and down the hall. A woman exited her apartment wearing scrubs. "Kate." Lilia greeted. "Lilia. Nice to see you. I saw your dad come back last week and knew it wouldn't be long till you arrived." Kate smiled. "Yeah, I was staying with my godfather in New York. But I'm here for the rest of the summer." Lilia told her. "Well then I'll see you around. I have to go. I have to work trauma in the ER tonight." Kate locked her door. "Have fun." Lilia waved. "I'll try. Have a good night back." Kate waved back and walked to the stairs. "She seems nice." Natasha spoke up. "Yes, she is. And don't tell him I told you, but Dad totally fancies her." Lilia lowered her voice. "You and your British slang." Natasha threw her arm around her and walked her to the apartment. All of the Avengers knew that Lilia went to a wizarding school, including Director Fury. But the Ministry of Magic only knew of 3 people that knew. The minister allowed Steve to know, obviously being Lilia's father and her godparents. The ministry couldn't track Clint or Bruce because they were under the protection of Shield, and no one could track Fury. While Thor was an actual god who lived on Asgard, so they couldn't really interrogate him. After Lilia unpacked, she gave Natasha a hug goodbye and ate takeout Chinese with her dad. So I was thinking we could visit Peggy tomorrow. Then we can stop by and I can introduce you to a friend I made a few weeks ago. Steve said as they ate. I'd love to go see Aunt Peggy. And this an agent friend or? Lilia started. No. Just a regular friend. He used to be in the Air Force. I met him when I was training. Steve told her. Oh no. He's not a fitness buff like you, is he? Lilia stuffed an egg roll in her mouth. No. Steve chuckled, shaking his head. Then we should get along just fine. Lilia chewed her food. Steve picked up her now empty Chinese food box. Go brush your teeth and go to bed. Steve cleaned up. But Dad, she whined. Now Lilia. Steve gave her his I'm not playing look. Fine. Love you. She got up and walked to their shared bathroom. I love you too, honey bunch. He called to her. Lilia tossed on her brown leather jacket to complete her look for the day. Lee, can I come in? Steve knocked on the door. Sure, Dad. Lilia said as she grabbed her necklace with a round pendant with a star in the middle. Its meant resembled Steve's shield except for red, white, and blue it was all silver. Hey Sue, I just wanted to give you a heads up. Steve started. About what? Lilia asked, clipping the back of the necklace. About Aunt Peggy. She hasn't been so well. She has gotten worse since your last visit. Steve sat on her bed. Will she not recognize me? Lilia sat next to him. What? Oh yes, she will. She could never forget you, Lee. She may forget what she is talking about mid-conversation or forget minor details, that's all. Steve reassured his daughter. Okay. I don't mind repeating myself. Or retelling things. Lilia smiled. Thank you, sweetheart. Steve hugged her. She hugged back. They pulled apart and he placed her glasses on her. He smiled and she gave him an unamused look. You look great, Lee. Steve told her. Oh shush, I look like Cy Myrtle. Lilia rolled her eyes. After a 20-minute drive they arrived at the hospital. And within 10 minutes they reached Peggy Carter's room. Lilia walked in with a smile. Peggy turned her head towards the door. A smile splitting across her face as she saw the daughter of the man she loved. Lilia, love. Peggy said. Y aún Pac. How are you? Lilia asked, walking over to one of the chairs on the side of the bed. Better now that you are here. How's school, love? Peggy asked. Brilliant. I have a ton of new British slang to tell you. Lilia told her. Yes. You're in for quite a conversation, Peggy. Steve sat down next to his daughter. Hello, Steve. Peggy looked at the young man. Ipak. Steve reached out and held her hand. Lilia smiled at the sight of the two. She likes to pretend sometimes that Peggy was younger and her dad were together and they were her parents. She didn't imagine that often though. She loved her life. Although it would be nice to know why her biological parents left her. She wouldn't trade Steve for anyone. They talked for about an hour. Lee, would you mind giving me and Peggy a minute? Steve asked. Of course. By Aunt Peggy. It was so good to see you. Lilia stood. You as well, Lilia, love. Peggy smiled. Lilia bent down and planted a kiss on her head before walking out of the hospital room. A few minutes later Steve walked out. He wrapped his arm around Lilia's shoulders and led them out of the hospital. Lilia waited patiently to meet her dad's new friend. After he shook hands with a woman he looked up at them. Look who it is, the running man. Sam chuckled. He looked at Lilia. And who's this lovely young lady? Sam asked. I'm Lilia Rogers. I'm Steve's daughter. Lilia stuck out her hand with a smile. Sam looked at Steve then shook her hand. Yeah, I'd believe this would be your daughter. Nicest teenager I've ever met. Sam told Steve. Steve smiled. Proud that he had raised such a polite and likable girl. We caught the last few minutes. Intense. Steve put his hands in his pocket. Yeah, brother. We all got the same problem. Guilt, regret. Sam straightened some pamphlets. Did you lose someone? Steve asked. My wingman Riley. Flying a night mission. Standard PR rescue mission. Nothing we haven't done 1,000 times before. Until RPG knocked Riley's dumbass out of the sky. Nothing I could do. It's like I was out there just to watch.
Sam explained. I'm sorry.
Lilia told him. He gave her a small smile. After that I found it really hard to come up with a reason I was there that night. But I found out. This. Sam told them. Are you happy now? Steve asked. Yeah. I mean the people giving me orders is down to 0. So heck yeah. What you thinking about getting out? Sam asked. No. I don't know. Steve shook his head. Well, what makes you happy? Sam asked. Besides Lilia. I don't know. Steve placed his arm around his daughter. Well, I'm confident you will figure it out.
Sam nodded.
Thanks, Sam. Steve shook his hand. Good to see you again, Cap. And nice meeting you, Lilia. Sam let go of Steve's hand. Very nice to meet you as well, Sam. Lilia held her hand out. Sam shook his head and chuckled as he shook Lilia's hand. Definitely your kid. Sam told Steve before turning around and leaving. The two walked down the hallway to their apartment that evening. Kate came out of her apartment holding a laundry basket and talking on her phone. She hung up and tossed her phone into the basket. My aunt. Bit of an insomniac. Kate told them but looked at Steve. Hey, if you want, you could use our machine. Might be cheaper than the one downstairs. Steve offered. I don't know, what does it cost? Kate asked. A cup of coffee? Steve shrugged. Any date really. Lilia joked. Steve gave her a side glare and Kate laughed. Thank you, but I already have some stuff downstairs. And plus I just finished a shift in the infectious disease wing, so. Kate told them. Lilia took a step back. Oh, then I'll keep my distance. Steve put his hands up. Hopefully not too far. Kate flirted. Steve smiled and turned away. Oh, and I think you left your radio on. Kate said. Oh, thanks. Steve told her. She nodded and walked away. Steve looked at Lilia. I haven't touched the radio or the record player since I got here. Lilia told him. Stay here. Steve pointed at her with a strict finger. He opened the window and jumped onto the fire escape. He walked sideways, his back against the wall on the narrow ledge. He reached his kitchen window and slid it open silently. He hoped in the apartment and walked to his shield. He picked it up and felt someone touch his arm. He turned around to see Lilia with a guilty smile. We will be having a talk about this later. Steve warned before pushing her behind him. He walked into the living room to see Director Fury on his recliner listening to music. Steve let out a sigh of relief and placed his shield down. Steve turned on the light only for Fury to turn it off again. Lilia came out behind Steve. Neat. Lilia smiled, knowing only she is allowed to call him that. Hey, small fry. Fury said, holding up his phone. On it read ears everywhere. Sorry to this to you, but my wife kicked me out. I had no other place to go. Fury told Steve. He held up his phone again. Shield compromised. I didn't know you had a wife. Who else knows about your wife? Steve asked. Just my friends. Fury stood up and showed his phone. Just us three. Is that what we are? Steve asked. That's up to you. Fury told him. Before anyone else could speak, a round of bullets come through the wall and hit Fury in the back. Lilia screamed and Steve grabbed her and huddled around her to shield her from the bullets and pieces of the wall. The shooting stopped and Steve grabbed Fury and pulled him into the kitchen. Don't trust anyone. Fury choked, handing Steve a flash drive. The door started being kicked down. Again Steve pushed Lilia behind him out of fatherly instinct. Captain Rogers? I'm Agent 13. SHIELD Special Service. Kate lowered her sniper. Kate? Lilia and Steve questioned the same time. I have been assigned to protect you and your daughter. Kate told him. On whose orders? Steve asked. His. Kate looked at an unconscious Nick Fury. She pulled out her walkie-talkie and started speaking into it. Lilia, stay here with Kate, I mean it. Steve told Lilia, who was hugging herself and staring at Fury with tear-filled eyes. She looked up her dad and nodded. Tell them I'm in pursuit. Steve said before running and jumping out the window with his shield. Lilia looked at Kate, who was doing chest compressions. She crouched down and placed 2 fingers over his pulse. It's faint but still beating. We need to bandage him up before he goes into shock from too much blood lost. Lilia told Kate. Smart girl. Do you have bandages? Kate looked at her. In the bathroom, I'll grab them. Lilia rushed to the bathroom. She opened the medicine cabinet and grabbed the white bandages. She ran back to the kitchen. She handed them to Kate and she started wrapping the wounds up. A group of men came through the door with a stretcher. Lilia moved to the side and played with her necklace as they hoisted Fury up and onto the stretcher. They rushed him out. Kate walked up to Lilia. Come on, I still have orders to protect you. I'll call your dad and tell him you're safe. Kate wrapped an arm around Lilia and led her out of the apartment. Where are we going? Lilia asked. The hospital. It's the safest place. And we are going to have to relocate you. The apartment is no longer safe. Kate kept her grip tight on the young girl. Lilia nodded and walked down the hallway. They got in Kate's car and it started driving to the hospital. Lilia pulled out her BlackBerry and slid it open. She texted Natasha that she was heading to the hospital and she needed to meet her there. In times like these when Lilia doesn't have her dad, she always turns to Nat. Cap has been alerted. Heading to the hospital now. A voice from the walkie-talkie spoke. Kate sped faster down the road to get to the hospital. Once they reached the hospital, Lilia's door was pulled open. Standing behind it was Black Widow herself. She pulled Lilia out of the car and hugged her. Are you okay? Natasha examined her. I'm fine, Nat. Is Dad okay? Lilia asked. Yes. He's inside, let's go. Nat grabbed her wrist and walked them into the hospital. They found Steve and Agent Maria Hill standing looking through a glass window.
Capítulo.
Natasha said. Steve looked over and rushed to Lilia, engulfing her in a bear hug. Lilia hugged back. Are you okay? They both asked as they pulled away. Both Natasha and Maria smiled at the similarity between the two. Not that either woman would try and date Steve, it still made Steve look very attractive. His love for his daughter and the strong bond they shared could make any woman swoon. They watched the surgery on Fury. Well, Natasha, Steve and Maria watched. Lilia buried her head into her dad's chest and left it there. The heart monitor went flat and Lilia broke into a sob. Steve bowed his head and rubbed his daughter's back to comfort her. Natasha let a few tears fall but quickly wiped them while Maria left needing a moment to herself. They allowed them to say goodbye. Lilia walked to Fury who laid under a white sheet. Thank you for always protecting me. Even though you didn't have to. I'm going to miss you, Nick, and all your questions about my magic school with my magic stick. Lilia laughed through a sob. She pressed a kiss to his forehead. Thank you, Nick. Lilia smiled sadly and walked back to her dad and godmother. Natasha walked over to Fury to say goodbye and Steve pulled Lilia into his side. After a minute, Natasha walked past them into the hall. Natasha. Steve called, walking after her, Lilia following suit. What was Nick doing in your apartment? Natasha asked Steve. I don't know. Steve shrugged. Steve slyly snuck Lilia the flash drive. She placed it in her leather jacket pocket. Cap, they want you back at S.H.I.E.L.D. Rumlow told him. I'll be there in a minute. Steve looked at them, then back at Natasha. They want you now. Rumlow said. Okay. Steve turned around and Rumlow walked away. He looked at Natasha. You're a terrible liar. You should let Lils give you lessons. Natasha walked away. Steve looked at the vending machine. Wada say Lee. Keep this mission between us two. Steve told her. Nothing says a strong father-daughter relationship than keeping top-secret information from everyone else. Lilia nodded. Steve put his arm around her shoulders and walked towards Rumlow and gave him a nod. 3. Steve changed into his suit and walked to Senator Pierce's office with Lilia next to him. Kate or Sharon walked past them. Captain, Lilia. She greeted them. Kate. Steve didn't even glance at her. Lilia pushed her glasses to the bridge of her nose. They walked up to Senator Pierce. Steve and him shook hands. Nice to see you, Captain Rogers. And this beautiful young lady. Senator Pierce shook Lilia's hand. My daughter, Lilia. Steve introduced her. Nice to meet you, sir. Lilia said. You as well. Might I ask you to wait out here while I have a word with your father here? Pierce told her. Of course. I'll be here. Lilia gave him a fake smile. Perfect. I must say, Rogers, your daughter has excellent manners. That reflects a lot about your parenting. Pierce complimented. Thank you, sir. Steve nodded. They walked into the office and shut the door. Lilia stood and waited. After about 10 minutes Steve walked out. He wrapped his arm around Lilia and led her to the elevator without a word. They got in the glass elevator and Steve sighed. What happened? Lilia asked. The senator thinks I know who killed Fury. And he made pretty clear that he was going to find out who killed him and that no one was going to stop him. Steve told her. So we probably shouldn't invite him to dinner just yet. Lilia joked. Steve smiled and the elevator dinged. Rumlow and 3 others stepped on. Steve and Lilia moved to the side. They want us up on the roof to investigate something. Should I get the TAC team ready? Rumlow asked. No, let's see what it is first. Steve said. He nodded and the elevator dinged again. 4 men with briefcases got on. Steve pulled Lilia by the waist to the middle of the elevator. I'm sorry about Fury. Mess up what happened to him. Rumlow said. Thank you. Steve told him. The elevator dinged again and 3 buff men got on. Lilia looked around. They were trapped in. First, does anyone want to get off? And 2, touch Lilia, I'll kill you. Steve nonchalantly said. The man in front of them took out an electric stick and turned to them and tried hitting Steve with it. Rumlow hit the elevator buttons so it stopped moving. They all pushed Steve against the wall, except one who held onto Lilia. Rumlow hit Steve in the stomach with the electric stick. The guy that had Lilia put her a chokehold. Lilia turned towards him so she facing his chest. She kneed him in the groin and threw an uppercut when he bent down. She pushed him off and got free. Steve started fighting them off, knocking them unconscious. Lilia got into her fighter stance. The man got himself back together and lunged at her in a crouched stance. Lilia used his low position to her benefit. She grabbed his shoulders and boasted herself up. She wrapped her legs around his neck and turned them. She choked them out with her thigh and calf. They fell with Lilia standing above him. He swiped his foot under her so she fell. She recovered immediately and punched him, breaking his nose. Then she pushed her fingers onto his neck, activating a pressure point. This immediately made the man faint. She stood up and saw her dad do a backflip off the wall. Whoa, big guy. It's nothing personal. Rumlow tried hitting him. They fought for a second before Steve threw him up into the ceiling and Rumlow passed out. It feels personal, Steve said, looking around. I know everyone loves you, Lilia told her dad. Are you okay? Steve asked. Fine. Did you see me? I took that guy down all by myself. Lilia smiled. Very goodly. Clint and Nat would be proud. Steve pushed the button so the elevator started moving again. When it opened they were met with men pointing guns at them. Steve turned and cut the wires with his shield. He grabbed Lilia and hugged her as they crouched down. The elevator falling freely. They stopped in between a wall and the opening. Steve pushed the elevator doors open. He saw men running towards them and closed them. He looked at the glass window. Take this and don't freak out. Steve handed Lilia his shield. She held it like he always does. Why would I freak you? Her question was cut short by her screaming. Steve had picked her up and threw her out of the elevator, breaking the glass. She screamed and curled her body up, trying to fit her whole body in the shield. She broke through the glass ceiling of a mall and landed on the floor. She rolled onto her back and groaned. A few seconds Steve landed next her doing the same thing. Steve helped Lilia up and checked for injuries. Luckily there was none. She looked at her leather jacket and pouted when she saw it all torn up. Lilia pulled off her glasses and looked at them. They were unscratched. Freak heck. She groaned. Language. Steve scolded her. She rolled her eyes and placed her glasses back on. After successfully stealing a car and changing clothes, they went to the hospital. Lilia changed into a black cropped hoodie with hood over her head, high-waisted black ripped jeans and white high-top Converse. Steve had told her to take her glasses off, so she would be less recognizable, which Lilia happily agreed to. They walked back to the same vending machine as last time, but the flash drive was gone. Natasha walked up behind them and popped her gum. Steve pushed her into the closest room. Lilia followed and shut the door, standing by it, keeping lookout. Where is it? Steve asked. Safe, Natasha said. Do better. Steve pushed her closer to the wall. Why do you have it? Natasha asked. Why would I tell you? Steve retorted. Fury gave it to you. Why? Nat examined his face. What's on it? Steve asked. I don't know.
Nat shrugged.
Stop lying. Steve pushed her again. I only act like I know everything, Rogers. Natasha admitted. Fury hired the pirates, didn't he? Didn't he? Steve asked. Seems smart. The ship was dirty, he needed a way, and so did you. Natasha, avoid the question. I'm not to ask you again. Steve used his voice he used with a toddler Lilia when she refused to go to sleep. I know who killed Fury. Most intelligence community don't believe he exists. The ones who do call him the Winter Soldier. He's credited over 24 assignations over the last 50 years. Nat told him. So he's a ghost story? Steve asked. 5 years ago I was escorting a nuclear engineer out of Iran. Someone shot out my tires near Odessa. We lost control, went straight over a cliff. I pulled us out. But the Winter Soldier was there. I was covering my engineer, so he shot him right through me. Bye-bye bikinis. Natasha pulled up her shirt to show a scar. Yeah, I bet you look terrible in them now. Steve said sarcastically. Going after him is a dead end. Believe me, I've tried. Natasha told him. She held up the flash drive. Like you said, he's a ghost story. Natasha looked at him. Then let's find out what the ghost wants. But first we need to make a quick stop. Steve turned and looked at Lilia. The father and daughter stared at each other for a moment. Are you serious? I want to help. Lilia whined. You're too young, it's too dangerous, and you're supposed to be in England in 3 days for school. Steve listed off the reasons. Fine, I'll call Tony and ask him if I can borrow the jet. And I guess I'll stay at the Leaky Cauldron. Lilia took out her phone. What about the Diggories? Can you stay with them? Steve asked. I can ask. Lilia shrugged. We need a computer. There's a mall about 30 minutes from the airport. Natasha told them. Steve nodded while Lilia typed away on her phone. Yes, on the jet. Still haven't heard from Cedric. Lilia said. Let's get going. It will take a minute to get to the airport anyways. Steve started walking out of the hospital. Cedric called back and said that he and his parents would be happy to host Lilia for a few days. They arrived at the airport where Happy, Tony's head of security, was waiting with the jet. They all hopped out of the car.
By naturvidenskabelig.
Please keep my dad safe and let him keep you safe. Lilia hugged her godmother. Be good. I don't want to have to intercept any more letters from your head of house to your dad saying you have detention. Nat hugged back. Can't make any promises. Lilia teased. Natasha chuckled and let go. Lilia walked over to her dad and gave him a bone-crushing hug. I love you. Be safe. Lilia told him. Always. And you be safe too. I love you, Lee. Steve hugged back with the same force. He wanted her to stay with him, but this Winter Soldier person sounded brutal. Steve doubted just because she was a kid he would spare her, and even if he would, Steve couldn't risk it. He wouldn't risk his Lilia's life even more than it was just being his daughter. They let go and she walked to Happy. Hey Happy. Lilia greeted.
Lilia.
All your clothes from the tower have been packed and are on the jet. Happy told her. Bless Tony Stark. Tell him I say thank you when you see him. And also tell him he's the best godfather in the world. Lilia boarded the jet. Happy joined and closed the jet door. He sat across from her. Are you sure you want to feed his ego that much? Happy asked. Flattery is the way into his heart. And he doesn't send his personal jet to DC to London for someone who doesn't have his heart, so yes. Lilia told him. Happy laughed. Smart. Happy said as the jet began taking off. In 7 hours Lilia would be back in the wizarding world. For Happy refused to leave Lilia in the London airport. He also refused to put her in a taxi by herself and go to her friend's house. So currently Happy and Lilia were sitting in the back of a taxi driving into the country in the early morning of the day due to the time difference. So where does your friend live? Happy asked. I'm not too far. He lives probably about 5 more minutes. So like 20 minutes from town. Lilia looked out the window. You're staying with a boy? Happy asked. No, not a boy, Cedric. You remember him, my best friend. He comes and spends New Year's with us every year in New York. Lilia told him. I thought that was your boyfriend. Happy said.
You groshno.
We're just friends, we're best friends. Lilia shook her head. Is he gay? He asked. Happy. Lilia gasped. Sorry, I'm done asking questions. Happy raised his hands in surrender. Lilia smiled and rolled her eyes. After about 5 minutes they arrived at a 2-story house. They got out and Happy went to unload Lilia's trunk. Thankfully Lilia had forgotten her trunk for school at the tower. See, her irresponsibility paid off and she didn't even have to tell her dad. The front door swung open. Lilia, Peggy. Cedric called, running out of the house. Cedric, Amos. Lilia called back and met him halfway. He lifted her in hug and spun her. They hadn't seen each other all summer because Cedric was in France for holiday with his parents. Lilia had bought him a phone 2 years ago to keep in touch, but phones didn't work in the wizarding world. So he could only talk to her when he was at home. I missed you, Puff. Lilia smiled. I missed you too, Gryff. Cedric gave her a kiss on the cheek. He sat her down and walked over to Happy. I can take it inside, sir. Cedric told him. Thank you. Okay, I guess I'll go. Bye, Lilia, have fun, but I'm not too much fun. Tony is freaked out by the owls that bring letters telling him you have detention. He also told me to tell you to stop telling your teachers he's your father. Happy told her. I'll try really hard. Bye, Happy. Lilia hugged him. Bye, kiddo. He hugged back. They let go and he got back into the taxi. I have so much to tell you. Cedric grabbed Lilia's hand with his free one and pulled her inside. Cedric's mother was sitting at the kitchen table drinking coffee and reading the Daily Prophet. Mom, Lilia is here. Cedric told her. She turned in her seat and smiled at the young girl. Hello, Lilia. How was your holiday? Matilda Diggory asked. Very good. How was yours? Ced told me you guys visited France. Lilia sat across from her. It was lovely. Cedric go put her trunk in the guest room. Anyways, it was beautiful. Have you ever been? Matilda sipped her tea. No, I haven't, but my godfather travels there quite often and always brings me pastries, and they are delicious. Lilia told her. Oh yes, the food was amazing. We even traveled into Muggle France for a day, and the creme de la creme was brilliant. Matilda waved her wand and a cup of tea appeared in front of Lilia. She took a sip as she listened to Mrs. Diggory talked about France. I thought I heard a new voice. Amos walked into the kitchen. Hello, Mr. Diggory. Lilia greeted. Hello, Lilia, we were so happy to hear you were staying with us. A bit surprised, but what's life without surprises? Amos told her, smiling. Lilia gave him a weak smile. Dad, don't you have to go to work? Cedric asked, coming back. Yes, indeed. Goodbye, lovely wife. My pride and joy. Lilia. Amos bid them goodbye. Lee, we're gonna go to Diagon Alley later. Do you maybe want to freshen up before? Cedric jerked his head towards the stairs. Oh sure, yeah. It was great talking to you. Lilia stood. You too, dear. Once you're ready, we'll leave to get school supplies. Matilda told her. Lilia nodded and headed towards the stairs. Cedric basically dragged her upstairs and to his room. He pushed on his bed and jumped on her. He kissed all over face and she giggled. I missed you so much. I have so much to tell you. And I had no one to talk to, like actually talk to the whole time. Cedric fell beside her. Okay, so I'm dying to know. What happened in France? Lilia asked, turning to her side to look at him. Okay, you know how last year I lost my V-card to Devon O'Connor that 7th year? Cedric asked. Yes, it was the biggest shock of my life, next to finding out I was a witch-o and also aliens coming out of a hole and invading New York, but like right after that it was definitely you losing your V-card to a guy. Lilia nodded. Right, anyways, the whole year I was debating if I was gay or bi or what, and I figured it out this summer. Cedric told her. That's great, Ced. So what are you? Lilia asked. Well, I was writing letters back and forth with third-year Cho. She is absolutely beautiful. But I also hooked up with this gorgeous French boy. Cedric started. Wait, you hooked up with someone? Just like casual intimacy. Lilia whispered the last word. Yes, but I'll never see him again, so it doesn't matter.
Anyways, EMB.
Cedric said. That's great, Puff. I'm so happy for you. Lilia jumped on top of him and hugged him. Thanks, Lils. Cedric hugged back. She crawled off and sat up, and he sat up as well. So how was your summer? Cedric asked. Good. I spent a lot of it in New York with Tony. But I did spend 2 weeks in Brooklyn with my dad. Then we went to DC and shit hit the fan. Someone killed Fury, and my dad and Natasha are now on a mission to find him. Lilia simplified the last 2 days. Sorry about Fury. I know you really liked him. Cedric grabbed her hand. It's okay. Doing what he does is dangerous work. He makes a lot of enemies. Lilia shrugged even though she was torn up about it. Anyways, I should shower. I have 2 days worth of hospital, truck and plane on me. Oh, and also glass. Lilia stood up. Why glass? Cedric asked. Oh, did I not mention? My dad threw me out of a glass elevator 50 feet down. Lilia added nonchalantly. What? Cedric shouted as Lilia left the bedroom. So Lilia has a sort of funky artsy type aesthetic, so her clothes reflects that. Her outfit is on the top. But if you don't like that, just ignore it. After she showered and put on fresh clothes, Cedric and Matilda drove to the leaky cauldron. From there they entered Diagon Alley and walked around the crowed cobble street. Who's Gilderoy Lockhart? Lilia asked. Who? Cedric asked. That's what I'm asking, who? We are required to have all his books this semester. Lilia looked at her supplies list. Must be the new Dada teacher. You know, since that Potter boy practically killed our last professor. Cedric shrugged. They walked into a shop to get the books, both looking down at their list. They bumped into a group of people. They both looked up at muttered apologizes. Why the heck is it so crowded? Lilia asked. No one in particular. That's why. Cedric pointed to the front. Lockhart was at the front with Harry Potter handing him a stack of books. He had no idea that I would give him all my books. Free of charge. Lockhart smiled. Everyone clapped. Damn free? I wish I was a famous 12-year-old. Cedric pouted. It's not all it's cracked up to be. Lilia told him. I don't want to hear anything from you, Rogers. Freaking Captain America's daughter. You're America's golden child. Cedric rolled his eyes. The one and only. Lilia smirked. They moved through the crowd shop. I think I see the books, I'll go grab them. Lilia told Cedric, who wasn't paying attention. She walked over to the books and started putting them in her shopping bag. A woman next to her with long red hair was grabbing a pair of hideaway gloves. Lils. A voice yelled. Both Lilia and the woman looked up. Lils. There you are, you can't leave me alone like that. A man with glasses and messy brown hair came up to the red-headed woman. Lils. Can we leave now? Some kid just licked my elbow. Cedric came up to Lilia. No, said we have to get our supplies. Lilia turned back to the books. Mum, can Ron, me and Hermione go get ice cream down the street? Harry asked the woman.
No, Harry.
We have to get you ready for school. The woman told him. Please, Mrs. Potter. Pretty peel, oh my God. A little boy with red hair looked at Lilia. He cleared his throat.
Hi Lilia.
He smiled. Lilia turned to the little boy.
Oi Run.
Good to see you. Lilia smiled back. The two adults looked at the girl. James nearly shit a brick when he saw the girl. She was the spitting image of Lily with his hair color and glasses. It's good to see you too. Ron blushed. Your brother isn't here, is he? Lilia asked. Which one? Ron joked. Good point. The twin. Lilia folded her arms across her chest. Well, I thought I never see the day where my sunflower would ask about me. A voice came from behind her. She rolled her eyes and turned around. Fred. Lilia looked at him. Sunflower. Fred smirked. I'm not your sunflower, Fred. She turned back around and grabbed the last book. She placed it in her bag and looked at Ron and Harry. Nice seeing you, Ron, Harry. I'll see you at Hogwarts. She smiled at them and pushed her glasses back up. She turned around to leave, pushing past Fred and grabbing Cedric's arm. They pasted at two men, one with long black hair and the other wearing a sweater. They both did a double take at the girl. They walked up to the group of people. Lily, I think I found your mini-me. James too. Sirius Black told them. She really did look like you two mixed. Remus Lupin agreed. Yeah, I noticed too. Hey guys, who was that? James asked the boys. My true love. Lilia Rogers. She is a fourth-year Gryffindor and she's from America. Fred told them. She's Captain America's daughter. She lives with superheroes, isn't that cool? Harry said. Well, adopted daughter. But she still lives with superheroes. Plus she is very pretty and popular. Ron blushed. Oh, honestly, Ronald, she's just a girl. Hermione walked up to them. You know what, I changed my mind. You guys can go get ice cream. Lily changed the subject. Thanks, Mum. Harry smiled. The four kids ran off and out of the shop. The four adults looked at each other. Couldn't be her, could it? 5. Then my dad, me and Nat got in the stolen car and drove to the airport. Lilia finished telling Cedric the full story. Damn, your summer was so much more interesting than mine. Cedric took a bite out of his chocolate frog. Whatever, I want to hear about Mr. Frenchie. Lilia told him. Okay, well, Cedric started, but the compartment door swung open.
Cedric.
Cho Chang said in a flirty voice.
Oh hat he cho.
Cedric straightened his posture. Lilia rolled her eyes and leaned her head against the window of the train. Cho looked at Lilia. She was always jealous of the honey-brown girl. Lilia was the prettiest, most popular girl in school, and she was only in her 4th year. Not to mention her best friend was Cedric, practically the boy version of her in social status. Hello, Rogers, Cho bitterly said.
He cho.
Lilia smiled. Can I have a moment with Ceddy alone? Cho asked in a sugar-sweet voice. Lilia looked at Cedric and smirked. Sure, I have to change into my robes anyways.
Bi cho. Sec đi.
Lilia stood and grabbed her bag. Cedric glared at her, not a fan of the nickname. Lilia just snickered and left the compartment. After she got changed, she used her spy training to sneak a peek in her compartment. Cedric and Cho were still talking. Lilia groaned and walked down the narrow hallway. She looked into each compartment trying to find somewhere to sit. She looked into one that only had a little girl with long red hair. She recognized the girl from the platform to the Hogwarts Express. She was Fred's little sister. She opened the compartment door and Ginny's head shot up. Hi, seems my compartment has been taken over when I left to change. Mind if I join you? Lilia asked. Ginny nodded happily. Lilia smiled and sat across from her.
I'm Lilia Rogers.
Lilia put her hand out. I know, my brother has a huge crush on you.
I'm Ginny Weasley.
Ginny shook her hand. Nice to meet you, Ginny. Lilia said. So, who took your compartment? Ginny asked. My best friend's girlfriend. But it's okay. Lilia shrugged. You know you're the most popular girl in school. I bet you have a ton of friends you could sit with, or people who would happily be associated with you. Ginny told her. But I'd rather sit with you. Lilia tilted her head to the side. Really? Ginny asked. Of course, I passed by like 20 compartments and this one looked the coolest. Lilia leaned back in her seat. Ginny beamed. So what are you reading? Lilia asked. Ginny started explaining what her book was about when the compartment door swung open. Well, this is a surprise. Fred's voice cut the conversation short. Lilia shifted her green eyes over at the door, where Fred and George stood. Could you guys leave? I'm talking to my friend. Ginny told them. New friend HM? Fred asked. Yeah, I finally found the coolest Weasley, so I had befriend her. Lilia smirked. Sunflower, you wound me. Fred sat next to her. Lilia rolled her eyes and looked at George. Hi George, how are you? Lilia asked. George was sitting next to Ginny. I'm fine. Good holiday? George asked. It was. Interesting. How was yours? Lilia pushed her glasses up to the bridge of her nose. Good. My dad enchanted a car to fly. George smiled. Really? Do tell. Lilia asked, interested. Well, I think Fred tells it the best. George gave his brother a not-so-subtle wink. Lilia turned to face Fred. She raised her eyebrows at him, challenging him to talk to her without asking her out or flirting with her. Okay, he enchanted it to fly and we took it out and drove to Harry's place, then we took a midnight drive. We got in so much trouble when we got home. Fred chuckled. Lilia smiled at the story. I bet driving in a flying car was so much fun. Lilia told him. Yeah, it's perfect for dates. Fred smirked. You were so close. Lilia shook her head disappointed. She stood up from her seat. Fred looked confused as she started to leave. Bye Ginny. Bye George. Fred. Lilia opened the compartment door. Sunflower, Fred started, but Lilia walked out and shut the door behind her. She walked down the hall to her compartment. She found it and opened it, not caring if Cho was still there. Lucky she wasn't. Hey Ceddy. Lilia had a smug face and sat down.
Howdy har.
You're so funny. Cedric rolled his eyes. How was your chat with Cho? Lilia fluttered her eyelashes dramatically at the name. If you must know, it was rather pleasant. Unlike our conversations. Cedric playfully glared at her. Lilia picked up an empty box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and threw it at his head. You're supposed to be nice. You're a Hufflepuff, Lilia told him as the box bounced off his head. Cedric rubbed his head and picked the box up. He threw it at her head. And you're supposed to protect people, not abuse them. You're an Avenger, Cedric retorted as the box hit her smack dab in the forehead. The compartment door swung open. In stepped Kenneth Towler, a Gryffindor in their year.
Hey Gong.
He smiled. Get out, Kenneth. Lilia and Cedric both shouted as they threw something at him. Lilia threw the Bertie Bott's every flavor beans box at him, and Cedric threw an empty chocolate frog box at him. They both hit him, one in the face and the other in the chest. Okay dokie. He smiled dumbly and left. Both rolled their eyes. Kenneth has been bothering them since first year. He didn't exactly fit in with them, but still continued to try and hang out with them. They looked at each other. This is why we're best friends, Lilia told him. Absolutely. Cedric nodded. 6. Lilia sat at the Gryffindor table watching the sorting. She sat next to Katie Bell and Alicia Spinnet, 2 third years. The doors to the Great Hall opened and she turned to look at who was coming in. Harry and Ron both walked in, still wearing normal clothes. They sat down across from Lilia and next to Hermione. Ron had a twig in his hair. Lilia reached over and pulled it out. He looked at her and she held up the twig. Thanks. Ron blushed. No problem. But why do you have a twig in your hair? Lilia asked. It's a long story, but we had a run-in with the Whomping Willow. Ron told her. Lilia's eyes widened. No way. How'd you manage that? Lilia asked. We missed the train, so we took Ron's flying car here. Harry spoke up. That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So the car is here? Lilia smiled. It's not brilliant, it's irresponsible, Hermione said. Both boys rolled their eyes at her. Yeah, it's here, but completely trashed. Ron looked down. I bet I could fix it, Lilia told them. Really? Harry asked with gleaming eyes. Sure, I work on cars all the time with my godfather. Should be no problem, Lilia offered. Thank you. Ron smiled. But only on one condition. Lilia held her finger up. What is it? Harry asked. I get to go for a ride when I'm done. Lilia smirked. Both boys looked at each other, then back at her. They nodded excitedly. Great, Lilia said as dinner appeared in front of them. Allow me to introduce your new defense against the dark arts teacher. Me. Lockhart smiled. And allow me to introduce you to my vomit. Lilia mumbled. Cedric chuckled and nudged her side. Today we will be talking about magical creatures. Like freshly caught pixies. However, during my first class I managed to lose them all, so we'll just use textbooks. Lockhart told them. Lilia went to grab her book from her bag. She stuck her hand down and felt nothing. Her eyes widened and she looked down. It wasn't there. Freak me, I forgot my book, Lilia told Cedric. I wouldn't mind sharing. Fred smirked from the seat behind her. Piss off, Fred. You've already proven you can't contain yourself around me. Lilia looked at him. How can I contain myself around you, Sunflower? Fred mused. My dad is Captain America, she told him, trying to intimidate him. I bet he will make a lovely father-in-law. Fred said. My godfather is Iron Man. She tried again. He can pay for the wedding. Fred shrugged. My godmother is Black Widow. Lilia narrowed her eyes. We both have red hair, we'll get along grand. Fred smiled. Lilia groaned and put her head in her hands. Her uncle is the Hulk and her other uncle is the actual god of thunder. Cedric told him. Fred's smile fell. Good point, Diggory. Fred leaned back in his chair. I love you. Lilia looked back up. I know, here. Cedric pushed his book in between them. Lilia and Cedric walked down to the Quidditch pitch later that day. Cedric had left his good pair of trainers in his Quidditch locker. They saw the Gryffindor team walk onto the pitch, all wearing their uniforms. Holy, oh my God. It's Oliver Wood in his Quidditch uniform. Lilia practically melted at the sight. You're so pathetic. You're crushing on the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. And you've never spoken to him. Cedric rolled his eyes. Not true, I have. He asked me to pass him the sugar one morning at breakfast. And I said sure, then passed it to him. Then he smiled at me. Lilia told him, smiling at the memory. You're pathetic. Cedric decided. Lilia opened her mouth to rebuttal when she saw the Slytherin team walk out from the other side. Oh no, this can't be good, Lilia said as the two rival teams approached each other. Cedric gave her a look and she nodded. They walked over to hear what was going on. You have new seeker? Who? Oliver asked Marcus Flint, the Slytherin Quidditch captain. The group parted to either side as a blonde kid walked through looking smug. Malfoy? Harry asked. Who the freak is that kid? Lilia asked Cedric. Ron and Hermione were standing next to her and heard her. That's Draco Malfoy. Hermione looked at her. Who? Lilia asked. You don't know who Draco Malfoy is? Cedric asked. No, but I'm assuming it's that kid with the fake blonde hair. Lilia said. Ron snickered. What about Lucius Malfoy? Ron asked. I feel like you just made that name up. Lilia looked genuinely confused. That's right, and that's not all that's new this year, Draco said, showing off his broom. Everyone's eyes widened except Lilia, who, if it was even possible, looked more confused. Those are Nimbus 2001s. How'd you get those? Ron asked. What is happening? Lilia asked. She meant only for Cedric to hear, but everyone did. Those are the newest, most expensive brooms to date, Harry told her. They look the exact same as the Gryffindor's brooms. Lilia looked in between the two teams' brooms. Everyone gasped. Lilia looked up. They are not the same. These are the best brooms money can buy. Gifted to us by Draco's father. Flint stared at Lilia intensely. Unlike you, Rogers, my father can afford the best. Draco smirked proudly. Lilia blinked a few times. Who are you? Lilia asked. At least no one on the Gryffindor team had to buy their way in. They got in on pure talent, Hermione said sassily. Lilia and Cedric looked at each other with wide eyes. They both brought their fist up to their mouths and made an O face. No, asked your opinion. You filthy mudblood sticking up for your mudblood friend. Draco spat. The Gryffindors and Cedric all gasped. The freak you just call us? Lilia asked. Mudblood. Draco repeated. Nah, I don't play that. I was raised by two super spies. I'm from Brooklyn. We don't play that, Lilia shouted as Cedric wrapped his arms around her to stop her from jumping on him. Lil's his 12, you can't jump him, Cedric told her. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry, Lilia shouted, and her Brooklyn accent thickened. Have y'all ever seen that Graham Norton episode with Mark Ruffalo, Elizabeth Olsen, Jeremy Renner, and Josh Widdicombe? It's super funny, and where I got that line from. You'll pay for that, Malfoy. Eat slugs. Ron pointed his wand at Draco. The spell backfired and ended hitting Ron. He fell and Lilia got herself out of Cedric's grasp and sat next to Ron. You alright, kid? Lilia asked. The Gryffindor team ran towards them. Hey Sunflower, have I ever told you how beautiful your New York accent is? Fred flirted as Ron rolled over to his stomach. I'm from Brooklyn, not New York, and your brother is puking slugs right now. Lilia rolled her green eyes. Cool, can you turn him around? A little first year asked with a camera. No, Colin, get out of the way, Harry told him. Lilia helped get Ron up. Mind helping us take him to Hagrid? Harry asked. No problem. Bye, said. Lilia called over her shoulder as she helped Ron walk. They walked down to Hagrid's hut and sat him down inside. Harry and Hermione sat on either side of him and Lilia stood leaning against the wall. Do you really not know who the Malfoys are? Hermione asked. Or what the difference between brooms are? Harry asked. Yes. How am I supposed to know every goddamn thing about the wizarding world? I'm a muggle born, as that kid graciously pointed out. Lilia shrugged. Well, so am I. And I've only been here for 2 years, you've been here for 4. Hermione pointed out. Well, you're just better at adapting than I am. Lilia smiled. Hagrid walked in with a bucket. This calls for special equipment. Hagrid put the bucket on Ron's lap. Nothing to do but wait till it stops, I'm afraid. Hagrid sat down his chair. Ron puked out another slug. Lilia gauged and looked away. Better out than in, I suppose. So who was Ron trying to curse anyway? Hagrid asked. Malfoy. He called Hermione and Lilia a... Well, I don't know actually what it means, Harry said. Hermione folded her arms across her chest and stood up and walked away. He called us mudbloods, Lilia told him. He did not. Hagrid gasped. Yes, he did. Lilia nodded. What's a mudblood? Harry asked. It means dirty blood. It's a foul name for someone who's muggle-born. Someone without magical parents. Someone like me and Lilia. Hermione explained as she turned around. Plus, out of all the racial slurs, it has to be the laziest. It's just pushing two words together. No work was done there. Lilia shook her head. If you know that quote from the best comedian in the world, John Mulaney, then please be my friend. See, Harry, the thing is that some wizarding families like the Malfoys think they're better than everyone else because they're pure bloods. Hagrid rolled his eyes at the last part. That's horrible. Harry scrunched his face in disgust. His father was a pure blood and his mother was a muggle-born. So he was always taught to respect others, and he had definitely never heard that terrible name. It's disgusting. Ron threw up another slug, and it's gall's wallop to both. There isn't a wizard alive today that isn't half-blood or less. More to the point, they haven't created a spell that Hermione couldn't master, and nobody can take Lilia on in defense against the dark arts. Been top of her class ever since first year. Hagrid told them. Don't you two think on it. Don't you two think on it for 1 minute. Hagrid looked between the two girls. Hermione had tears in her eyes and Lilia was unfazed. She's been called worse by worse people. Yeah, besides Hermione, it's so much more fun being the underdog and proving everyone wrong. I mean, we're both muggle-born females. No one expects us to put shine out a pure blood male like whatever that blonde kid's name is. They all expect him to be great, but you and I will be great and show it to everyone. Lilia started and bent down to her height. People don't get rewarded by how rich they are or how big and tough they are. They get rewarded by what's in here. Lilia pointed at her heart. It might seem that way at times like today. But trust me, the good-hearted will always win in the end. They always do and they always will. Lilia smiled. Hermione smiled and hugged her. Lilia hugged back. Wow, she's really good at that. Harry said. I know, right? Ron told him. The girls separated and Lilia stood up to her full height. Well, looks like everything is all under control here. Feel better, Ron. Hermione, if that kid calls you that again, you come tell me and I'll show him how we treat disrespectful kids back in America. Lilia waved to them. Before leaving. 7. Cedric pulled Lilia down the stairs. What's going on? Lilia asked. I don't know. But everyone is freaking out about something. Cedric told her as he continued to pull her. They arrived at a huge group of people. They pushed through, ending up next to the Weasley twins. What's happening? Lilia asked. Harry found Mrs. Norris hanging like that and the message on the wall. George told them. Enemies of the air beware? Cedric read. It's a warning against muggle-borns. Fred looked worriedly at the girl standing next to her. Jesus, we can't catch a break. Lilia sighed. Fred gave her a sad smile and wrapped his arm around her. To his surprise, she didn't pull away and slap him but leaned into his side. Fred looked down at her, then up at George and Cedric. Both with a surprised but happy look on their faces. What's going on here? Move out of the way. Filch said, moving through the group and splitting Lilia and Fred apart. Lilia moved to let him through and she stayed her spot further from Fred. Fred burned holes into Filch's head. Oh, how he was going to prank him for moving his sunflower from him. Potter. What are you, Mrs. Norris? You murdered my cat? Filch asked angrily.
No.
Harry shook his head. I'll kill ya. I'll kill ya. Filch grabbed Harry by the robes. Argus. What is going? Everyone make way to your dormitories. Immediately. Except you three. Dumbledore made his way through the crowd. The golden trio stayed and everyone else started walking off. I have to go to the Hufflepuff dorms. Please make sure Lee gets back safe. Cedric told the twins but looked mainly at Fred. Of course. Fred nodded. Cedric turned to Lilia and hugged her and she immediately hugged back. Stay safe, Gryff. Cedric told her. You too, Puff. Lilia said. They pulled apart. Cedric looked hesitant but she nodded and he left with the other Hufflepuffs. Shall we? Fred asked, offering her his arm. Sure, but only because there's a psycho trying to kill me. Lilia took his arm. Fred smiled proudly and they started walking with George next to them. The next day Lilia made her way down to the common room. She saw Harry and Ron playing a games of wizard chest. Hey boys. She sat down next to Harry.
Lilia.
Harry smiled at her. Hey. Ron blushed. So I was think this weekend I could start working on your car. Lilia said. Yeah, sure. Thanks for doing this, by the way. Ron smiled. No problem, it will be a good way to get my mind off everything going on. Lilia shrugged. The boys looked at each other. While Lilia was trying not to think about the chamber, the boys and Hermione were going to extreme lengths to find out more about it. Hermione walked down the stairs and spotted her friends.
Hermione.
Lilia smiled at her. Hello, Lilia. Would you mind if I borrowed them? Hermione asked. No problem, I should probably head down to breakfast. I've been expecting an owl from my dad, so I better not miss it. Bye. Lilia told them as she stood up. She walked out of the portrait hole and down to the Great Hall. She sat down at the Gryffindor table. She waited a second before grabbing a piece of toast and buttering it. She placed it on her plate. She couldn't eat, she was worried about her dad and Nat. After what felt like forever, she heard owls swoop into the hall. She smiled when she saw her owl, Led Zeppelin. Her and Tony named him that when the owl responded quite happily to Led Zeppelin's song Stairway to Heaven. She tore off a piece of her toast and gave it to the owl, then she took the letter from him. Dear Lilia, hi, it's Dad. I hope everything is going well at school. I hope things are calmer than last year when your teacher had another person on his head and he was an evil dark lord or something like that. Anyways, me and Nat are back from our mission. The good news is that we both came back unharmed and Fury is actually alive. But the bad news is SHIELD has been shut down. It was being run by Hydra agents. Also, I don't know if this is good news or not, but the Winter Solider turned out to be my best friend Bucky. You remember him? I've told you all about him. Hydra ended up kidnapping him and brainwashing him. But he remembered me and even saved my life. Anyways, I'll answer all questions at Christmas. Love you tons, Dad. She was extremely confused by the letter. Millions of questions came to mind, but they were all drowned out by the overall relief she felt. Both Nat and her dad were safe. Also, Nick was alive. Lilia smiled at the letter and placed it in her bag. Then she picked up her toast and took a bite out of it. Lilia and Cedric sat in the stands at the Gryffindor versus Slytherin Quidditch game. Lilia wore a baggy multicolored sweater tucked into her denim skirt with black see-through tights and black booties. Outfit attached above. Lilia cheered when Oliver successfully blocked the quaffle from going into the hoop. Above her in the stands was James and Lily Potter with Sirius Black and Remus Lupin. They were there to cheer on Harry, of course, but none of them could deny they had alternative motives. James and Sirius watched the game intensely, yelling and cheering. But for the redhead and werewolf, they seemed not to be able to take their eyes off the 14-year-old girl below them. Ever since Lily saw her at Diagon Alley that day, she can't stop the same thought from entering her head. Was she the little girl she gave up 14 years ago? Remus seemed to also have the same question burning in his head. Lilia gasped and pointed her finger, showing Cedric. Lily's and Remus's eyes followed her arm and saw a bludgers chasing Harry around the pitch. Why is it doing that? Lilia asked. That's a rogue bludger, Cedric said, pressing his binoculars closer to his eyes. Lilia pulled her glasses from her pocket of her skirt and placed them on. Harry was able to shake the bludger and found the snitch. Both him and Draco started going for it. And it wasn't long till the bludger found Harry again and started chasing him. Come on, Harry, Lilia shouted. Then Draco came flying out into the middle of the pitch. He bounced off the ground and landed with his legs spread out in the spilts. He fell back and groaned. Ah! Lilia and James both pointed their fingers and laughed at the exact same time. This caused Lily to pale and look at Remus. They both turned to the game just in time to see the bludger hit Harry's wrist. He pulled it back but still headed for the snitch. He fell and landed on his back. Harry lifted his hand to reveal the snitch. James started jumping up and down cheering. Lily hit him and pulled him down the stands to check on their son. Remus, Sirius, Ron and Hermione all followed. Should we go make sure Harry's okay? Lilia asked Cedric. Over these past months, Lilia had started feeling a sort of like a mama bear towards the 3-second years. If you want. Cedric nodded. They started making their way down to the pitch. Are you okay, Harry? Hermione asked. No, I think my arm is broken. Harry sat up. Not to fear, I can fix it. Lockhart smiled. Not you. Harry tried moving away. He's in so much pain he doesn't know what he's saying. Lockhart told us before pulling up Harry's sleeve. I really think we should just take him to Madame Pomfrey. Lily said. Not to worry, Mrs. Potter. I could have been a healer just like yourself if I wanted. Lockhart looked at her. Lockhart pulled out his wand and said a spell. He grabbed Harry's arm and it hung backwards. Everyone cringed. Yes, that can happen sometimes. Lockhart smiled nervously. You didn't fix his bones, you took them out. Lilia told him as she bent down to Harry. Well, the point is it isn't broken anymore. Lockhart said. Lily and Lilia gave him the exact same look that made him back off. This time James's face paled looking at the similarities between the two girls. How do we fix this? Harry looked at his mom. We will have to regrow them. Lily told him as she helped him up. Feel better, Harry. Lilia lightly squeezed his shoulder of his good arm. Thanks, Lilia. Harry smiled. The three marauders and Lily lead Harry to the hospital wing followed by Hermione and Ron. What a match. Cedric sighed. Yeah. Lilia nodded. Lilia changed into a pair of overalls with multiple paint splatters on them. She threw her hair in a high ponytail and pulled on an old pair Converse. She walked down to the outer banks of the Quidditch pitch. There she met Ron and the car. Whoa, you weren't kidding. This thing is totally banged up. Lilia examined the car. Can you still fix it? Ron asked hopefully. Well, I think if my dad can be a 100-year-old super soldier, then I think I can fix this car. Lilia smiled. Great. This will get me out of a lot of trouble with my mum. Ron told her. Glad I could help. Lilia said as she popped the hood open. Ron walked to the trunk and pulled out a red toolbox. He brought it to her. She raised an eyebrow at him. Dad said it came with the car. Ron blushed. Okay, thanks. Lilia laughed. She started taking out the tools and began working on the car. Can I ask you a question? Ron asked. Sure. Lilia said, not taking her eyes of the car. What's it like living with the Avengers? Ron asked. Lilia chuckled at the question she's been asked a million times. Interesting. They're honestly just normal people. And I've had a normal life growing up. But there is definitely something unnormal about having training sessions at 9 a.m. every morning. Or spending time the richest man in the world. Or visiting a planet made of gold with a god. Lilia told him. So cool, you're like a superhero. Ron said. Kinda, I prefer to leave the superhero stuff to my dad and all of them. But I mean, come on, it's the kind of the same with you. To someone who's never known about the wizarding world, your life seems pretty cool. Lilia looked at him. No, not really. Everything is just normal and boring. Ron shrugged. Because you live in that life. It's the same with me. We both don't know anything different. So anything else sounds exciting. Lilia explained. You're very wise, you know that. Ron chuckled. Thanks, I get it from my dad. Now are you going to help me or what? Lilia teased. He immediately got up and started helping. Lilia and Cedric entered the Great Hall. Why do we have to come to this? I don't want to learn Dada from that toshpot. Lilia told him as they got a spot in front of a long dueling pad. Because I heard a rumor that Snape was going to be helping out. And I'm not missing the chance of watching Snape take all his anger out on Lockhart. Cedric told her. Okay, I get it now. Lilia smirked. Gather around, everyone. Gather around. Lockhart said. Can everyone see me? Can everyone hear me? Excellent. In light of these dark events, Professor Dumbledore has granted me permission to start this dueling club. To train you so you can fight off the dark arts. Just like I have on many occasions. For more details, read my published work. Lockhart smiled. He untied his cape and threw it into the crowd. He tossed it into the crowd and a group of girls grabbed at it. Now I want to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. He has sportingly agreed to help me with a small demonstration. But to all you youngsters, you will still have your potions master after I'm done with him. Never fear. Lockhart told everyone. This might be the most excited I've ever been in my life. Lilia rubbed her hands together. Is it weird that I want to see Lockhart kick Snape's ass? Cedric asked.
Heck no.
I want to see that too. Lilia told him. Snape has hated Lilia since her first class with him. She always reminded him of someone who he hates and wanted to forget. They approached each other. They lifted their wands, then placed them back down to their sides. They bowed, then turned and walked 5 paces. Then they turned back to each other and took a dueling stance. 1, 2, 3. Lockhart counted. Expelliarmus! Snape shouted. They spell hit Lockhart in the chest and he went flying back, landing on his ass. Everyone laughed except for his fangirls. What a wanker! Lilia shook her head, smiling. A hot one. Cedric smirked. I can't deal with you. Lilia gave him the talk to the hand. Lockhart stood. A very good Professor Snape. But might I say it was pretty obvious what you were going to do. And I could have easily stopped you if I wanted. Lockhart smiled cockily. It might be prudent to teach the students how to block unfriendly spells. Snape said. What? Learn who to block? I've mastered that since first year. Can we leave? Lilia whined.
No.
Cedric didn't even hesitate. An excellent idea, Professor Snape. Let's have a volunteer pair. Potter, Weasley, who about you? Lockhart looked at the 2 boys. Weasley's wand causes disappointment on the simplest spells. We'll be sending Potter to the hospital wing in a matchbox. Might I suggest someone from my own house? Malfoy, perhaps? Snape suggested. He then turned to Draco and pointed to him to the mat. Draco jumped onto the mat. Hey, that's the kid that called me the M-word and he was at the Quidditch game. Lilia told Cedric. Cedric slapped his hand to his hand. Lord, please give me the strength. Cedric shook his head. The boys brought their wands to the front of their faces, then back down. They bowed and turned and took 5 paces away before turning back around to face each other. Draco shouted a spell that made Harry flip through the air and land hard on the ground. Lilia grimaced at the hard impact. Harry stood up and shouted a spell. This shoot Draco back and he landed facing Snape. He picked Draco up and pushed him. Draco shouted another spell, making a snake come out his wand. Everyone stood still. Don't worry, Potter. I'll get rid of it for you. Snape started walking towards the snake. Allow me. Lockhart smiled. He shouted a spell, which made the snake fly up then fall back onto the mat. The snake turned to the crowd. Nope, I'm done. Lilia stepped back. Harry started speaking to the snake. The snake turned to a Hufflepuff boy. Harry spoke to it again. Turned to Harry. Snape said a spell that burned up the snake. What are you getting at? The Hufflepuff asked. Harry furrowed his eyebrows. He looked around and saw everyone staring with wide eyes. He ran out of the Great Hall. 9. Lilia sat inside the car fixing the steering. Luckily she had fixed the radio, so she was happily listening to a Muggle rock radio station as she worked. She heard a tap on the passenger side window. She looked up and saw Harry standing there. She reached over the console and opened the door for him. He slid in and shut the door. Lilia turned down the radio. Hey. She smiled. Hey. Ron told me you were working on the car here. Harry told her. Yeah, and I'm almost done too. Plus I made these. Lilia opened the glove box on his side. She pulled out 2 keychains with keys. She handed one to Harry. A key? Harry asked. No, well yes, it's in the shape of a key, but it's not that. See that little button? Well, you can press it and the GPS in the key is locked with the car. So it will find your exact location and came to you. Lilia explained. That's brilliant. Harry smiled at her. Thanks, plus it clips onto your pants. Lilia clipped the key onto Harry's belt loop. Cool, does it work yet? Harry asked. Just tested them out yesterday. Lilia nodded. Thank you. Harry told her. No problem. Now why don't you tell me what you really wanted to talk to me about? Lilia said. Harry took a deep breath. Everyone thinks I'm the heir of Slytherin just because I can talk to snakes. Harry looked down. Well, not everyone. I don't think you're the great-great-great-great-grandson of that weird guy who founded Slytherin House. Lilia told him. But I could be. Harry said. Then why are you in Gryffindor and not Slytherin? Lilia asked. Because I asked. I was almost put in Slytherin. Harry looked up at her. Harry, that sorting hat is a big load of crap. You know that, don't you? It doesn't put you in a house based on your personality or your family. It places you in a house based on what you value. Lilia started. Harry gave her a confused look. Like, for example, me. I'm a Gryffindor because I value bravery and being true and heroic. Because that's what I've grown up around. If my godfather went here, he definitely has the personality of a typical Slytherin, but he values being brave and a hero, so he would be in Gryffindor. Another example is Cedric. God, he is so sassy and a big pain in the ass, but he values friendship more than anything. Lilia explained. So you don't think a house defines your personality? Harry asked.
No.
I think you would still be the same Harry you are now if you were put in Slytherin. I was almost put in Hufflepuff because I value being honest and true. But it wouldn't matter, I would still be the same person. Lilia told him. Thank you, Lee. I feel much better. Harry smiled. Not a problem. That's what I'm here for. She smiled back. Lilia walked through the dark corridors later that night. As she walked, she played with her Captain America shield necklace. Not paying attention, she stepped on something that made a crunchy noise. Her eyes widened and she looked down. Her eyebrows furrowed as bent down. She picked up a large piece of glass. She heard a swooshing sound. She turned her head and saw the nearby window was broken. She turned back to look at the glass. When she did, she saw two yellow eyes staring back at her. She didn't have time to react as she fell backwards. Fred and George came running down the corridor away from the dung bombs they had just planted for Filch. Their laugh came to an immediate stop when they saw Lilia laying on the floor holding a piece of glass and not moving. Fred could feel his heart stop beating for a brief second. George, go get help. Now, Fred told his twin as he rushed over to Lilia. He took the glass from her hand and held her. No, please not you. Fred whispered to her. Her face held a soft expression. Her big green eyes a little widened but normal, and her lips sat in a pout. She wasn't wearing her glasses and Fred could feel them in her robe's pocket. Fred's eyes traveled over her face. He didn't even hear the hurried footsteps approaching him. Mr. Weasley, please let go. Professor McGonagall told the boy. Fred looked up at her with glossy eyes. She felt for the boy truly, but she had seen this before, and she was confident on the outcome. Yet the denial stages were dreadful. Reluctantly, Fred handed over his Lilia to Professor McGonagall. She gave him a small smile as she lifted the girl with magic and rushed her to the hospital. The twins followed behind her. Once they got to the hospital wing, they placed her on a bed. McGonagall left to alert Dumbledore as Madame Pomfrey started attending to the girl. Fred and George sat in two chairs next to the bed. Fred bounced his leg up and down impatiently. Not too long later, McGonagall, Dumbledore, Snape, and Lockhart appeared. What should we do, Professor? Snape asked. We must alert her father. I suspect he will want to know what happened to his daughter. Dumbledore told them. He looked at the two young boys, but his gaze rested on Fred. Boys, can you tell us what happened? Dumbledore asked. Well, we were just making our way back to the common room when we found Lilia like this on the ground. But she was holding a piece of glass. George explained. Fred couldn't talk, which was concerning on its own. He just stared at Lilia, hoping that somehow by him begging silently really hard she'd wake up. Thank you, boys. Professor McGonagall, will you escort Mr. Weasley and Mr. Weasley to the Gryffindor common room? Professor Snape start making preparations for her family. Dumbledore told them. Wait, leave. I can't leave. Fred finally spoke. Unfortunately, we cannot let you stay. But you may visit her tomorrow morning as soon as visiting hours start. Dumbledore told him. Fred looked at Professor McGonagall. She just nodded and placed her hands on both the boys' shoulders. Fred huffed as he walked out of the hospital with his brother and McGonagall. Once they reached the portrait hole, McGonagall watched the two boys enter before making her way back to the hospital wing. Fred walked in and kicked the nearest thing to him. Everyone in the common room looked at him, including the golden trio who were sitting on the couch. He walked over to the armchair and fell down into it. God damn it. Fred placed his head in his hands. What happened? Hermione asked. Lilia has been petrified, and we're the ones who found her. George explained. The trio's eyes widened and they all looked at Fred. Harry felt a huge pit of guilt form in his stomach. I'm so sorry, Fred. Hermione told him. Fred looked up at them with red eyes from rubbing them to stop from crying. He didn't reply, he just stood up and made a beeline to the boys' dorm stairs. They all looked at George. He's not taking well. George frowned. Then he followed his twin up the stairs. On the other side of the world, Steve Rogers was peacefully asleep in his Brooklyn house. When a tapping at the window woke him up, he rubbed his eyes and opened the windows. The owl hopped in. He took the letter and looked at the clock. It was 4 in the morning here. Why was Lilia sending him a letter at 11 p.m. her time? That's when he noticed the owl wasn't Led Zeppelin and the writing on the front of the envelope wasn't hers and said Steve Rogers, not Dad. His tiredness suddenly left his body and he was now wide awake. He ripped open the letter and read it. Then he read it again. He couldn't believe what he was reading. He reached for his phone on the nightstand. He dialed a few numbers, then placed the phone to his ear. Tony, hey, it's me. Get the jet ready. Something's happened to Lilia, Steve said into the phone. 10. The Professor Dumbledore and Snape stood in the hospital wing with Cedric, Fred, George, Harry, Hermione, and Ron. Suddenly the doors flew open. Where the heck is my daughter? Steve asked angrily. They all tuned to look at him. He walked further into the room, followed by the rest of the Avengers. Steve was wearing a brown leather jacket and held his shield on his arm. Tony had his iconic glasses and expensive suit with sneakers. Natasha wore an all-black outfit including a black leather jacket. Clint wore his suit and held onto his bow. Thor wore his battle gear as well and welded his hammer, Jonathan, in his hand. If you don't get that joke, please kindly exit. And lastly, Bruce walked in wearing his famous purple shirt and glasses. Professor McGonagall ran in after them. I'm so sorry, Headmaster, I told them they had to wait. She started. Dumbledore held up his hand. It's quite all right, Minerva. Captain Rogers, comfort to meet you. Dumbledore shook his hand. You too, Headmaster. Steve shook his hand. What happened to my goddaughter? Nat asked. She's been petrified by a monster that lives in the Chamber of Secrets. Snape told them. The Avengers looked at him, then at each other. What the heck kind of school is this? Clint asked. How will you unpetrify her? Bruce asked. We are working with mandrake plants. The potion will be available soon. Dumbledore told them. I wish to speak to the person making this potion. Thor announced. That would be me. Snape stepped forward. And who are you? Tony asked. I'm Professor Snape, the potion master here. Snape lifted his head proudly. The group of 6 exchanged looks. Lilia had told them all about him and how he made her life a living heck. If you are a master, why isn't the potion ready? Thor asked. I'm afraid I cannot make the potion speed up its brewing process. Snape said. I thought you guys were wizards. You can't use magic. Clint asked. No. Snape answered shortly. Gandalf, you're the headmaster here. Can't you speed up the process or fix her? Tony looked at Dumbledore. Unfortunately, I don't wield that type of power, no wizard does. Dumbledore told them. Then we'll wait. Steve pulled up a chair and sat down. As you wish, Snape, please come with me. Dumbledore nodded and then left the hospital wing with Snape. Steve looked up at the kids sitting on the other side of the bed. He knew Cedric very well, but he didn't know the others. The rest of the Avengers all got chairs and pulled them next to Lilia's bedside. Mr. Rogers, Mr. Stark, Natasha, Barton, Dr. Banner, Thor. Nice to see you again. Cedric told them. You too, Cedric. Steve gave him a small smile. Tony took off his glasses and looked at the kids. Ron looked like he was about to burst from excitement. You good kid? Tony asked him. Ron just nodded, starstruck or stark-struck. I'm Fred Weasley, I'm a friend of Lilia's. Fred introduced himself. Oh, you're Fred. Natasha smirked. You know him? Steve asked. Heard of him. Natasha lifted one eyebrow. All good things, I hope. Fred chuckled nervously. Something like that. Nat told him. Fred looked down and blushed. Lilia had talked to her godmother about him? I'm George, his twin brother. And the other redhead is our little brother Ron. George introduced himself and Ron shyly waved.
I'm Hermione Granger.
Hermione smiled. And I'm Harry Potter. Harry said. Nice to meet you, I'm Steve Rogers, Lilia's father. Steve introduced himself. Yeah, we know. We know who you all are. Ron spoke up. Right. Clint nodded. All right, I can't sit here and do nothing. Do you know where the goth professor's classroom is? Tony stood up. Yeah, I can take you there. Fred offered. I shall go as well. Thor announced as he stood up. Banner might need some assistance. Tony looked at Bruce. Sure, I can go too. Bruce got up. Fred and George took the two scientists and God to Snape's classroom. Hermione looked at her watch. "Excuse us. We have lessons to go to. Nice meeting you all." Hermione smiled. The boys reluctantly got up and followed her out of the hospital wing. "So how do you know about that kid?" Steve asked. "You mean Fred?" Nat said. "Yeah, him." Steve nodded.
Netsmiagel.
"He likes Lilia," Natasha told him. "She's too young for boys." Clint said. "We can have friends of the opposite gender." Steve looked at Clint. "I don't think he likes her as a friend, Cap." Clint chuckled. "He does like her. Why would he be her if he didn't like her?" Steve had a confused look on his face. "Steve, Fred likes Lilia like you liked Peggy," Natasha told him. "But I was in love with Peggy." Steve looked at her. Clint slapped his hand to his head. Nat shook her head. Steve's eyes widened in realization. "You mean he likes her? Like he wants to court her?" Steve asked. "No, I mean yes, he likes her like that. But he doesn't want to court her, he wants to date her." Natasha explained. "Yeah, because no one's used the word court in 60 years, Cap." Clint said. Steve looked at his little girl. "She's too young for boys." Steve decided. "I agree." Clint nodded. "You two are unbelievable." Nat rolled her eyes. Author's note. Short chapter, but I'm kinda just trying to get through this year because all the good stuff happens next year and the future years. 11. Steve stayed as long as he could with his daughter. But after Christmas break he was forced to go home just like the other Avengers. He stroked Lilia's honey-brown wavy hair. He waited for Professor McGonagall to fetch him. "I'll be back soonly, I promise." Steve kissed her head. The doors to the hospital wing opened. Instead of Professor McGonagall, it was Dumbledore, Lily, and James Potter. Steve stood up and greeted the old man. "Captain Rogers, I'd like to introduce you to Lily and James Potter." "James, Lily, this is Steve Rogers." Dumbledore introduced them. "You're Harry's parents?" Steve asked. "Yes." James nodded. "But it seems Harry isn't their only child. The Potters here have found their child that they unfortunately had to give up a long time ago." Dumbledore said. Steve was confused by why he was being told this but shrugged off. "Congratulations, is your child here? In Hogwarts?" Steve asked. "Yes. And she is actually in this room." Lily smiled shyly. Steve's eyebrows furrowed. "Pardon?" Steve asked. "Captain Rogers, Lilia is your adopted daughter, is she not?" Dumbledore asked. "Yes." Steve nodded. "And you discovered her in England abandoned?" Dumbledore asked. "Yes. But what does Lilia have to do with this?" Steve crossed his arms over his chest. "We have successfully matched Lilia's DNA to Mr. and Mrs. Potter's." Dumbledore told him. "You're her biological parents?" Steve looked between the two. "Yes." Lily nodded. "And what gives the right after 15 years to just show up and change her whole world? After she's been petrified nonetheless?" Steve asked angrily. "Calm down, mate. We're just here to meet the man who raised our daughter." James said. "Well, here I am. And she's my daughter. When you've dealt with tantrums and changing dirty diapers and holding her while she cries, come and find me. I have to be going now. Call me as soon as that potion's ready." Steve told them before he walked out of the hospital wing. The three looked between each other. "Patience is key, my friends. Now if you'd like to sit with your daughter for a while you may." Dumbledore smiled. They nodded and made their way over to the young girl. Lily had a sad smile on her face. This was definitely not how she wanted to meet her daughter, knowing it was her. "She looks just like you," James told his wife. "No, she looks like you." Lily ran her fingers through her hair. "Do you think she will react the same way Mr. America did?" James asked. "Oh, I hope not. But we will just have to wait and see." Lily shrugged. "Then that second year Hannah Abbott walked right into me and Cho making out. I felt so bad I scared the poor girl for life." Cedric told his best friend. She still was petrified, but Cedric couldn't hold everything to himself and she was the only person he could talk to. "All students to the second floor." All students immediately make their way to the second floor. McGonagall announced over the speakers. Cedric looked confused but stood up and walked out of the hospital wing. He saw a group of kids. "What's going on?" Cedric asked. The heir of Slytherin took a student down to the chamber. A Ravenclaw said. Cedric's eyes widened and he walked with them up the second floor. Lilia blinked her extremely dry eyes. She felt very stiff and she stretched. She turned her head to the side and saw someone sitting next to her. "I thought I told you to wear your glasses," Steve joked as he handed them to her. Lilia smiled and placed them on her face. "Better?" she asked. "Yes, they make you." Steve smiled. He pulled her into a hug. She hugged back. She noticed that the outside of the windows it was very green and bright. When she got petrified it was cold and brown, almost time for the first snowfall. "How long was it out?" Lilia asked, pulling away. 7 months. Steve told her. She gasped. He pulled her back into him. "I'm so sorry, honey." Steve rubbed her back. "Did they stop the monster? Did they get rid of the heir of Slytherin?" Lilia asked. "Yes, your friend Harry killed it," Steve said. "Of course he did." Lilia chuckled. Steve let go and looked at her. "I missed you so much." Steve smiled as tears gathered in his eyes. "Please don't cry, Dad, because if you cry I'm going to cry," Lilia told him as she felt pressure build up behind her eyes. "Too late." Steve sniffed as tears fell down his cheeks. "Dad," Lilia whined as she started crying as well. "I love you so much, Lilia," Steve told her. "I love you too, Dad." Lilia placed her forehead on his. Steve looked at his daughter, the young woman before him. It truly boggled his mind how it felt like just yesterday he was holding a newborn in his arms. Or when he would chase her around the duplex when she was a toddler. "I think there is a few people that would love to see you." Steve smiled, pulling away. Lilia smiled too and he helped her up. She tried walking but stumbled. She instinctively reached out for her dad. He caught her easily. She wrapped her arms around his torso and he wrapped his arm around her shoulders. She looked up and gave him a nervous smile. He gave her a confident nod and helped her start walking again. After a few steps he let go of her and she let go and walked be herself. She turned back around to him and smiled. He gave her a thumbs up. In natural Lilia fashion she started running down the corridors. She ran to the Great Hall. She tripped and fell. "I tried putting a video, it didn't work. But I took this from Nowhere Boy, who stars Aaron Taylor-Johnson, who is the fan cast for James Potter. I believe it's the opening scene of the movie if you want to go watch it." "A freak," she grumbled as she pushed herself up. Lilia ignored the bruise forming on her knee and ran to the Great Hall. She kicks open the doors. "I'm back, bitches," Lilia yelled. Everyone turned to look at her. Cedric stood up and ran over to her. They both immediately hugged each other. Everyone cheered. "I missed you so much, Lils." Cedric squeezed her tightly. "I know. How could you not?" Lilia teased. "I'm going to let your attitude slide this time because I missed you," Cedric told her. After the two separated, she walked over to the Gryffindor table. She was bombarded by hugs by 3 little bodies. She hugged them back. She looked up and saw Fred smiling widely. He walked over to her and opened his arms. Lilia shrugged and gave in. She hugged him. He didn't waste a second to wrap her in a tight hug. Steve watched her from the doors. He looked over at the teacher's table. He saw Dumbledore. Dumbledore gave him a nod. Steve looked down. He's had a lot of time to think about the whole parenting situation. He looked over and saw Harry hug Lilia for the second time. He knew what he had to do. He looked back up at Dumbledore and gave him a nod. Dumbledore smiled. 12. Lilia happily spent 2 weeks doing nothing but lounging around her Brooklyn duplex. One day her and Nat were sitting on the couch watching Lilia's favorite TV show Friends. They were watching the one where everyone finds out, which was Lilia's favorite episode. Lilia laughed as Phoebe saw Monica and Chandler start making out from the window and she started screaming. Nat looked down at the girl who was laying her head on her lap and smiled. Steve walked into the living room buttoning the last button of his shirt. He looked at the TV, then the 2 girls on the couch. "Really again?" Steve asked. "We're having a marathon," Lilia told him. "It's like a challenge who can hold in their pee in the longest." Nat looked up at Steve. "I didn't need to know that." Steve shook his head and walked to the small kitchen. There was a knock at the door. The 2 girls didn't even bother to look up and Steve walked to the door. He opened it and saw James and Lily. "Where is Harry?" Steve asked. "With his uncles. We thought it would be best to wait to tell him." James told him. "Right. Well, come in." Steve stepped aside, inviting them into his house. They both smiled and nodded as they walked in. They looked around. It was small. They had been so used to living in a big luxurious house that this seemed unlivable. Steve led them to the living room. He went over to the TV and turned it off. The girls looked up at him with angry and confused expressions. "We have company," Steve told them. Nat looked at the couple standing awkwardly in the living room. She immediately knew this was the people Steve had told her about. These were Lilia's real parents. Lilia looked up and smiled, still confused, but her politeness overthrowing that. "Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Potter, nice to see you again." Lilia sat up and pushed her glasses to the bridge of her nose. "You too, Lilia." Lily smiled. The Potters would like to speak to you privately," Steve told her. "Oh, okay. We can go outside and talk on the porch." Lilia smiled and stood up. She walked over to the door and slipped on her flip-flops before walking outside. James and Lily followed. They sat on 2 chairs in front of Lilia, who sat on a swinging bench. "Is everything okay? Is Harry okay?" Lilia asked. "Is fine, dear. It's actually you we came to talk about," Lily told her. "Okay," Lilia said. "Well, it's probably best to start at the beginning. Me and Lily started dating in our 7th year at Hogwarts. And we got engaged that same year. And we also had a baby before Harry. We had a daughter, but unfortunately we couldn't keep her because we had just graduated school and didn't even officially have jobs yet." James started. Lilia gave them a confused look. "We gave our daughter to Dumbledore to find her a good home. That was 15 years ago. Lily finished. Wait. You're not saying what I think you're saying, right?" Lilia held her hands up. "Yes. We are your parents, Lilia," James told her. Lilia didn't know how to react. It felt like her brain was rejecting this new information. "Really?" Lilia asked. "Yes." Lily nodded with tears in her eyes. "I can't believe this. Why did you never try and find me?" Lilia asked. "We tried. We looked all over Europe. It never even crossed our minds you might be in America," Lily told her.
"I'm sorry.
I don't know what to say or feel." Lilia looked down. "It's okay, take your time." James smiled. A million thoughts ran through her head, unable to concentrate on just one. The only thought she could focus on was she needed her dad. "Excuse me." Lilia stood up and rushed into the house. Steve stood up immediately at the sound of the door opening. Lilia ran into his arms. He instantly wrapped her in a hug as she cried into his chest. "What should I do, Dad?" Lilia asked. "Whatever you feel is rightly. Just know, just because they're your parents doesn't mean you're any less mine." Steve stroked her hair. Lilia nodded, feeling a weight being lifted off her shoulders. The door opened again. James walked in the house. Lily was sitting on the porch crying, thinking her own daughter hates her. Lilia wiped her tears and turned towards James. "Sorry. I just needed a minute." Lilia gave him a small smile.
No rush.
"Just wanted to check on you," James told her. Lilia nodded and walked back to the door, James following. Lilia walked out and saw Lily crying. She sat next to her and grabbed her hand. Lily looked up and smiled. "Let's try this again, shall we?"
Hello, I'm Lilia Rogers.
"I'm your daughter." Lilia stuck her hand out. "Hello, I'm Lily Potter, I'm your mother." Lily grabbed her hand and shook it. "Nice to meet you, Lily." Lilia smiled. "Nice to meet you as well, Lilia." Lily smiled back. She looked at her for a second. "Can I hug you?" Lily asked. "Sure." Lilia nodded. They both stood and hugged. James smiled and his heart melted at the sight. Lily would finally be able to be absolutely happy, and he had his daughter back. They let go and Lilia turned to James. He smiled and did a cute little shoulder dance before he hugged his daughter. Lilia laughed and hugged back. After all the hugging, they sat back down, this time James and Lily joining her on the bench swing. They sat on either side of her. "So, what do we do now?" Lilia asked. "Well, that's up to you. We know it's late, but we would love to be a part of your life," Lily told her. "I would love that too." Lilia smiled. "We have tons of room at our house. You could pick your room and paint it whatever color you want. And we can put up all your stuff and," James rambled, "I still want to live with my dad. At least part-time. And I still want to stay at Avengers Tower sometimes." Lilia told them. I'm sure we can arrange a living situation that fits you. Lily reassured her. Great, let's do that now. We can talk to Dad. Lilia stood. She waved her hand, motioning them to follow her in the house. After 3 hours of trying to find a good living situation, they all came to a decision. Lilia would spend the first of her 2-week winter holiday with James and Lily and celebrate her birthday, which is 20th of December. Then she would fly to New York and spend the second week and New Year's with her family, and they would celebrate her birthday. Lilia never knew her real birthday, so they always celebrated her birthday on January 1st when Steve found her. Then she'd spend most of her summer between Brooklyn and New York. Then a month before school starts on September 1st she will stay with Lily, James and Harry. Then she would see James and Lily almost every weekend throughout the school year when they come to watch Harry's Quidditch games. Lilia gave both her parents a hug before they left. We will see you soon, Lilia. Lily smiled. Yeah, Padfoot and Mooney are going to be super excited to meet you. James told her. Who? Lilia asked. We'll explain everything when we see you on July 31 at bright and early. Lily told her. Can't wait. Oh, what should I get Harry for his birthday? Lilia asked. Do you think you could get Tony Stark's autograph? For Harry, of course. Oh, and the Hulk's? James smiled like a little kid. Sure, James. Bye, Lily. Bye, James. Lilia waved. They smiled and waved before apparating away. 13. Author's note. Total credit to Maxi Artwork for the suit above. This is Lilia's super suit. Frozone's voice. Honey, where is my super suit? Honey's voice. What? Frozone's voice. Where is my super suit? Honey's voice. I am put it away. Frozone's voice. Where? Honey's voice. Why do you need to know? Frozone's voice. I need it. Honey's voice. Anna, don't be thinking about running off to do no daring do. We've been planning this dinner for 2 months. Frozone's voice. The public is in danger. Honey's voice. My evening's in danger. Frozone's voice. You tell me where my suit is, woman. It's for the greater good. Honey's voice. The greater good? I am your wife. I'm the greatest good you are ever gonna get. Did I recite that from memory? Yes, I did. Anyways, enjoy. Lilia sat in the passenger seat of the car next to Nat, who was driving. Clint was in the back shooting arrows at the incoming Hydra agents. Since Lilia didn't have any superpowers, her suit was filled of little knickknacks. Her boots had blasters so she could fly, and if she pressed a button on her bracelet, a metal gauntlet would form around her hand with a blaster just like Tony's. On her thigh garters she had guns and daggers. Then, of course, her fighting training. Tony flew ahead of them, blasting the agents. Thor used his hammer to fly him to Control Tower and knock out all of the agents. Steve drove on his motorcycle using his shield and superhuman strength to clear the path. While Hulk smashed, like really he smashed everything around him. Lilia turned her head to see a Hydra agent coming for Nat. Front. Lilia called. Nat leaned backwards and Lilia took 2 shots at the man, knocking him off his motorcycle. Ready to jump. Nat told Lilia and Clint. Lilia pushed the button on her bracelet, and a red and gold gauntlet formed around her left hand. With her right she held her gun. Natasha turned the car harshly and they all jumped out. Tony flew ahead and tried blasting the building only for it to bounce off. Shit. Tony cursed. Language. Jarvis, what's the view from upstairs? Steve said. The central building is protected by some type of energy shield. Strucker's base is more advanced than any other Hydra base we've taken down. Jarvis told him. Lilia threw one of her daggers sideways, stabbing an agent in the stomach, then she blasted another one in front of her. Loki's scepter must be here. Strucker couldn't manage all of this without it. Long last. Thor threw his hammer. Long last is lasting a little long, boys. Natasha shot an agent. Excuse me? Lilia said, wrapping her legs around a Hydra agent, choking him while she shot another one. Sorry, and ladies.
Nat corrected herself.
I think we lost the element of surprise. Clint shot his arrows. Yes, probably between Tony's music and the Green Giant. I say we no longer have that to our advantage. Lilia pulled her dagger out of a guy's chest and wiped it on his sleeve. Wait, is no one going to deal with the fact that Cap just said language? Tony asked. I know. It just slipped out. Steve sighed after he threw his motorcycle at a car full of agents. He's in daddy mode. Lils is here.
Nat chuckled.
Yeah, like Tony already hasn't taught me how to cuss. Lilia smiled as she blasted a guy into another guy, smashing them into a tree. Sir, the city is taking on fire. Jarvis told Tony. Well, now we know Strucker isn't worried about civilian casualties. Send in the Iron Legion, Tony ordered. Lilia walked slowly through the snow so her feet didn't crunch, giving away her position. She cocked her gun and shot an unexpected agent in the back. When he fell, another agent was revealed standing in front of him. Lilia threw her dagger and it ended up right between the other agent's eyes. He then fell back as Lilia winced. She moved from behind the tree and started making her way to retrieve her dagger. Suddenly she was picked off the ground, flipped and landed on her back. She groaned and rolled over to her stomach. There's an enhancement on the field, Steve told everyone. You think? Lilia stood up. Clint's been hit, Nat said. A second later spoke again. Anyone want to take care of that bunker? Nat asked. Hulk then smashed it. Thank you, Nat said. Stark, we really need to get in there. Steve told him. I'm closing in, Tony said. Lilia started running towards the building, fighting hand to hand with anyone she came in contact with. Jaw bridge down, people, Tony announced. Approaching. Lilia spoke into her earpiece as she ran up the stone path. Clint's hit pretty bad, guys, he needs evac. Natasha told them. I can get Barton to the jet. You, Lilia and Stark, get the secbitter. Thor looked at Steve. Copy that. Steve nodded. And for gosh sakes, watch your language, Tony teased. That's not going away anytime soon. Steve shook his head. Lilia kicked open the door, holding her gun threateningly. She looked around and saw no one was there. How anticlimactic. She sighed as she started walking further into the building. We're closing up down here, Nat told them. Get to Banner. It's time for a lullaby. Steve pulled off his helmet. Lilia walked down the empty hallways. She reached a room with 2 cells. She looked at the computer. She tapped the spacebar and a screen popped up. 2 names and 2 pictures showed up. One of a girl, and the name was Wanda Maximoff, and the other was a boy named Pietro Maximoff. Twins. Great, like Lilia needed any more unstable twins in her life. She went to scan the computer for all its files when she heard something behind her. She turned around swiftly, pointing her gun. A middle-aged man cowered with his hands up in surrender. Who are they and what did you to them? Lilia asked. They're test studies. Volunteer test studies. The man told her. What did you put in them? The super soldier serum? Trying to create super soldiers? Lilia asked, pointing her gun harder. Oh, we don't try. We did, without the serum. He smiled mincingly. He reached behind him and pulled out a weird-looking gun. Lilia didn't give him a chance to fire it. She shot him in the chest twice. He dropped the gun and fell backwards against the wall. Lilia approached him and grabbed him by the collar. Cut off one head. 2 more shall grow. Hail Hydra. He brought a knife up and slit his own throat before Lilia could stop him. She jumped back away from the blood. Nasty. She cringed. She made her way back to the computer. She placed a flash drive in it and downloaded all the data on it to the drive. Guys, I got Strucker, Steve told them. Yeah, I got something bigger, Tony said. Lilia, where are you? Steve asked. Lilia pulled out the flash drive and placed it in one of her pouches safely. Heading to the west exit. She replied. Go straight to the jet with the others, no detours. And do not engage with anyone along the way. He told her sternly. Roger that, Rogers. Lilia laughed at her own joke. She walked to the jet. She entered and sat down in an empty seat. She pulled off her helmet and sat it next to her. Tony and Steve joined not too long after. The plane took off and everyone started doing their own thing. Lilia started a letter to Cedric, replying to his last letter. After that, she started a letter to her parents. She had told them she was going a mission and they demanded that she send them a letter as soon as she was back saying she was okay. She even had to place their secret word in the letter so they knew it was her and not an imposter. Obviously her parents have never been super spies. Whatcha working on, hun? Steve asked. Writing a letter to James and Lily. Lilia wrote another line. She looked up at her dad. He gave her a small smile. I bet they're worried about their little girl. Steve said. I'll tell them not to worry. That my dad always keeps me safe. Lilia smiled at him. Steve's smile turned to real one. He pulled her into him by her shoulders. Since he was standing and she was sitting, she rested her head against the side of his stomach. Thor, report on the Hulk. Nat said. The gates of Heck are filled with the screams of his victims. Thor smiled proudly. Steve and Lilia looked at Bruce. He grimaced and put his head in his hands while Natasha gave Thor a really look, but not the screams of the dead, of course. No, mainly wounded screams, whimpering, great deals complaining, and tells of sprained deltoids and gout. Thor corrected himself. Lilia and Steve chuckled quietly. Hey Banner, Dr. Cho is on her way from Soul Mind if she sets up in your lab? Tony asked from the front of the plane. Yes, she knows where everything is, Bruce told him. Tony walked over to them a second later. Hill got the information from the flash drive. Lilia asked. Yes, she is analyzing it as we are speaking. Pretty smart to carry a flash drive. Sneaky. Who taught you that? It wasn't Cap. I don't even think he knows what a flash drive is. Tony asked. Lilia chuckled and turned back to her letter. Little Red Riding Hood over there. Lilia jerked her head to Nat. Tony smiled before walking over to Steve and Thor. Lilia finished her letter and placed it into an envelope. Once they got home, she would give Led Zeppelin the 2 letters. Lee, you ready for your farewell party? Tony asked. I'm not leaving till a little less than a month. Then I'll only be gone a month longer than usual. I'm not dying or anything. Lilia stood up and walked over to a cabinet where she pulled out wax and a sealer. Still, you deserve a proper send-off. Tony told her. It wasn't meant to be my farewell party. You just added it like a week ago. Lilia poured the wax onto the front of the letter before stamping it. Well, it is my party and it's in my home, so it can be whatever I want it to be whenever I want it to be. Tony rebuttal. Touché. Lilia smirked as she poured wax onto the next letter. She stamped it and smiled to herself. She loved how Tony got a custom-made stamp. So every time she sent a letter from home, it had the Avengers A on it. They arrived back at the tower. Lilia gathered her stuff and walked off the jet, going straight to her room. She unlocked Led Zeppelin's cage and let her owl stretch her wings. I know it's been a long day, but I have the perfect opportunity to really stretch your wings. Lilia told him as she gave him a little scratch on the head. He hooted in response. Take this letter to Cedric. And this one to Lily and James, okay? Lilia handed the owl her 2 letters. He booted again before flying out of her window. 14. Lilia smiled as she pulled a flask out of her handbag. It was filled with fire whiskey, compliments of Cedric Diggory. She took a quick swig before placing it back in her handbag and closing it. She looked around at the party. The most random group people at a party together. She walked over to her dad and Sam, who were playing pool. Long time no see, Sam. Lilia smiled. Hey kid. How are you? Sam smiled back at her as he bent down to shot the stick against the ball. Good. How are you? Lilia asked. Doing fine. Better now that your dad isn't using my house for a hideout.
Sam chuckled.
I bet he's quit a handful. Lilia smirked at her dad. He gave her a playful glare as Sam laughed at the two. You're a punk, you know that. I should ground you. Steve teased. I'd like to see you try. Lilia lifted her eyebrows. Steve walked over to her and crushed her in a hug. You're right. I'll just use my dad's skills to embarrass you. Steve held her and rocked her side to side. That. She whined as her face was pushed against his chest. Hug me back, Lee, and tell me you love me. Steve told her. I love you. You're the best dad in the whole world. Lilia hugged back. Steve held her for a second before letting go. Lilia fixed her hair. Whoa, look at those girls checking you at Cap. Sam told Steve. Steve looked at a group of women who were gushing over him. He smiled at them, then turned back. It's the hot dad effect. Nat walked over to them. Damn, I need a kid. Sam said. Then you can be a DILF like Rogers here.
Nat smiggled.
Oh my god. I'm going to puke. Did you just call my dad a DILF? Lilia looked disgusted. What's a DILF? Steve asked. Listen, Johnny Depp is a DILF. Not him. Lilia told Nat. What's a DILF? Steve asked again. Dad ID like to freak.
Some explained.
Lilia gauged and Steve blushed, then looked back at the group of women who still looked at him. I'm out. Lilia full-on walked away from them. She walked back to a corner and chugged her flask of fire whiskey. The party came to a close and the Avengers, Dr. Cho, Rhodey and Maria Hill all sat around the coffee table chatting. Lilia sat next to her dad, resting her head on his shoulder, coming down from her secret intoxication. Come on, it's a trick. Clint twirled a drumstick between his fingers. Oh, it's much more than a trick. Thor laughed. Ah, whosoever be he worthy shall haveth the power. Clint mocked in a deep voice. It's a trick, he yelled. Then please be my guest. Thor gestured to the hammer resting on the coffee table. Really? Clint asked. Yeah. Tony said. Oh, this is going to be beautiful. Rhodey grinned as Clint stood up. Now Barton, you've had a hard week, so we won't judge you if you can't get it up. Tony joked. You know, I've seen this before. Clint told Thor. He grabbed the handle and tried pulling it up. He struggled. I still don't know how you did it. Clint laughed nervously. Do you smell the silent judgment? Tony asked. Please, Stark. Clint said. All right. I've never been to shrink from an honest challenge. Tony stood up and walked over to the hammer. Get it, Tony. Lilia cheered. It's physics. Tony said. Physics? Bruce smiled. Okay, so if I lift this I rule Asgard? Tony asked. Yes, of course. Thor told him. All right, I will be reinstating Prima Nocta. Tony tried pulling up the hammer. I'll be right back. Tony told them. A few minutes later he came back with his Iron Man hand on. He tried again and failed. Then both him and Rhodey tried with their suit hands. Are you even pulling? Rhodey asked. Are you on my team? Tony asked. Just represent. Pull. Rhodey told him. Bruce tried then roared. Everyone gave him a pity smile. He sat back down. Steve stood up and walked over to the hammer. You got it, Dad. Lilia cheered him on. Steve rolled up his sleeves and grabbed the handle. It barely lifted off the table and Thor's face fell. But it didn't lift and Steve let go and smiled and shrugged. Thor smiled. Nothing. He chuckled. Lee, you want to go? Tony asked. No, my brother is already the chosen one. I doubt I would be able to lift it. Lilia laid her head back down on her dad's shoulder. Widow? Tony asked. Oh no, that's not a question I need answered. Nat took another sip of her beer. All defense to the kid who wouldn't be king. It's rigged. Tony said. You bet your ass. Clint stood up and put on his jacket. Steve, he said a bad language word. Maria told him. Did you tell everyone about that? Steve asked Tony. She works in codes. It's just whoever carried Thor's fingerprints type of thing? Tony said. That's a very interesting theory. Here's a simpler one. Thor stood and picked up the hammer easily. You're all not worthy. Thor smiled. Everyone started oh and ah, then started protesting. A high-pitched screeching noise pierced through the tower and the ears of everyone. Worthy. A robotic voice said. They all turned to see a half-put-together robot limping into the living room. No. How could you be worthy? You're all killers. The robot told them. Lilia immediately sobered up. Stark? Steve placed his arm around Lilia protectively. Jarvis? Stark asked. Sorry, I was asleep. Or I was a dream. The robot looked around. Reboot. Bug in the system. Tony started pressing his phone. There was a terrible noise. And I was tangled in strings. I had to kill the other guy. He was a good guy. The robot told them. You killed someone? Steve subconsciously started pushing Lilia behind him. Wouldn't have been my first call. But down in the real world we're faced with tough decisions. The robot answered. Who sent you? Thor asked. Tony's voice started playing from the robot. Ultron. Bruce said. In the flesh, well, no, not yet. But I'm ready. I'm on a mission. Ultron told them. And what's that? Nat asked. Piece of time. Ultron said as robots crashed through the glass doors. Steve kicked up the table and blocked him and Lilia from the impact. They flew back down the small set of stairs. The Avengers started springing into action. Steve jumped on one of robots. The robot flew back and hit Steve against the wall. Lilia pulled out her signature dagger from her handbag. Ever since she was attacked by the monster in the chamber, she kept a dagger on her at all times. She threw the dagger straight at the robot's chest, hitting and cutting all the right wires. The robot fell and Steve fell with it. Clint tossed Cap his shield and he started fighting the other two robots. Lilia walked over to the dead robot and retrieved her dagger. Soon all the robots were dead. Well, that was dramatic, Ultron said. I'm sorry, I know we mean well. You just didn't think it through. You want to save the world but don't want it to change. How is humanity saved if it's not evolved? These puppets, there's only one path to freedom. The Avengers' extinction. Thor threw his hammer right through him, destroying his robot form. I've got no strings to hold me down.
Ultron 100.
15. Author's note. Here's a picture of the necklace Lilia always wears. All our work is gone. Bruce sighed. Lilia sat on one of the counters, still in her dress but wearing a yellow sweatshirt with a sunflower on it. Ironically. And she wore her glasses. Ultron cleared out. He used the internet as the escape hatch. Bruce told them. Ultron. Steve shook his head. He's been in everything. Files, surveillance. He probably knows more about us than we do each other. Nat checked the computer. Hogwarts. Lilia played with her necklace. They all looked at her, then at each other. He's in your files. Your internet. What if he decides to access something a little more exciting? Steve asked. Nuclear codes. Hill spoke up. Look, we need to make some calls. Assuming we still can. Rhodey told them. Nukes? He said he wanted us dead. Nat folded her arms across her chest. Lilia wrapped her arms around herself. He didn't say dead, he said extinct. Steve leaned on the table. You're right. That's much better. Lilia rolled her eyes. He gave her an apologetic smile before walking over and hugging her into his side. He also said he killed someone. Clint spoke. There wasn't anyone else in the building. Maria looked up. Yes, there was. Tony walked to a clearing in the room and pulled up an image. What? This is insane. Bruce looked at Jarvis. Jarvis was the first line of defense. He could have shut Ultron down. It makes sense. Steve said.
No.
Ultron could have assimilated Jarvis. This isn't strategy. This is rage. Bruce explained. Thor walked in wearing his full armor. He walked straight to Tony and grabbed him by the neck. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Steve started making their way to them. Thor. Lilia stood. Is going around. Clint commented. Come on. Use your words, buddy. Tony grabbed into Thor's hand. I have more than enough words to describe you, Stark. Thor tightened his grip. Thor. The Legionnaire. Steve told him. Thor dropped Tony. Trail went cold about 100 miles out, but it's headed north. And it has the scepter. Now we have to retrieve it again. Thor reported. Genie out of that bottle. Clear and present is Ultron. Nat said. I don't understand. It's your program. Why is it trying to kill us? Dr. Cho asked. Tony started chuckling. Bruce looked at him and shook his head. Oh no. Now we've done it. We've driven him mad. Lilia looked at everyone. You think this is funny? Thor asked. No, this is probably bad, right? This is terrible. Is it so? It is, it's so terrible. Tony laughed. This could have been avoided if you hadn't played with something you didn't understand. Thor pointed at him.
No im suri.
It is funny. It's a hoot. That you don't understand why we need this. Tony walked up to Thor. Tony, maybe this might not be the right time. Bruce started. Really? Just roll over and show your belly anytime someone snarls? Tony looked at him. Only when I've created a murder bot. Bruce rebuttal. We didn't. We were close. Weren't we close to creating an interface? Tony asked. Well, you did something right. And you did it right here. The Avengers. We're supposed to be different from S.H.I.E.L.D. Steve said. Anybody remember when I flew a nuke through a wormhole? Tony changed the subject. Nope, never came up. Rhodey shrugged. Saved New York? Tony asked. Never heard of that. Rhodey said. Recall that? Tony asked. We're Avengers. We can bust arm dealers all the livelong day. But that up there, that's the endgame. How do you plan on beating that? Tony asked. Together. Steve didn't hesitate. All of us. Lilia added. We'll lose. Tony said. Then we'll do that together too. Steve looked at him. Thor's right. Ultron calling us out. And I'd like to find him before he's ready for us. The world's a big place. Let's start making it smaller. Steve told them. Everyone started to leave the tower. Lilia, Steve started.
No.
I will not call Cedric, or Lily and James. I stay here. You said it, we fight together. Lilia stood her ground. Steve opened her mouth to protest but was interrupted by Nat. She's right. Plus, no matter where she goes, Ultron will go after her. He wants to extinct all of us and Lilia is one of us. He will find her. And when he does, you'll be kicking yourself because you weren't there to protect her.
Nat explained.
Steve sighed. Fine, you can stay. But you stay with me or Nat or someone the whole time. Understand me? Steve told her. Yes. Thank you. Lilia smiled and gave him a hug. Lilia finished tying her white shoes and looked at her outfit in the mirror. Outfit attached above. She had stayed at the tower last night. Too late to make the trip back to Brooklyn. Lee, can I come in? Nat knocked on the door. Yes, come in. Lilia grabbed her necklace and started putting it on. Team meeting in 5 minutes. In the lab. Nat told her. Thanks, Nat, be right there. Damn it. Lilia said as she failed to clip the back of the necklace. Here, let me help. Nat started walking over to her. Lilia pushed all her hair to the front so Nat could see the clip. Nat grabbed the 2 ends of the necklace and easily clipped them together. Thanks, Natty. Lilia looked over her shoulder.
No problem, Lee.
I bet it will be nice to spend some time with your mom. You know, so she can help you with all this kind of stuff. Nat told her. Yeah. But you know I still get help with kind of stuff here too. Lilia turned to face her. Really? Who helps you with this stuff?
Nat smiggled.
Just my amazing redhead godmother. Lilia shrugged. Nat smiled and pulled her into a hug. Thank you for teaching me how a good mother-daughter relationship is. I would be totally lost on how to talk and bond with Lily without you. Lilia hugged back. Anytime, kid. And thank you for letting me know what it's like to have a kid. Nat rubbed her back. Well, come on. We have a team meeting to get to. Lilia pulled away. I, Captain Rogers.
Nat teased.
Lilia chuckled. They made their way into the lab. What's this? Tony asked. A message. Ultron killed Strucker. Steve handed Tony an iPad. Lilia sat next to Nat and averted her eyes from the screen. And he did a Banksy job at the crime scene just for us. Tony said, this is a smoke screen. Why send a message when you just made a speech? Natasha asked. Strucker knew something that Ultron wanted us to miss. Steve told them. Yeah, I bet yep. He erased everything we have on Strucker. Nat cheeked the computer. Not everything. Don't we have hard files? Lilia asked. Everyone turned to her. Why didn't we induct her into the group sooner? Clint asked no one in particular. They all started looking through boxes and boxes of old papers and files. Wait, I know that guy. From back in the day, he works off the African coast. Black market arms. Tony said. Steve looked at him with a disapproving look. They have conventions. You meet people. I didn't sell him anything. He was talking about finding something new. A game changer. It was very Ahab. Tony explained. This? Thor pointed to the picture. Tattoo, I don't think he had it. Tony shrugged. No, this is a tattoo. This is a brand. Thor pointed out. Oh yeah. It's a word in African dialect meaning thief. In a much less friendly way, Bruce looked it up. How fitting. Lilia folded her arms across her chest. What dialect? Steve asked. Wakanda. Bruce tried. Wakanda. It's a small, poor country in Africa. Lilia told them. They again looked at her. What? Don't y'all read? Or watch the news? Lilia asked them. If this guy got out of Wakanda with trade goods. Tony started. I though your father got the last of it? Steve said. I don't follow. What comes out of Wakanda? Bruce stood up and walked over to them. The strongest metal on Earth. Tony looked over at Steve's shield. Where is this guy now? Steve asked. 16. The Avengers all suited up and headed to the coast of Africa. Lilia placed on her helmet and got ready for a fight. They snuck into the building. Ultron kicked Ulysses down the stairs. Stark is a sickness. Ultron said. A junior. You're going to break your old man's heart. Tony flew in behind him. Thor and Steve walked behind him, while Nat lurked around the corner. On the other side, Lilia and Clint did the same. If I have to. Ultron turned around. No one has to break anything. Thor told him. Clearly you never made an omelet. Ultron said. He beat me by 1 second. Tony looked at Thor. He's funny. Mr. Stark, is this comfortable? Like old times? Pietro asked. This was never my life. Tony said. You two can still walk away from this. Steve told the two teens. Oh, we will. Wanda said in a pouty voice. I know you've suffered. Steve started. Captain America.
God's righteous man.
Acting you can live without a war. Raising another golden child. You two are just, I can't physically throw up in my mouth but, Ultron said. Leave Lilia out of this, she's an innocent. Steve told him. She's about as innocent as you. As any of you, Ultron said back. If you believe in peace then you'll let us keep it. Thor pointed his hammer at him. I think you're confusing peace with quite. Ultron said. What's the vibranium for? Tony asked. I'm glad you asked that because I wanted to take this time to explain my evil plan. Ultron closed his fist. He blasted Tony. He flew back but quickly recovered and shot towards him. Him and Ultron started fighting. Sounds like it's time. Ready, Lee? Clint asked. Ready. Lilia smirked. They faced their backs toward each other. Clint started shooting people with his arrows while Lilia shot them with her guns. They worked well for a minute. Lilia felt a bullet graze her shoulder, barely nicking her. She turned her gaze to two men. Be right back. Lilia told Clint. She hopped over the railing and free fell about 20 feet down. She landed on her feet, bending her knees so she wouldn't hurt herself. She pointed her gun and shot the one in front in the stomach. The other guy went to shot her but nothing happened. First time? Lilia joked. He threw his gun to the side and charged at her. She placed her gun away. He swung and she ducked, kicking in him the stomach. He fell back and she took out 2 of her daggers. She slammed them down, pinning him by the sleeves of his shirt to the ground. She grabbed his gun and pointed it at him. Safety's on, she told him. She pointed the gun down at his knee and shot him, just wounding him. He screamed in pain. She bent down and grabbed her daggers, unpinning him. He immediately went to nurse his leg. Lilia rolled her eyes and jumped up to grab and pull on the side of the stairs. She started climbing her way back up to Clint. Just as she tossed her leg over the railing, Wanda was sneaking up on Clint. He grabbed an arrow and stuck it in her head, sending electric currents through her brain. Done the whole mind control thing, not a fan. Clint said. Suddenly he was pushed through a window and Pietro ran to his sister's side. He picked her up, shot a glare at Lilia, who just got her other leg over the railing. Then he ran off. Yeah, you better run, Clint said. Lilia walked over to Clint and offered her hand. He took it and stood up. You all right? Lilia asked. Peachy. Clint groaned. Let's find the others and get out of here. Lilia said. Agreed. If anyone left standing, we gotta move. Guys? Clint asked into the earpiece. Looks like it's just us. Lilia told him. Yeah. Okay. Divide and conquer. Let's locate everyone. Clint looked at her. Got it, Hawkeye? Lilia said before jumping over the railing again. She landed and immediately started looking for Nat, Steve or Thor. Dad.
Nat.
Thor, she called. She heard murmur and started running in the direction of it. She saw her dad laying on his back, completely dazed. Shit. Dad. Dad. Snap of it. Lilia shook his shoulders. She pressed the earpiece. I got Cap. She told Clint. I got Nat. He replied. Natasha, I could really use a lullaby. Tony said. Yeah, that's not gonna happen for a while. The whole team beside me and Lils are down. You got no backup here. Clint told him. Lilia slapped her dad's cheek. His eyes snapped open. Lilia? He asked. I'm here, Dad. I thought you told me not to get hurt. Lilia teased. Steve laughed and tried sitting up. Let's get you to the jet. Then I'll find Thor. Lilia said, helping him to his feet. Normally Steve would object to Lilia trying to carry most of his weight, but he was too out of it. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders and leaned on her. Cap is up. Taking him to the jet. She told Clint. Right behind you with Nat. He said back. They made it to the jet and Lilia sat Steve down in a chair. She pulled off her helmet and sat it down. Not even a second later Clint walked in carrying Natasha. He sat her down. I'll find Thor. You stay here with the Loopy twins. Clint told Lilia. Got it. Lilia nodded. He gave her a nod before leaving the jet. Clint arrived back with Thor, and Tony arrived with an unconscious and bare Bruce. Lilia, Clint and Tony looked at the rest of the team. We deserve a raise. Lilia sighed. Just us three though. Clint said. Exactly what I was thinking. Tony nodded. They started flying the jet back home. Lilia sat next to her dad as he laid his head on her shoulder, awake but resting his eyes. Lilia looked over and smiled. She liked being able to take care of him the same ways he always did for her. She let her head fall back onto the wall off the jet and closed her eyes. She was going to be in so much trouble with James and Lily when she told them what she did this summer, if they hadn't already seen it on the news. She doubted, though, she couldn't image James purposely watching. The news. The news is loving you guys, no one else is. No official call has been made for Banner's arrest, but it's in the air. Hill told them from the speakerphone. Stark Relief Foundation? Tony asked. Already on the scene. How's the team? Hill asked. Everyone's. We took a hit. We'll shake it off. Tony told her. Well, stay away from here. Hill warned. So run and hide? Tony asked. Until we find Ultron, I don't have much to offer. Hill told him. Neither do we. Tony sighed before turning the call off. Where to now? Lilia asked. A safe house. Clint told her. Where? Tony asked. We're still a few hours out.
Idee recommendon up.
Clint avoided the question. Lilia let her head again fall back against the wall. Now James and Lily were really going to kill her for not answering their letters. Not to mention Cedric Hill revive her just to kill her again. They landed in a green field. On the patch of land was a house and a farm. They all unloaded and started walking to the house. They walked up the porch. What is this place? Thor asked. Safe house. Tony guessed. Let's hope. Clint said as he opened the door and walked in. Homie, I'm home. Clint called. A pregnant woman walked into the living room. Hi, we have company. Sorry, I didn't call ahead. Clint told her. She smiled, giving him a kiss and hug. This is some sort of agent. Tony said. Gentlemen, Lilia, this is Laura. Clint introduced them. Hi, I know all of your names. Laura chuckled. They all waved awkwardly. Footsteps rushed down the stairs. Ops incoming. Clint said. Two kids ran down the stairs and to Clint. They hugged. Did you bring Auntie Nat? The little girl asked. Well, why don't you hug her and find out? Nat said. They hugged. Sorry to just barge in like this. Steve apologized. Yeah, we would have called ahead, but we were busy not knowing you exist. Tony shrugged. Yeah, Fury helped me set this up when I first joined. Off SHIELDS. Records, I'd like to keep it that way. I figured it's a good place to lay low. Clint told them. Thor moved his foot and heard something crunch. Him, Steve and Lilia all looked down at crushed Legos. Thank God it wasn't their cat or something. Lilia looked back up. Thor kicked the Legos under the couch. He looked up at Steve and Lilia. The little girl walked up to Thor. He looked down, unsure what to do. Lilia rolled her eyes and bent down to her level.
Lilia.
What's your name? She asked. Lila. Lila told her. Nice to meet you. Lilia smiled. I like your outfit. Lila ran her fingers down the fabric on Lilia's arm. Thank you. I like your pigtails. Lilia told her. Lila smiled and grabbed the ends of her hair. Thor and Steve walked out of the house and Lilia watched them. So Lilia, how old are you? Laura asked. Oh, I'm 15. Lilia told her, shooting her attention away from the door. Well, then you get first dibs on the shower. And I think I can find some clothes you can wear. Laura said. You're too kind. Lilia smiled. Nonsense. Cooper, show her to the bathroom. And I'll get you some clothes. Laura waved her off. Thank you. Lilia told her. The preteen boy showed Lilia to the bathroom. He didn't speak but stole glances at her every so often. Here's the bathroom. Towels are in the cabinet. He told her shyly. Thanks. She smiled at him. He blushed and walked away. After a well-needed shower, she changed into the clothes Laura had. Outfit attached above. Lilia put on her glasses and stepped out of the bathroom and walked to the living room. She looked out the window and saw her dad and Tony chopping wood. Sorry about the clothes. It's the only non-maturity clothes I have. And they happen to be the clothes I wore in high school. It was either this or a New Kids on the Block onesie. Laura told her. No problem. I actually really dig it. Lilia chuckled. I didn't know you wore glasses. Laura looked at the gold round glasses in her face. Oh yeah, I don't wear them on missions. But I can thank my dad for my bad eyesight. Lilia pulled off her glasses, looked at them, then put them back on. Your dad? He wears glasses. She looked out the window at Steve, who was chopping logs like it was no big deal. Lilia followed her gaze. Oh no, not my dad. Well, yes, my dad, but my biological father, I mean. Lilia told her. Oh, I didn't know. I'm sorry. Laura apologized.
No worries.
I have a good relationship with my biological parents. No reason to apologize. Lilia shrugged it off. You do act an awful lot like Steve, though. Laura said. Thank you. To be quite honest, I haven't spent that much time with my biological parents. But I'm going to soon. So maybe I act like them too and I never knew. Lilia smiled. I'm sure you have your parents in you. All children do. Laura nodded. Thank you for being so kind to me. And my dysfunctional family. Lilia looked out the window looking at her dad and godfather. Well, Clint is a part of this dysfunctional family and one of the reasons it is dysfunctional. So I'm more than happy to have y'all. Laura told her. Clint is in good hands. We won't let anything happen to him. Well, nothing fatal. Lilia chuckled nervously, thinking about the mishap at the Hydra base. Thank you. That means a lot to me. Laura nodded. And Clint means a lot to us. Lilia told her. That night they all sat in the kitchen for dinner. Lilia sat on the counter next to her dad, who was leaning against the wall. Ultron took you out of play to buy time for himself. All my contacts say he's building something. The amount of vibranium he made off with, I don't think it's one thing, Fury explained. What about Ultron himself? Steve asked. Oh, he's easy to track. He's everywhere. He's multiplying faster than a Catholic rabbit. Fury said. It still doesn't help us get an angle on any of these plans, though. Is he still going after launch codes? Tony threw a dart at the dartboard. Yes, he is. But he's not making any headway. Fury spread mustard on bread. I creaked the Pentagon's firewall on a dare in high school. Tony said. Well, I talked to our friends at Nexus about that. Fury told him. Nexus? Steve asked. The World Internet Hub in Oslo. Lilia looked at her dad. They all looked at her. Seriously, I'm more than just a pretty face. She rolled her eyes. Every byte of data flows through there. Fastest access in the world. Bruce explained. So what did they say? Clint asked. He's fixated on the missiles. But the codes are constantly being changed. Fury said. By whom? Tony asked. Parties unknown. Fury replied. Do we have an ally? Nat asked. Ultron's got an enemy. It's not the same thing. Still, I'd pay folding money to know who it is. Fury shook his head. I think I need to make a trip to Oslo. Tony said. Well, it's good times, boss, but I was hoping when I saw you you'd have a little more than that.
Ned smiled.
I do. I have you. Fury told them. Back in the day I had eyes everywhere, ears everywhere else. You kids had all the tech you could dream of. And here we are back on Earth. With just our wit and will to save the world. Ultron says the only thing between him and his mission is the Avengers. And whether he admits it or not, his mission is global destruction. All this laid in a grave. So stand. Outwit the platinum bastard. Steve doesn't like that kind of language.
Ned smiagel.
You know what, Romanoff? Steve teased. So what does he want? Fury asked. To become better. To be better than us. He keeps building bodies. Steve said. Human bodies. Tony added. We're out-motivated. When you tried to protect the human race, you failed miserably. Nat told them. They don't need protection, they need to evolve. Ultron's going to evolve. Bruce said. How? Fury asked. Has anyone been in contact with Helen Cho? Bruce asked. 17. Author's note. Again, all credit goes to Maxi Artwork for the suit. Enjoy. Lilia got back into her suit and she boarded the Quinjet with Steve, Nat and Clint. After a few minutes of flying, they reached Cho's lab. Steve got out and went to investigate. Lilia paced back and forth, trying to get back into mission mode. They flew just above a truck. He's definitely unhappy. I'm gonna try and keep him that way. Steve told them. You're no match for him, Cap. Clint said. Thanks, Barton. Steve mumbled. We're gonna have to drop you down there. Clint flew the jet over the highway. Got it. Lilia nodded. Not you, Lee. Nat. It's too dangerous. Clint told her. Lilia bit her tongue and walked over to her helmet. Nat got ready. Window in for 3, 2. Clint started. Lilia put on her helmet. 1. Clint barely made it out before Lilia jumped out of the jet. Shit. Nat said before she dropped down her motorcycle. Lilia landed on the top of a car. She started running and jumping from car to car, allowing them to zoom her through the city. You're gonna get me and you in so much trouble, Lee. Clint told her. Then let's make sure it's not in vain. Lilia smirked as jumped onto another car. Need a ride? Nat asked, coming up to Lilia on the motorcycle. Sure. Lilia jumped from the car to the back of the motorcycle. She placed her hands on Nat's shoulders and stayed standing. Which way? Nat asked. Hard right now. Clint told her. Natasha made a hard right, turning down a new street. Lilia grounded her feet on the metal footrests below her. They continued down the streets till they found the truck. Steve and Ultron were fighting on the top. Lilia carefully placed both her feet on the seat and held onto Nat's shoulders. Natasha went to go under the truck at the same time Lilia jumped onto the top, barely making it. Nat threw Steve his shield and he hit Ultron. Nat had to stop because Ultron rose a part of the street up, blocking her. Alright, come on, Siri. Lilia kicked Ultron in the back, making him lose balance. He turned around and they began to fight. He grabbed her and threw her to the side, then turned and shot Steve off the truck. Lilia took out one of her daggers and stabbed the top of the car to keep from falling. She swung to gain momentum, then she flipped back onto the top of the truck. She pulled out her dagger and slashed Ultron's back. He turned to her and this allowed Steve to attack and get over to Lilia. Clint flew over in the jet. Steve pulled Lilia down as the jet started shooting Ultron. 2 robots flew towards the jet. Clint flew away. Steve and Lilia continued to fight Ultron until he tackled Steve into a on-passing bus. Lilia ran over to the end of the truck. She bent down and stabbed her dagger through the inside up. She held on as she jumped off the back. She swung into the truck and started walking to the cradle. She started unhinging it. Nat jumped off the motorcycle and into the truck. She started helping Lilia. Suddenly the truck started flying up. The package is airborne, I have a clear shot. Clint said. Negative, me and Lilia are still in the truck. Nat told him. Why the heck are you guys still there? Clint asked. Just wait for my signal. Nat cut him off. What do we do? Lilia asked. Get on. And hold on. Nat told her. Lilia did as she was told. Nat placed a bomb, then cut the last cord. She jumped on as well and they made a clear shot for the jet. They made it, but Ultron grabbed Natasha's foot, dragging her down. Nat! Shit! Lilia yelled. Cap, do you have eyes on Nat? Clint asked. If you have the package, take it to Stark. Steve told him. Do you see Nat? Clint asked again. Go! Steve yelled. Damn. Sometimes I want to kill your dad, Lils. Clint told her. Yeah, you and lots of other people. Lilia secured the cradle on the jet. Clint and Lilia arrived at the lab. They unloaded the cradle. This thing's sealed tight. Clint told them. We will have to access it from inside. Bruce said. Any chance Nat would send you a message off the internet? Old school style? Tony asked. There are some nets we can cast. Clint said. Lilia sighed and pulled off her helmet and shook her head, messing up her already messy hair. Suddenly an owl hit the window. Lilia cringed and walked over to the window and opened it. The owl flew in. How did it find us? Tony asked. It's a ministry owl. It's trained to find anyone just by a name. Oris used them, James. Lilia took the letter. Shit, I'm in trouble. Be back, don't do anything stupid. Lilia told them before walking off. She found an empty table and sat down. She opened the letter and it immediately turned into a mouth. A howler. He, italics Lily, bold James, Lilia Peggy Rogers. You have not responded to any of our letters in a week. Almost 2 weeks. Yeah, and you want to tell us why you're on the news? Also, side note, you're going to have to tell me all about going on a mission with the Avengers, the Hulk. He was so James Fleamont Potter. I can't believe you. We are supposed to be mad.
Lilyflower, I'm furious.
Lilia, I am very upset that you didn't tell me you were going on a mission and didn't take me with you. James, that's it, this letter is over. Send a message back with this owl. That is not a request. Bye, Lilia. Bye. Then the letter burst into flames and burned out. Lilia smiled and looked around the table. She found a torn piece of paper and a pen. She knew she couldn't tell them everything, yet at least. I'm fine. I'll explain everything when I see you. Pineapple. Lilia made sure to buy the secret word. She folded it and handed it to the owl, who took off with it. Lilia sighed and started walking back up to the lab where the cradle was. Then she saw Clint and walked into the room where he was. Find her? Lilia asked. No, not yet. Clint sighed. Lilia's shoulders slumped and her hand immediately went to her neck. She pulled her necklace from under suit and started playing with it. Suddenly they heard static noises coming from the radio. Clint put the headphones to his ear. Then he smiled and started typing on the computer. Found her. Clint told her. Thank God. I'll go tell the others. Lilia smiled before speed walking upstairs. She walked in ready to tell them but was beat. I'm gonna say this once. Steve said. How about nonce? Tony told him. Shut it down. Steve used his strict voice. Nope, not going to happen. Tony shook his head. Stop what? Lilia asked. Nothing. Both men said at the same time. You don't know what you're doing. Steve looked at Tony. And you do? She's not in her head? Bruce spoke up. I know you're angry. Wanda started. Oh, I'm way beyond that. I could choke you to death without changing colors. Bruce told her. Chill. We don't need that type of extremes. Lilia walked closer to her dad and the twins. Wanda looked at her with a confused but grateful expression. Lilia gave her a short nod. Banner, after everything that's happened, Steve started. Is nothing compared to what's coming. Tony interrupted. You don't know what's in there. Wanda protested. This isn't a game. Steve said. Pietro then zoomed across the room and unplugged the cradle. No, go on. You were saying. Pietro looked at them. I like you. Lilia told him. He turned to her and looked her up and down before smiling. Then a gunshot was heard breaking the glass Pietro was standing on, making him fall. Pietro. Wanda called. What, you didn't see that coming? Clint mocked. I'm rerouting the upcode. Tony turned to the computer. Steve threw his shield, cutting off all the wires and hitting Tony. Then Tony got his Iron Man hand and blasted Steve in the chest, making him fly back. Dad. Lilia rushed over to him. Bruce put Wanda in a chokehold. Go ahead, piss me off. Bruce challenged. Tony's Iron Man suit started coming on to him. Dad, are you okay? Lilia asked. I will be. Steve stood up and jumped on Tony. Freak me. Lilia groaned as she rushed back up the stairs. Wanda punched Bruce and he let her go. And Tony blasted Steve, but they both flew back. Then Thor walked in and climbed onto the cradle. He lifted his hammer and conjured lightning. He brought the hammer down, filling the cradle with lightning. Then the cradle exploded and tossed Thor back. Then a man all in red and metal with a yellow stone in his head jumped out. Lilia moved closer to Wanda and she did the same. He looked at everyone before locking sights on Thor and tackling him. Thor threw him and he went straight for the glass wall to the outside world. The red man stopped himself. Steve jumped down to where Thor was. He went to attack, but Thor held up his hand. The red man looked at himself in the glass. Clothes magically came around him as he floated down to the ground. Lilia and everyone else ran down to the main floor with Thor and Steve. Pietro ran and ended back by his sister, and Clint came up next to Lilia. I'm sorry, that was odd. Thank you. The red man told Thor. Then a cap and a green suit covered the red man's body. Thor. You helped create this? Steve asked. I had a vision, a whirlpool that sucks every hope of life, and that at the center. Thor pointed to the stone in the red man's head. What, the gem? Bruce asked. It's the Mind Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones, the greatest power in the universe, unparalleled in its destructive capabilities. Thor explained. Then why would you bring it? Steve asked. Because Stark is right. Thor said. Oh, it's definitely the end times. Bruce looked down. The Avengers cannot beat Ultron. Thor stated. Alone. Vision added. Why does your vision sound like Jarvis? Steve asked. We reconfigured Jarvis's matrix to create something new. Tony explained. I think I've had my fill of something new. Steve sighed. You think I'm a child of Ultron? The Red Man said. You're not? Steve asked. I am not Ultron. I am not Jarvis. I am. He started. I looked inside your head. I saw annihilation. Wanda told him. Look again. The Red Man said. Yeah, her stamp of approval means jack to me. Clint walked closer to the new creation. Lilia used her skills in occlumency to look inside the man's head. It was life, peace. Their powers, the horrors they made in our heads, Ultron himself, all came from the Mind Stone. And they are nothing compared to what it can unleash but with it on our side. Thor told them. Is it? Steve asked. I am the side of life. The Red Man said. How do we know that? Steve asked. Lilia sighed. I believe him. Lilia spoke up. They all looked at her. He can help. So can the twins. I believe them. Lilia told them. Thor gave her a grateful nod and she smiled. Ultron is on the side of death. I am not. He will end it all. The Red Man continued. Then what's stopping him? Tony asked. You. The Red Man said simply. Where? Bruce asked. Sokovia. He's got Nat there too. Clint told them. If we're wrong about you, if you're the monster Ultron made you to be. Bruce started. What will you do? The man asked. There was a moment of silence. I do not want to kill Ultron. He is unique and in pain. But that pain will roll over the earth. So he must be destroyed. Every form he's built, every trace of him on the net. We have to act now. Not one of us without the others. The man told them. Everyone stood silent. Maybe I am a monster. I don't think I would know if I were one. I'm not what you are. And not what you intended. There may be no way to make you trust me. But we need to go. The man said, grabbing Thor's hammer and giving it to him. Everyone's eyes widen. Holy shit. I trust him. Lilia raised her hand. The Red Man started walking out. Right. Good job. Thor told Tony before walking out. 3 minutes, get what you need. Steve told them. Lilia walked back to the table where she was writing her letter. She grabbed her helmet and put it on. It only covered the top half of her face like her dad's, but it really was useful. She walked over to cabinet of weapons and opened it. She started grabbing guns and more daggers. She turned her head and saw Pietro with his shirt off. Her eyes widened. He then put a shirt on and turned his head to look at Lilia. She blushed and he smirked. This was weird. He looked like someone she knew but better looking. Lilia couldn't quite put her finger on it though. Like what you see. Pietro teased. Something like that. Lilia smirked and grabbed a gun. She twirled it in her hand before putting it in her thigh hostler. Was she flirting? 10,000%. He chuckled and shook his head. See you on the jet. Lilia told him. Save me a seat next to you. Pietro winked. Only if you're fast enough. Lilia turned and walked away. Pietro was in fact fast enough and sat next to Lilia on the jet. This made Lilia blush fiercely and was glad her helmet covered most of her cheeks. Ultron knows we're coming. Odds are we'll be riding into heavy fire. And that's what we signed up for. The people of Sokovia didn't. So our priority is getting them out. Steve scanned everyone. His eyes locked on the charming 19-year-old sitting awful close to his daughter. He also noticed Lilia was incredibly giggly and smiley, which she never was before a mission. You ready, Speed Racer? Lilia asked. Only if you are Captain Goldenchild. Pietro said back. Everyone heard this flirty exchange. The Vision wasn't sure how to interpret this. He had never seen human attraction before, but he knew that this was it. Wanda smiled and shook her head. She already liked Lilia, so seeing her and her brother made her happy. The rest of the Avengers all stared intensely at the two teens but more at Pietro. Oh, how proud would Nat be if she were with them. Pietro got ready to run around the city warning the police and people to get out. Good luck. Lilia smiled. Thanks. He leant down and placed a kiss on the bottom half her cheek before running off in a blue haze. Lilia blushed and placed her hand over the spot. Cedric's going to be so proud. Steve coughed. Lilia turned around and gave him an awkward smile. They made eye contact through their helmets. I swear to God, if the next words that come out of your mouth is, "When a man and woman love each other, I'm going puke." Lilia pointed her finger at him. Steve chuckled and walked over to her. Go get the civilians out of city. He hugged her. She hugged back. See you later, Dad. Lilia smiled and pulled away. Lilia, Steve said. Yes, Dad? Lilia turned back around to him. We will be having the birds and bees talk when this is over. Steve told her. Oh my God. Lilia gauged and turned back around. I love you, Steve called. Love you too. She yelled over her shoulder. She ran into the city. She started yelling and directing people out of the city. She did this for about 5 minutes, just helping people get out of the city. Then a blue haze appeared next to her. You're doing a good job, little Cap. Pietro told her. Can't you just call me Lilia? Or Lils? Or Lee something besides little Cap? Lilia asked him as she waved her hand to a car. Fine, Lilia, he said in a low voice into her ear. Shivers went down her spine. Just go help get everyone out, speedster. Lilia rolled her eyes. Can't you call me Pietro? He asked, mocking her. Sure, Pietro. She drug out his name. He pressed his tongue to the side of his mouth and smirked. I don't know if y'all seen that gif of Jimmy Fallon doing this in his SNL days, but this is basically what I imagine. If you haven't seen it, go find it now. It's just weary face. Suddenly, robots started coming out of the ground. Shit, Lilia and Pietro said at the same time. Lilia pulled out her guns and started shooting. I got this street. Lilia told him. Be carefully, Lilia. He looked at her. You too, Pietro. She smiled. He smiled back before racing off in a blue haze. Lilia turned her attention back to the robots. She had a gun in each hand, shooting them as they ran towards her. Lilia saw one coming from the corner of her eye. She let the one in front of her get close to her. She put up one of her guns. She ducked down and swept her feet under the robot, causing him to fall. She pulled out a dagger and threw it into the other robot's chest as she stood. Then she shot the robot in the ground in the head. She looked up and saw more walking towards her. She walked towards her dagger and shot them. She grabbed her dagger and threw it towards a group of robots coming up behind her. It went straight through all their heads. She started walking to retrieve her dagger when the ground started shaking. Then she saw her dagger and the robots she just killed start falling off the edge. She cautiously walked over to the edge. She gasped as she saw the chunk of land she was standing on was beginning to break off and float up. Shit, I lost my dagger. Lilia pouted. She sighed and turned around back into the middle of the city. Lilia heard screaming from a building. She ran in and saw a teenage girl and boy trapped under a fallen piece of concrete. She ran over to them. It's okay, I'm here to help. Lilia told them. They nodded and the girl was crying. Lilia looked and saw her leg was all bloody and completely crushed. Okay, I'm gonna lift this, and when I do, get out and pull her out, okay? Lilia instructed. The boy nodded. Okay. You got this, Lee. Lilia said to herself. She bent down and started lifting the concrete. She grunted as she struggled to lift it. The boy slipped out and started pulling the girl out. Took a second, but finally she was out. Lilia dropped the concrete. Then a robot walked in. Run. Go. Lilia told them. The boy picked up the girl and ran off. Lilia grabbed a dagger and stabbed it into the already broken concrete. The robot started approaching faster. The concrete broke even more and Lilia picked it up. She turned twice to gain momentum, then swung it at the robot. Crushed him and he broke into pieces. Lilia was breathing heavy and picked up her dagger. I could be freak Captain America. Lilia put her dagger up and ran out of the building. Stark, you worry about bringing the city down safely. The rest of us have one job: tear these things apart. You get hurt, hurt them back. You get killed, walk it off. Steve told them through the earpiece. Thanks, Dad, I'll keep that in mind. Lilia said. 19. After fighting and killing every freak robot in the area, Lilia was running around trying to find more. 'Cause in normal Lilia fashion, she ran head first into trouble. C saw Clint struggling to fight off the robots. She pulled out her guns and started shooting them. Thanks, Lee. Clint told her as a robot exploded. Don't thank me yet, shit, I was right. I'm out of bullets. Lilia looked at the guns. She looked at them and threw it at the robots. It hit and killed one. Ha! Lilia smiled. You're not serious, right? Clint looked at her. Sorry. She shrugged. Then the doors of a building flew open and Wanda stepped out. She easily destroyed all the robots with her powers. Why wasn't she here earlier? Lilia asked. Then Pietro ran up to them. He winked and made a kissy face at Lilia before picking Wanda up. Keep up, old man, he said before running off with his sister. Clint grabbed an arrow and put it in his bow. He aimed it at Pietro. Clint, Lilia said. Nobody would know. Just us. Clint tried to justify his thoughts. Clint, Lilia said. He put down his bow. The last time I saw him, Ultron was sitting on him. Clint started running. Lilia ran right along his side. Yeah, he'll be missed. That quick little bastard. I miss him already. Clint ran down the Ruble. Lilia laughed and followed his actions. As they ran, the air started getting foggy. What? Are we going through a cloud? Lilia asked. Seems that way, Clint said. Lilia walked over to the edge. When she looked down, she saw a layer of clouds, then just blue. She looked up. They would lose air soon. Sorry, Lily. Sorry, James. But I gotta help save the world, Lilia told to herself. Then she started running back to the middle of the city with Clint. Then they saw a beautiful sight. An aircraft. A SHIELD aircraft. Raft started floating to the rock. Lilia smiled and continued to run into the crowd area. She helped people get in the safety rafts off the floating city. Pietro ran up to her and started helping her. Avengers, time to work for a living. Tony told them. Mind giving me a lift to the church? Lilia asked as they helped the last person in the area onto a helicarrier. Stark said Avengers. Pietro said. Then it's a good thing you're one now, isn't it? Lilia smirked. He smiled and picked her up, running them to the church. He dropped her and they immediately sprung into action. Lilia got out her daggers and started swinging and stabbing the robots. They cleared it for now. They were joined by the other Avengers. Pietro ran up to his sister. What's the drill? Nat asked. This is the drill. Protect the core. If Ultron gets it, we're all done. Tony told them. Ultron flew over to them. Is that the best you can do? Thor yelled. Then an army of robots ran towards them. You had to ask. Steve looked at him. This is the best I can do. This is what I wanted. All of you against all of me. How could you possibly hope to stop me? Ultron told them. Well, like the old man said. Together. Tony said. Then the robots charged toward them. They all started fighting them. Lilia used her daggers and fighting skills to kill them. Pietro ran around breaking through them with his fist, and Wanda used her powers. Clint and Nat used their spy training and weapons. Thor used his hammer and Steve used his shield. Tony and Vision flew above them while Hulk. Well, he smashed. Then Tony, Vision, and Thor all used their powers to blast Ultron. They ended up throwing him off the rock, and the other robots ran off the rock as well. Rhodey and Vision went to take care of them. Lilia finally got a second to breath. Before she started coughing, Steve rushed over to her. The air is getting thin. You guys get to the boats. I'll sweep for stragglers. Steve looked at them. What about the core? Clint asked. I'll protect it. It's my job, Wanda said. Clint gave her a nod.
Nat, Lee.
Let's go, Clint told them. Nat wrapped an arm around Lilia's shoulders and they started walking behind Clint. They hopped into an abandoned car and started zooming to the rafts. Clint was driving, Nat in the passenger seat and Lilia in the back sitting in the middle. I know what I need to do next. The dining room, Clint said. If I knock out that east wall, it will make a nice workplace for Laura. Huh? What do you think? Clint asked. You guys could always eat in the kitchen anyway. Nat told him. No one eats in the dining room. Clint scoffed. My dining room is my kitchen. Lilia said, exactly. Dining rooms are overrated. Clint decided. We don't have much time. Clint told Nat. Then get your ass and Lilia on a boat. Nat opened the door and ran off to calm the Hulk down and get Bruce back. Ready, Lee? Clint asked. Ready, Hawkeye. Lilia smiled before jumping out of the car. They started running to a boat. They got on when they heard a mother saying her son was missing. Clint looked and saw a little boy. Stay here. Clint told her. You know I won't. Lilia said. Yeah. But I thought I'd give it a shot. He sighed. They ran off the boat to the little boy. Clint picked up the little boy while Lilia tried soothing him. Then they heard shots. They looked up and saw a jet coming straight from them, unleashing fire. Clint looked at the jet, then at the Lilia, wore a terrified expression, but it quickly turned into a determined one. He pushed her into the ground. He bent down, shielding her and the kid he was holding. He expected to feel impact, but nothing came. Lilia opened her eyes and saw a car blocking them. Then she looked and saw Pietro standing there with bloody holes all over his body. What, you didn't see that coming? Pietro asked before falling. Pietro. Lilia called, rushing to him. She pulled off her helmet and crouched down next to him. Her eyes filled with tears. Don't cry, princess, he told her.
I'm sorry,
she said as a tear escaped her eye. A heroic death for a heroic hero. He chuckled weakly. You are a hero. Lilia nodded. I know. He smiled. Then his head fell back and his breathing stopped. Lilia looked over at Clint. He gave her a sad smile. He walked over and handed Lilia the little boy. Then he grabbed Pietro and tossed him over his shoulder. They walked to the boat and Lilia gave the boy back to his mother. Clint lay down on a seat, placing Pietro next to him on the ground. Lilia walked over to the next row and sat down. She sat her helmet next to her. She hugged herself and stared at the blue sky. Then Lilia saw the rock start falling. She stood up and saw her dad on very ledge of the boat. She ran over to him and pulled him further into the boat. Are you okay? Lilia asked. He looked up at her with her tear-stained cheeks. He pulled her into a hug, which she returned with no hesitation.
I'm sorry.
About Pietro, he told her. I'm not the one who lost my twin brother. Wanda did. Lilia told him. Of course, Lilia was deeply saddened by Pietro's death. She didn't know him long, and even though they flirted all day long, it wasn't enough to develop a full-blown crush. However, she had never seen someone that meant anything to her die in front of her eyes. She was crushed for Wanda. She couldn't even imagine losing a brother, especially if it was the last of your family. Lilia looked down and saw the rock exploded and fall into the ocean. Lilia played with her necklace as she walked down the halls of the new Avengers base. She was leaving for London in an hour. Tony, Lilia called. He turned around, smiled. He waved the person talking to him off and walked over to her. You leaving, Pipsqueak? Tony asked. Yeah, I'm meeting Lily and James at a disclosed location in about an hour. Lilia told him. Okay, well, be good. Don't be too much of your usual trouble-making self with them. Let them ease into it. Tony teased. I could do the same thing with our new recruits. Don't scare any of them off. Lilia smirked. I'll try, he said, hugging her. She hugged back. Then they pulled apart and Lily went to find Nat or Thor. She had said bye to Clint a few days ago before he went home. She found both Nat and Thor. Hey, your favorite Avenger is leaving, Lilia told them. They both turned to her and smiled. Tell Steve bye. Nat raised her eyebrow. Ah. Give me a hug. Lilia rolled her eyes. Nat smiled and hugged her. Thor hugged her too, pulling them into a group hug. Have fun. But not too much fun, Nat told her. Yes, and if that red-headed boy, Weasel, tries to court you without your permission, call me, and we'll have a chat. Thor nodded. Good to know. Love y'all. Lilia smiled. Love you.
Nat blew her a kiss.
Lilia found her dad with the new recruits. She walked up to Wanda. You're leaving? Wanda asked, reading her mind. Yes, but I'll be back in no time. By then you'll be an official Avenger. Then you and me can run this thing. Lilia winked. Sounds like a plan. Wanda smirked.
Sam.
Don't let my dad's ego get too big while I'm gone. Lilia told him. Got it. Sam gave her a thumbs up. Come on, punk. Steve threw his arm around her. They walked out to their car. They drove about 30 minutes. They arrived at an old-looking bar. They looked at each other before getting out of the car. They walked in and saw a woman with blazing red hair and a man with messy hair identical to Lilia's, sitting at a table. Lilia smiled. Their heads shot towards her. They immediately smiled and stood up. Lily walked over and hugged her. You have so much explaining to do, Lily told her. Lilia chuckled nervously and moved to give James a hug. He gladly hugged her back. You have to tell me everything, James whispered. Lilia smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll go grab the bags, Steve said, leaving the bar. Are you okay? We saw you on the news. You were fighting a robot. Lily sat back down. James and Lilia followed and sat down as well. I was so proud. James smiled. Lily pinched him and he whined and pulled away. I'm fine. And I fought a lot more than one robot. Lilia chuckled. So cool, so dangerous, Lily and James said at the same time. Lily glared at him. He pouted his lips. Lily smiled a little and he leaned in to kiss her. She didn't move into him but also didn't stop him from kissing her. Lilia smiled and shook her head. The door opened and Steve walked in with a ton of bags. Lilia took two, so did Lily and James. Lilia sat the bags down and hugged Steve. Bye, Dad. I love you, she told him. Bye, honey. I love you too. He kissed the top of her head. They both pulled apart and Lilia grabbed the bags. They walked into the fireplace. James placed one of the bag in between his legs and grabbed some powder. Potter residence, James shouted before throwing it down. Lilia waved at her dad as she was engulfed into green flames. The light blinded her, so she closed her eyes. When she opened them, she was greeted by a grand living room and 3 new faces. They were Harry, Sirius, and Remus. Did you get the autographs? Sirius asked. 20. Did you get the autographs? Sirius asked James. Mate, she just got here, give her a minute, James told him as he stepped out. Lilia walked out and looked at the house or will mansion. It wasn't as big as the tower, but it was still huge. Lily smiled as she watched her daughter looked around the house with amazement. Well, I think it's time for proper introductions, Lily said. Lilia looked at her. She sat her bags down. Lily walked over to her and wrapped an arm around her. Sirius, Remus. This is James's and I's daughter, Lilia Peggy Rogers. Lily introduced them. Lilia shyly waved. Lilia, these are your uncles, Remus Lupin and Sirius Black. And Remus is actually your godfather, Lily told her. Lilia was taken back for a second. She never thought as anybody else except Tony as her godfather. Nice to meet you. Lilia smiled and held out her hand to shake. Remus smiled and shook her hand. James, this isn't your kid. She's too polite. Sirius called to James, who was upstairs putting Lilia's bags up in her new room. Piss off, Padfoot. James called back down. Padfoot? Lilia asked. Nicknames. Sirius is Padfoot. Remus is Mooney. And Dad is Prongs. Harry explained. Oh, strange. Why those nicknames? Lilia asked. Well, we're animagus, meaning we can turn into animals. Mine is Prongs because I'm a stag. James walked down the stairs. He flicked his wand. The rest of Lilia's bags started floating up the stairs to her room. So you're Bambi? Lilia laughed. That's what I said. Lily laughed as well. And I'm a black dog, Sirius told her. Like the song by Led Zeppelin. Lilia said. Everyone gave her a confused look. Your owl? His upstairs, remember you sent him here a day before you. James tilted his head to the side. No. Led Zeppelin is a Muggle rock band. One of my favorites, hence the owl's name. And they have a popular song called Black Dog. Lilia explained. Everyone nodded and made an O shape with their mouths. Anyways, what about Mooney? Lilia asked. Oh well, I guess I should tell you. You are my goddaughter and I want you to hear it from me. See, Lilia, I'm a werewolf. Remus stuttered. Oh, like that movie. Teen Wolf? Lilia nodded nonchalantly. Yes, there was a movie called Teen Wolf back in the 80s before Dylan O'Brien's Teen Wolf TV show. Remus blinked, unsure how to react to her reaction. Well, really her lack of a reaction. Me and my godmother Natasha watched that movie together. She really liked Michael J. Fox. He's an actor that's in the movie. Lilia told them. I bet he's not as cute as my Remus. Sirius winked at the werewolf. Remus blushed and looked down to hide his face. Lilia smiled at the two. Well, Lilia, do you want to see your room? James asked. Sure. I love to see my 4th room in the world. Or I guess 3 now after what happened in DC. Lilia said. What happened in DC? Harry asked intrigued. Oh, just the usual. Hydra tried killing me and my dad. Lilia shrugged. Everyone's mouth dropped. The Nazi group? Lily asked. Yep. But don't worry, we spent all summer tracking down and destroying all the Hydra bases. Lilia reassured them. Mate, your kid is so cool. Sirius told James. Gets it from me. James smiled. She gets it from Captain America. Harry sassed. And you got your meanness from your mom. James told him before grabbing Lilia's wrist and pulling her up the stairs. Wait. Happy birthday, Harry. Lilia called down from the stairs. Thank you, Lilia. He smiled at her. She smiled before being pulled again by James. Lilia changed into fresh clothes for Harry's party. Outfit attached above. She placed on her glasses and fixed her pendant on her necklace before walking down the stairs. On the couch was sitting Harry, Ron, and Hermione. They came for a pre-party before everyone arrived. Lilia decided not to bother them and walked to kitchen where Lily was. Whatcha doing? Lilia asked. Oh, I'm baking a cake. The Muggle way. Lily told her. Can I help? Lilia asked. Sure. Lily smiled, getting too excited inside. Lilia smiled and walked fully into the kitchen. She started grabbing out all the ingredients. To be honest, it's been a while since I baked the Muggle way. But my sister and her family are coming over and I want to prove them that I still can do things without magic. Lily told her. Well, I'll help. Lilia said, grabbing a mixing bowl. Who taught you how to bake? Lily asked. Well, me and my dad learned together. My dad always insisted that he bake me a cake. But Tony, my other godfather, he would say, Steve, I'm Tony Stark and I only have one godchild. She'll get the best cake in New York. But Dad still wanted to bake me one. Lilia started pouring the ingredients into the bowl. Lily listened intently. So every year I would have 2 birthday cakes. My dad's home made one and Tony's order one. Then when I was around 8, I wanted to bake my dad a cake for his birthday and I didn't go too well. So me and Dad spent a whole day trying to bake a cake that didn't taste like absolute sure. That didn't taste bad. And well, after 5 hours we learned how to make a pretty decent cake. Lilia finished. Lily chuckled as she started stirring the mix. Then the door opened again. Mrs. Potter, people are arriving. Hermione told her. Right, yes, of course. Lily started undoing her apron.
I Hermione.
Lilia waved.
I Lilia.
Hermione smiled. The cake. Lily said. Got it covered, Hugo. Lilia told her. Really? Lily asked. Absolutely. Go. Lilia waved her off. Thank you. Lily told her. Go. Lilia smiled. Lily nodded and walked out of the kitchen. So Harry told me the news. Hermione said awkwardly. Yeah. Like my life needs more surprises. Lilia chuckled. Harry is really excited about the news. He's happy you're his sister. Hermione told her. I'm happy he's my brother. Lilia nodded. James walked in. Are you baking? He asked. Yes. Lilia said. He pulled out his wand and pointed it at the cake. It fully baked into a fluffy white cake with blue frosting and a 1 and 3 on the top. Now you're not. Come on, I want to introduce you to people. James said. Lily is going to be mad. Lilia told him. I'll make it up to her, don't worry. James winked. You know you guys are still my parents. I don't want to hear that kind of talk. Lilia placed her hands over her ears and walked past him out of the kitchen.
So really?
James chuckled. James guided her to the ballroom. It was huge, all decorated with balloons and streamers with a huge banner with Harry's name and happy birthday. On all sides was different tables with snacks and desserts. And there were tons of circular tables people were sitting at. Is this what a normal birthday looks like? Lilia asked. I guess. What are your birthdays like? James asked. Well, I celebrate my birthday on New Year's Day. So right after midnight on New Year's Eve. So usually a fancy party with tons of people. I don't know, then at 12:01 they bring out a cake, then I have a birthday party. Lilia told him. Well then yes, this is a normal birthday party. James nodded. Lily ran up to them in a frantic state. They're here. Lily told them. It's gonna be fine, Lils. James placed his hands on her shoulders. Who's here? Lilia asked. My family. Lily grimaced. Suddenly they heard screeching. They turned to see a woman with a long, almost hoarse face screaming at a wind-up toy walking on the table. Then a big plump man with a mustache start hitting it with his umbrella while a smaller but big boy hide behind his mom. Petunia, Lily called. The horse-faced woman looked over at her sister. Oh Lily, you promised no magic. Petunia ran to her sister. No, I didn't, but that's not magic. It's a wind-up toy. Lily told her. Oh well then, where's the birthday boy? Petunia asked. Over with his friends, but I have someone to introduce you to. Lily said. Who? Petunia asked. Sis, this is my daughter Lilia. Lily introduced her daughter. Lilia stepped forward and smiled. Hello, nice to meet you. Lilia placed her hand out. Oh yes. How do you do? Petunia cautiously shook the teen's hand. Then they were joined by the plump men and boy. Vernon, Dudley. Nice to see you. Lily smiled. Yes, it was quite a hassle to get here, but yes, glad to be here for the boy. Vernon said. Oh, I'm Vernon. Dudley, this is my daughter Lilia. Lily presented Lilia. Nice to meet you, sir. She shook his hand. And you as well, young man. Lilia turned to Dudley and shook his hand. The Dursley family immediately hated the young girl. She was too polite. Her fashion sense was too sexual. She looked exactly like her parents, which they hated. Well, yes, nice to meet you as well. Vernon said.
Mom, I'm hungry.
Dudley cried. Well, let's get you some food, Duddikins. Petunia babed him. Lilia looked at James and raised her eyebrows. There's food all over, so get yourself whatever. Just don't eat it all. James joked. Lily and the others turned to look at him. James smiled awkwardly and looked at Lilia for help. Lilia, Peggy. Someone shouted. She tuned and saw Cedric entering the ballroom. Cedric Amos. Lilia called. She looked at James and gave him a you're on your own look, before running towards her best friend. They met in the middle and hugged each other tightly. You're a Potter, Cedric said. You're here. Lilia smiled. Yeah, your parents invited me so you would a friend here. Cedric explained. Well, I'm glad. Lilia pulled away. Okay, first things first. I saw you on the news fighting a robot on a flying rock. Cedric started. Sunflower. Another voice called from behind her. Lilia rolled her eyes and turned around. Her eyes widened a bit. Fred was walking towards her, but not the Fred she saw last May. He was taller, like way taller. His hair was longer and he had bangs, the ends covering his eyes a tad. And his face was different. Fred. Lilia said. He brought her into a hug. She was taken back but hugged back. After a second, he pulled away, holding her by her shoulders. Are you okay? I saw you on the news. They said that Ultron almost killed like everyone. Fred asked frantically. I'm fine, Fred. A few cuts and bruises, but all healed. Lilia told him. Thank God. How else would I ask you out if we're dead? Fred sighed in relief. Thanks, Fred. Lilia rolled her eyes and pushed his hands off of her. No, I didn't mean it like that, Fred started. Bye, Fred. Lilia grabbed Cedric's arm and pulled him away. Damn it. Fred cursed under his breath. What the two didn't know is that another pair was watching them and heard all whole conversation. Well, it's nice to see the ginger chasing after the Potter this time. James nodded. Oh God, Rick. I don't know if I'm ready to start solving problems this sever. Lily said nervously. You'll be great. James kissed her head. Thanks. I'll talk to her after he party. Lily decided. 21. The rest of the party went off without a hitch. Harry loved the custom-made baseball cards with the Avengers and their autographs. James and Sirius also loved his present. Fred stayed away from Lilia but stared at her all night. Lilia got to hang out with Ginny, which made Ginny extremely happy. Lilia spent most of her time with Sirius and Remus. They were fast friends. The only bad part was when Petunia started screaming when the cake candles were lit with magic and James got a slap from Lily. By Puff. Lilia hugged Cedric. By GRYFF. Cedric hugged back. They held each other for a second before pulling apart and him fleeing back home. He was the last to leave. Ron and Harry were having a sleepover, so they had gone upstairs to do whatever boys do at a sleepover. Sirius and Remus were in the study with James having a drink. Lilia started upstairs to her room. Lilia, Lily called. Yes? Lilia asked. Can I talk to you? Lily asked. Sure. Lilia shrugged. They walked up to her room and sat down on her bed. So Fred Weasley? Lily started. Lilia rolled her eyes. I hate him. Lilia told her. Why? Lily asked. He asked me out every day. So annoying. And I say no and he just continues to do it. And for what? He doesn't really like me. Lilia explained. I think he does. Lily admitted. No, he doesn't. Nat tells me just to give him a chance, but no. Lilia shook her head. Why not? Lily asked. Even if he didn't ask me out every day, I would still hate him. He just walks around school like he owns it. He pulls pranks on everything that walks. He's not a good person, yet he acts like everyone loves him. He's just arrogant. He's an arrogant. Lilia tried thinking of a word. Torag? Lily finished. Yes. Exactly, he's an arrogant torag. Lilia pointed at her. Lily shook her head and smiled. She had never had a moment with Harry when she saw purely herself, but this was the moment. I understand completely. Lily told her. Really? Lilia asked. I had this exact experience in school. Lily said. How did you get him to stop? Lilia asked. I married him. Lily shrugged. Lilia groaned as she fell back onto her bed. Lily laughed and lay down next to her. Sorry. Lily laughed. I should have guessed. Lilia turned her head to look at the older woman. But not all things happen the same way. Lily told her. I cannot marry Fred Weasley. Cannot marry a torag. Lilia shook her head. Lily just laughed and nodded. Lilia looked at herself in her full-length mirror. She grabbed her dagger from the vanity and shoved it into her boot. Outfit attached above. She walked downstairs the stairs and to the kitchen. Lily was making pancakes. Lilia smiled at her mom. The month had passed fast, faster than Lilia would have liked. Good morning, Mom, Lilia said, sitting at the table. Lily smiled at the name. Sure, Harry had called her Mom his whole life, but this was different. Good morning, sweetheart. Lily turned to look at her. The door swung open to reveal Sirius. Mooney is going crazy. He's trying to find the best sweater to wear for his first day. And then he kicked me out after I told him that he should wear as less clothes as possible. Sirius rolled his eyes. I bet he'll be fine. Plus he has me and Harry. Lilia told him. I'm not talking to you, traitor. Sirius stuck his nose in the air. You married a prefect, Sirius. Lilia yelled. You were supposed to be the good one. Sirius yelled back. I am the good one, hence the prefect badge. Lilia pulled out the badge from her pocket. Traitor. Sirius decided. Sirius, your best friend, was head boy. Lily brought a plate of pancakes to the table. That didn't count. The only reason that happened is because everyone just wanted you two to get together. Sirius grabbed 2 pancakes and placed them onto his plate. Guess your last hope is Harry. Lilia shrugged. I know he needs to step up his game though. Sirius stuffed his mouth with pancakes. Morning, family. James walked in. Morning, Pops. Lilia smiled as she put pancakes on her plate. James smiled at the name. Lilia didn't think it felt right to call James Dad, because that's what she called Steve, her dad. Father was too formal, so she decided on Pops. It was fun and fit James perfectly. Lilia, your device is freaking out. Harry walked in holding Lilia's ringing phone. Lilia smiled and walked over to him and took the phone. She looked and saw her dad was calling her. She pressed the accept button and put it up to her ear.
Idat.
Lilia said. The others in the kitchen all looked at each other. Did James and Lily really love the idea that their daughter had a whole other family? No. But what could they do? That was her original family, as much as they hated to admit it. Yes, I have everything. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Lilia laughed. She stayed quiet for a second. How's training going? That's good. Wanda hasn't kicked your ass yet? Lilia teased. She smiled. Okay. I love you too, bye. Lilia hung up the phone. She placed it in her pocket and walked back over to the table and began eating. She looked up and saw everyone looking at her. That was Steve. Just calling before I went back into the wizarding world and can only communicate through owls. Lilia told them. I have no clothes to wear. Remus walked through the door and sat down next to his husband. Remus wasn't a dramatic person, but he definitely had his moments. That's not true, Remington. Lily said. It's very true. Remus said. Oh shit, we have to go. Lilia looked at her phone clock. She stood up and walked into the living room, the others following behind her. She picked up her trunk and Harry did the same. Come on, let's go. Lilia yelled at the adults. I'm going to strangle you with your high energy. Sirius threatened. I'm not sure that made sense. But be careful, I'll give you detention. Lilia pulled out her badge and flashed it at him. Ha, like I'm scared of your threats. Sirius scoffed. Lilia raised her eyebrow. Moony, I'm scared. She has the Lily look in her eyes. Sirius turned and saw Lily giving him the same look. Ah! He screamed and ran and jumped into James' arms. Control your women prongs. Sirius told James. You don't think I've tried? It's like living in a haunted house with both of them. James said. Then she asked, what are we? And I pretended that my owl died. Cedric finished his story. Lilia fell sideways onto the seat laughing. Bye-bye, Jessica Denvers of Slytherin. Lilia shook her head laughing. It's not funny. Now I have to pretend my owl's dead. Cedric slapped her leg. Poor girl. Lilia sat back up. Poor her? Poor me. I'm gonna have to let her down in person because me impulsive behavior. She's gonna kill me. Cedric said, dead serious. Isn't she a 7th year? Lilia asked. Yeah. But trust me, Lils, I break hearts of all ages. Cedric proudly announced. Oh, sorry. I forgot I was talking to the Cedric Diggory, the Tom Cruise of Hogwarts. Lilia put her hands up in surrender. The compartment door swung open and it was Remus. Hi, sorry to bother you too, but could I possibly sit with you? He asked. Of course. Lilia smiled and patted the seat next to her. He gave her a grateful smile and sat down next to her. Mr. Diggory. Remus gave him a nod. Professor Lupin. Cedric smiled. That sounds so strange. Remus chuckled. I think it suits you. Lilia nudged him playfully. So, Professor, since I'm your goddaughter's best friend, can I get special privileges? Cedric asked. No, and neither will Lilia. Remus told them. Cedric frowned and Lilia's mouth fell open in disbelief. Some shit this is. She mumbled. Again the compartment door swung open, and in walked the golden trio. Harry sat down in between Lilia and Remus. Hello. Lilia said. All the compartments are full. Guys, sit down. Harry told them. Ron and Hermione sat down next to Cedric. Lilia rolled her eyes and grabbed her chocolate frog and took a bite from it. Harry grabbed it and took a bite from the other side. Hey,
Brat.
Lilia pulled it away. Sharing is caring. Harry smiled smugly. Then I don't care. Lilia said. He went to take another bite and she pushed him away. Looks like you two adapted pretty quickly into a brother-sister relationship. Cedric looked between the two siblings. Faster than I would hoped. Lilia glared at Harry. Harry looked at Cedric and then looked back down quickly, his cheeks heating up. The door swung open again.
Hey Gong.
Kenneth Towler greeted them. Get out, Kenneth. Lilia and Cedric threw empty sweet boxes at him. Okay, Dookie. He smiled dumbly before leaving. And you two are prefects? Remus looked between the two. They both just shrugged and muttered, yeah. 22. Lilia and Cedric talked with hand motions from their different tables as the frog choir sang. Then they stopped and Dumbledore walked up the stand. Welcome back to another year at Hogwarts. I would like to make some announcements before everyone gets too befuddled. First, I'd like to welcome Professor Remus J. Lupin, our new defense against the dark arts teacher. Dumbledore gestured to Remus. Remus stood slightly and bowed his head. Everyone clapped. Yeah! Professor Lupin! Lilia cheered. Remus looked at her and gave her smile and Lilia winked at him. She looked and saw Snape glaring at Remus with hatred. Our care of magical creatures professor for many years have decided to retire. To spend time with his reminding limbs. However, I'm happy to announce that the class will be taken over by our gatekeeper Rubius Hagrid. Dumbledore then gestured to Hagrid. The whole Gryffindor table cheered. Dumbledore ended his speech and sent them off to their common rooms.
Lee.
Walk with us, Harry called to her. She smiled and walked over to the group of third years. They walked up the stairs to Gryffindor Tower. Fortuna Major. Seamus told the fat lady. Shoo. She shushed him before continuing to sing. She won't listen, she won't let us in. Seamus told them as they walked up to the portrait. Fortuna Major. Harry told her. She's trying to sing has. Lilia told him. Wait. Watch this, she said. She started screaming and everyone covered their ears except Lilia. She smirked at her brother. Then the fat lady smashed the cup against the wall. Amazing just with my voice, the fat lady said. Fortuna Major. Harry told her. All right, fine, go in. She rolled her eyes. Harry and Seamus started saying how she couldn't sing. Lilia pulled Harry's hair in the back. Ow! Harry winced. Don't be a dick. Lilia pointed at him before kissing his head. She started up the stairs to her dorm. /N. In the books 2 houses have classes together, but in the movies there is students of all houses together in classes. For storyline purposes and just overall drama, I'm doing it the movie way. T-checks. Lilia sat next to Cedric in their first class, which was potions. So Snape hates your dad? And is in love with your mom? Cedric asked. Yep. Lilia nodded. So either he hates you or he wants to seduce you, Cedric said. That's nasty, said. Lilia cringed. Then the door burst open and Snape walked in. If he asked you, call him sir, he's trying to seduce you, Cedric whispered. Lilia gave him a confused look. That means he has a sir kink, Cedric explained. Lilia couldn't help but burst out laughing, throwing her head back and holding her stomach. Cedric smiled and put his head on the desk to muffle his laughter. Miss Potter, would you like to explain why you're disrupting my class? Snape asked. My name isn't Potter. It's still Rogers. And I was laughing. Lilia said. Well, if you disrupt my class again, I'll have to give you a detention, Miss Rogers. Snape told her. Yes, sir. Lilia smiled slyly. Then Cedric snorted and covered his face with his hands. Snape glared at him. A group of Slytherins snickered in the back. Lilia turned to look at them. In the group was Adrian Pusey, Marcus Flint, Cassius Warrington, Miles Bletchley, and Graham Montague. She turned around. Then a paper plane hit her. She furrowed her eyebrows and opened it. It was a picture of Snape with a small head and huge nose, and his hair was dripping. She turned to see Adrian Pusey tapping his quill and biting his lip. Lilia turned back around and cringed. Just then Snape walked past Lilia's desk and saw the picture and scowled. 10 points from Gryffindor, he said. What? I didn't draw this. Your Slytherin did, Lilia told him. 20 more points from Gryffindor. Snape smiled cruelly. That's such bullshit. Lilia stood up. You can take that language straight to detention. Anyone else? Snape yelled. Then Fred stood up. Everyone looked at him. He knocked off all the stuff on his desk. A mother freaker, Fred said. All right, fine, detention for you too, Mr. Weasley. Snape rolled his eyes, fully aware of the young man infatuation with the young girl. I did take this scene from I'm Not Okay With This. Original clip above. Fred sat back down and smiled at Lilia. She groaned and put her head on the table. Cedric rubbed her back sympathetically. Steve was going to kill her. After the shit show that was potions, Lilia and Cedric walked to Dada. They were the first ones there. Good morning, Miss Rogers. Mr. Diggory. How is your morning so far? Lupin asked. Could be better. Lilia smiled shyly as she pulled out a detention slip and handed it to Remus. He looked at it and frowned. Oh, the first day? Really, Lilia? Remus asked. I'm going for a new record. Lilia shrugged and took the slip back, putting it in her bag. Come talk to me after your last class, please. Lupin told her. Yes, Professor. Lilia nodded as the class started to fill with students. Once the class was full, Remus started the lesson. All right. Welcome. I'm Professor Lupin. Today we will be working with Bogarts. I know you've already studied them in third year, but I wanted to bring it back to have you actually face one. So books away and wands out. Lupin told them. Everyone got their wands out. Lilia felt her dagger slightly shift in her thigh holster hidden under her skirt. Obviously a dagger couldn't do anything against a Bogart. but it helps her feel safe and confident. Okay, everyone get in a line, Lupin said as he turned on music. Lilia and Cedric got in the middleish of the line. People went with fears like spiders and clowns and stuff like that. Fred went and the Bogart turned into Lilia. I was ready. I was ready to date you, but you didn't ask. You missed your shot, she told him. Lilia was confused. Why would her saying he missed his shot be his worst fear? Ridiculous, Fred shouted, pointing his wand at fake Lilia. Then Lilia turned into a sunflowers. Fred walked away and shot the real Lilia a glance. A few more people went, then Cedric, whose greatest fear was disappointing his parents. Then it was Lilia's turn. It started swirling until it turned into Steve. He smiled, but then he started to slowly vanish. Lilia furrowed her eyebrows and her mouth was open a gap. Lee, he gasped before he fully vanished. Then she was surrounded by all of her family in New York. They all started to vanish and begged Lilia to help them. Lilia was confused and tried reaching out to them, but there was nothing she could do. Tears formed into her eyes. Then she saw a purple silhouette holding 6 round colored rocks. Suddenly the image of her vanishing family turned back into a sunflower. She blinked and looked up to see Fred with his wand pointed. She looked around the classroom and everyone was staring at her. Then she looked at Remus, who had a concerned look on his face. She couldn't take all this attention. She ran out of the classroom into the hallway, then out the doors to the Black Lake. Once she got there, she took a deep breath in and out. Of course the Bogart was very upsetting and sad, but she wasn't about to bust into a sob over that. She was having an anxiety attack. With all those people staring at her and seeing all her family members begging her to help them. She took another deep breaths. Lilia? Someone called. Here. Lilia called back, sitting against the tree. A shadow casted around her before joining her on the ground. Are you okay? They asked. Why was I your greatest fear? Lilia asked. You're not. Missing my chance with you is, Fred said. She looked at him confused. The reason I ask you out every day is because, well, I like you and I'm scared the one day I don't, that's the day you might say yes. And that thought scares me way more than getting turned down. Fred explained. I'm not trying to be mean, Fred. Really? Lilia told him. I know. He nodded. I just truly don't return your feelings. Lilia looked at the ground. Not yet. But I'm willing to play the long game. Fred stated. There's tons of girls that would love to date you. And playing the long game will just hurt you. Lilia couldn't wrap her head around the concept. Maybe. But I guess I know that none of those other girls will satisfy me. They won't truly have my heart. And the harder I get hurt, the easiest it will be to get over you. Although I hope you'll fall for me before that. Fred smirked at the end. Well then. Lilia stood up. Good luck to you, sir. She put out her hand. He accepted and she pulled him up. Thank you. I definitely plan on winning. Fred told her. Sure, keep telling yourself that. Lilia teased as she pulled her hand away. I'll see you in detention. Lilia gave him a nod before walking away. Oh love, I always see you in my imagination. My sunflower. Fred called after her. Lilia didn't turn around, just put up her hand and flipped him off as she continued walking away. Fred chuckled and shook his head. Oh yeah, now he was definitely in for the long game. That night Lilia walked down to the dungeons to serve detention. When she got there, she saw Fred leaning against the wall. Someone's awfully excited to spend the next 2 hours with Snape writing lines. Lilia joked. You're forgetting one very important factor, love. Fred said. And what's that? Lilia asked. I get to spend the next 2 hours with my sunflower. Fred smirked. Lilia rolled her eyes as the door swung open. Enter. Snape told them in his low, slow voice. They looked at each other and walked in. Snape was sitting at his desk with a menacing smirk. Sit and copy these lines 100 times. Snape told them. Lilia silently groaned and sat down at a table and placed her bag down. She looked down and grabbed out a roll of parchment, a quill and ink. When she looked up, she saw the seat next to her was filled by Fred. She stared at him unamused and he gave her a nose scrunch. Snape looked at the two and became enraged. It was too similar to the years of torture he went through due to the girl's father. Weasley, move. Snape pointed to another desk. Fred pouted and put his things away before standing up. Lilia gave him a bye-bye wave with a pout on her lips. He walked over to the other desk and sat down. I'll be writing a letter to both of your parents. Snape told them. Which ones? Lilia asked. All three. Snape glared at her. Sir, I don't have 3 parents. Fred raised his hand. I'm well aware, Mr. Weasley. Snape looked over at him. Okay, just wanted to make sure. Fred gave him a thumbs up. Lilia chuckled a little and Fred's face lit up at the sound. He had made her laugh. This was the proudest moment of his life. Just get to work. Snape rolled his eyes. Lilia looked at Fred, who was already looking at her. She smiled and shook her as she looked back at her parchment and started copying the line from the board to her parchment. Lilia stood with her parents and her uncles as she watched the Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff game. She pulled her sweater closer to her. Outfit attached above. Usually she was super excited for Quidditch, but this time was different. The weather conditions were terrible with freezing rain. Plus usually she always cheered for Cedric if he was playing, even if it was against Gryffindor, her own house. However, now she had her best friend and her little brother against each other, and they played the same position. James put his arm around her to keep her warm. She looked up and saw his eyes still completely trained on the game. She looked up and saw Cedric and Harry both shot up towards the snitch. They disappeared in the clouds. The next minute Harry was fallen from his broom. Lily screamed and Lilia started to come up with a plan to save him. Luckily Dumbledore said a spell slower him down. He landed softly. Lilia looked at Lily and both started down the stands to the pitch. By the time they reached, Cedric came back down with the snitch in hand. He looked at Harry and his smile dropped. Diggory has caught the snitch, Hufflepuff wins. Lee Jordan announced.
No.
I want a rematch, it wasn't fair. Harry fell off his broom. Cedric protested. No, Diggory, you won fair and square. Oliver Wood told him. But the new Quidditch captain started. No, Hufflepuff won. Oliver sighed. They rushed Harry to the hospital wing, the whole Gryffindor team following. They laid him down on a bed and James, Lily and Remus stood on one side and Sirius and Lilia stood on the other. The team stood at the foot of the bed. He looks a bit peaky, doesn't he? Ron asked. Well, yeah, he fell over 100 feet. Fred rolled his eyes. Yeah, Ron, let's pitch you off the astronomy tower. George said. See what you look like. Fred finished. Probably better than he usually does. Harry spoke as he opened his eyes. He was attacked by hugs from his mom and sister. Don't scare me like that, you brat. Lilia told him. Sorry, next time I'll make sure to tell you I'm okay. Harry smirked. You know what, you cheeky git? I'm gonna have to send Iron Man after you on that one. Lilia threatened. What happened? Harry asked. You fell off your broom. Ron told him. Really? Harry asked sarcastically. I meant with the match, he said. Hufflepuff kicked your ass. Sirius nodded. James glared at him. It wasn't your fault though, bud. You can totally get them next time. James encouraged. Or you'll get your ass kicked again. Lilia shrugged. You two aren't helping. Lily told them. Lilia and Sirius both smirked at each other. Your broom flew into the Whomping Willow. Remus showed him his broom. But we can replace it. James added quickly. Then the team and James started talking about Quidditch and how they can still win the cup. All of which Lilia didn't understand. It all sounded like when the adults on Charlie Brown spoke, just womp womp womp. I think I'm going to rest for a second. Harry told them. Of course, sweetie, we will see you soon. Lily kissed his head. James squeezed his shoulder and Sirius waved. Lily walked over to Lilia and gave her a hug. Bye, Mom. Lilia hugged back. Bye, sweetheart. Lily said. They pulled away and Lilia gave James a hug. Bye, Pops. Lilia smiled. See you later, Four Eyes. James teased. They pulled away and she waved at Sirius, who saluted her. Lilia walked over to Harry and kissed his cheek before walking out of the hospital wing. Is B okay? Cedric asked as he paced outside of the hospital wing. Yes. Why didn't you come in? Lilia asked. I didn't want to interrupted family time. Cedric told her. Trust me, we get enough family time. Lilia chuckled, wrapping her arms around his torso. He wrapped his arm around her shoulder and they started down the hall. 24. You're a class A bitch, I hope you know that. And I hate you. Lilia told Cedric as she laid sprawled out on his bed. Outfit attached above. Lils, how long have I been trying to get Jamie Grant to go out with me? Cedric asked as he pulled on a sweater over his white button-up shirt. A week, said. A freak week. Lilia brought her head up to look at him. Really? Chem, it's felt longer than that, Cedric said, putting his watch on. Lilia rolled her eyes and threw her head back against the bed. I have no friends. I'm all alone, there's no one here beside me, Lilia sang, looking up at the ceiling. Cedric ran and jumped on her, causing her to murmur at the impact. I'm sorry I ditched you. I know we always go to Hogsmeade together, but come on, Jamie Grant. Cedric hovered over her. I can't believe you ditched me for a pair of double DS. Lilia glared at him. I love your B-cups much more. Cedric smirked. Lilia's mouth dropped open and she kicked him off the bed. Get, I'm a strong C. Lilia told him. Whatever you say, love. Cedric put his head on the bed and he was sitting on the floor, making it look like he was a floating head. Just because you think you can be the sassy friend? Lilia asked, crossing her arms over her chest. Yeah. Cedric nodded. All right, fair enough. Lilia shrugged. Lilia and Cedric walked out of his dorm and into the common room. Sitting on the couch was sixth-year Hufflepuff Jamie Grant. Cedric. She smiled. Hi, Jamie. Ready to go? Cedric put on his charm. Yes. Is Lilia joining us? Jamie asked. Oh no. I was asking Cedric's opinion on something before he left. Lilia explained. You're more than welcomed. Jamie told her. Thank you, but I think I'm gonna hang out with my brother. Lilia said. Of course. Well, it was lovely seeing you. She waved. You too. Lilia smiled. Then Jamie and Cedric walked out of the common room. Lilia waited a second before following. She walked outside into the snow. She saw Harry, Ron and Hermione handing in their permission slips. Lilia ran up to them and handed Flitch hers. Hey guys. Lilia greeted.
Oi, Lilia.
Hermione smiled. You mind if I tag along? Lilia asked. Absolutely, yes. I mean, sure. Ron blushed. Cool, thanks. Lilia started walking with them. Hello, what about my vote? Harry asked. No one cares about your vote. Lilia shrugged. Aren't you supposed to be the most popular girl in school? How do you only have one friend? Harry asked. You're the chosen one, how do you only have two? Lilia retorted. I have more than two. Harry grumbled. So what's the plan? Butter beer? Honeydukes? Lilia asked, rubbing her hands together. Well, since it's our first year coming here, we thought it would be fun to visit the Shrieking Shack. Hermione told her. Lilia's face scrunched up. Why? Lilia asked. It's interesting. Harry said. It's boring. Lilia crossed her arms. Harry glared at her. But you know what, it's y'all trip. We'll do whatever you lot want. Lilia nodded. I knew you'd come around. Harry smiled. They walked through the snow to the Shrieking Shack. Well, here it is, Hermione said. Ron looked terrified and Hermione and Harry looked like they were going to bolt any second. Lilia covered her mouth as she yawned. Are you yawing? Ron asked. Yeah, dude, this shit is so boring. Lilia told him. It's meant to be the most haunted place in Britain. Did I mention that? Hermione asked. Twice. Ron said. Oh, do you want to move a bit closer? Hermione asked. Huh? Ron's eyes widened. To the shack? Hermione explained. Lilia looked at Harry. He just shrugged. Oh no, I'm good right here. Ron said. Y'all are pussies. Me and Ced went in there our first trip and nothing happened. Lilia told them. Harry opened his mouth to say something but was interrupted. Well, looks who here. Are you looking for your new dream home? A bit grand for you Weasley. Don't your family sleep in one room? Draco and his goons approached them. Lilia turned around and saw the blonde. Hey, that's the kid from last year. Lilia told Harry. He didn't respond but just hit his hand to his forehead. Shut your mouth, Malfoy. Ron told him. Oh, not very friendly boys, I think it's time we teach Weasley here how to respect his superiors. Draco fixed his coat. I hope you don't mean yourself. Hermione scoffed. Ha! Burned. Lilia laughed. You dare talk to me? You filthy little blood. Draco spat. Lilia's blood started to boil. Say that one more freak time. Lilia's Brooklyn accent gradually thickening. Oh look, the new Potter. I was sad to hear of the new development. I used to think you were hot for a mudblood, but now you're average for a half-blood. Draco smirked. Kid, who even are you? 'Cause I can't remember your name for shit. Lilia asked.
I'm Draco Malfoy.
I'm a pureblood. My father is very high up in the ministry. Draco bragged. Okay, none of that means shit to me. And you know what it doesn't to anyone else. So take your goons and turn your hair dye ass around and walk back to Hogsmeade before someone teaches you what happens when pompous brat like you talks shit. Lilia told him full Brooklyn baby. Is that a threat? 'Cause I'll tell my father. Draco said. Who the freak cares? Not me. Now seriously, I don't like being mean to a 11-year-old, so walk away. Lilia leant down. He's 13. Harry told her. He's 13? Jesus kid, you need to lay of the hair dye, it's stunting your growth. Lilia looked genuinely concerned. Stupid bitch. Draco scowled. Ron, Harry, and Hermione all gasped. Lilia threw her head back laughing. That's the best you got? Lilia laughed.
Slut.
You're freak diggory and all the other boys in Gryffindor. Plus the way you dress. My father said you're a whore. Draco spat. Lilia started laughing harder. You might want to tell your dad to stop looking at my body. You two, neither of you are the right age to be looking at me that way. Lilia said. Now if you excuse me, I have to go hook up with the whole Ravenclaw house. I'm a little behind on my appointments. See you later, freak. I still can't remember your freak name. Lilia chuckled and pushed past him. She walked off and felt eyes on her. Stop looking at my ass. Lilia yelled over her shoulder and continued to walk away. Author's note. I really let my raging feminist come out in this chapter. I just wanted to use my story to give you all a daily dose of power through my OC. Lilia is a feminist just like me, because I wanted her to be stay strong, my lovely readers. Also sorry for all the Draco stans, but he is just kind of the easiest character to be the bad guy. All love, no hate. Thank you for reading and continuing to read my book. 25. Cedric and Lilia sat in potions playing MASH, a muggle game Lilia had taught to him to play. Okay, so you live in a mansion, you're a Auror, you have 3 kids, you're married to Sprout, you have a pet dragon, and you drive a broomstick. Lilia told him his future. Damn. 3 kids? That's a lot. Cedric slumped into his chair. Oh yeah, and the part about marring Professor Sprout is just a minor detail. Lilia chuckled. We live in a mansion, I don't ever have to see her. Cedric pointed out. Expect making your 3 kids. Lilia smirked. Cedric's face turned into one of pure disgust. You're evil. Cedric told her, just pointing out the facts. Lilia shrugged. You know whose kids I wouldn't mind having? Cedric said. Who? Lilia asked. Professor Lupin's. That man is so fine. Cedric held his head in his hands. My godfather? You're disgusting. That's my uncle. Lilia hit his shoulder. I'd be your uncle. Cedric smiled slyly. He's already married, for your information. Lilia told him. To who? Cedric asked, his head shooting to her. My other uncle, Sirius. Lilia crossed her arms victoriously. Sirius Black? Cedric's eyes widened. Lilia nodded. Ugh, how am I going to ever compete with that? Cedric groaned his head, falling onto the desk. Lilia patted his back sympathetically. Everyone take out your books and start answering the questions on page 420. Snape walked in the classroom. Lilia and Cedric looked up at each other. For 20. They both sang silently. Sunflower, my love. May I trouble you for a quill? Fred tapped her shoulder. Lilia grabbed a quill from her bag and then turned around. She held it out for him to take. Thank you, Sunflower. Fred smiled, taking the quill from her. Why can't you just call me Lilia? She asked. Because everyone calls you Lilia. Fred told her. Mr. Weasley, Miss Rogers. Snape started. The two turned to him. May I ask what's so important you must talk during my class? He asked. I was just giving him a quill. Lilia said. Doubtful. 5 points from Gryffindor and a detention for both of you. Snape told them. Lilia groaned and Fred smiled. Actually, sir, Fred did only ask for a quill, then Lilia started talking to him. So it was really only her. Adrian spoke up from the back. Lilia turned to him with a look of absolute disbelief on her face. Fine, Mr. Weasley, you're off this time. Miss Rogers, I'll see you tonight for detention. Snape said. Lilia rolled her eyes and sunk back into her seat with her arms folded across her chest. Fred was still trying to process what just happened. Why would Adrian help him out? Cedric scooted Lilia's book closer to him and did her work for her. When class dismissed, Lilia grabbed her book and threw it into her bag before standing up and walking out. She didn't walk to her next class, which was charms, but instead straight to the Dada classroom. She didn't even knock, she just walked in. The class of third years looked at her curiously. Remus stopped talking mid-sentence, noticing the distress look on his goddaughter's face. Lilia walked up to Remus. "I need to talk to you," Lilia told him. "I'm sure, go wait in my office, I'll be right there," Remus said. She nodded and made her way to the little office in the side of the classroom. She pulled the door open and walked in, closing it behind her. She sat down in one of the two seats in front of the desk. Lilia sat her bag in the chair next to her. She reached underneath the collar of her shirt and pulled out her necklace and began fiddling with it. Lilia's thoughts immediately went to her dad. He would know what to do, he would be able to explain why people act like this. She knew Remus was very insightful and would help her, but she just wished she could talk to her dad in person. The sound of the door opening and closing snapped Lilia out of her thoughts. Remus walked over to the other side of the desk and sat down. "So tell me what's going on." Remus smiled kindly at her. "Snape gave me and Fred detention again," Lilia started. Remus sighed and rubbed his face. "But then Adrian Pusey made a point to get Fred out of it and blamed the whole thing on me. So now I have detention by myself that I didn't even deserve in the first place." Lilia finished. "Why would Mr. Pusey get Fred out of detention?" Remus asked. "I don't know. He hates both of us, but I guess he hates me more." Lilia shrugged. "I'm sure that's not the reason." Remus shook his head. "Well, I have detention now. And this is my 5th one this year, so." Lilia trailed off. "McGonagall has to write a note to your parents." Remus finished. "Right. And I was wondering if you wouldn't mind writing my dad and telling him not to freak out. That I'm still a good kid," Lilia suggested. Remus gave her an unamused look. Please, Uncle Mooney. I'm asking you as your goddaughter, your only godchild." Lilia played the family card. "Ufine. I'll do it. What's the address?" Remus asked. "Avengers compound. Upstate New York." Lilia told him. "I thought you live in Brooklyn?" Remus asked suspicions.
Ido.
"However, Dad is training new recruits, so he practically lives at the compound. Every time we exchange owls, he's always there," Lilia explained. "Fine. I'll write it later tonight," Remus told her. "Thank you." Lilia sighed in relief, standing up and picking up her bag. "Lilia, no more detentions, or I'll have to send a real letter to your father," Remus warned as he stood up and walked over to her. "Right, and if you do, the address will be Stark Industries, New York City." Lilia started as Remus pushed her out of his office. TW, touching without consent. Attempt peer pressure into unwanted activities. Please don't read if you're uncomfortable. You won't miss anything. But spoiler, nothing will actually happen. She will be fine, I promise. TW, badass bitch putting a toxic male in his place. If you're uncomfortable with a girl being a baddie and teaching a guy a lesson, please get over yourself. We don't need toxicity here. Lilia walked down to the dungeons to serve her unruly detention. She knocked on the potions class door. "Come in," a voice said. Lilia walked in and saw Snape sitting at his desk. "Come on, sit down." Snape ushered her. She sat down and placed her bag on her desk. "You will copy the line on the broad 200 times before I get back." Snape got up. "And where are you going?" Lilia asked. "I have other things to attend to than troublesome children." "Don't worry, my teacher's assistant will keep an eye on you," Snape told her as he left. "Teacher's assistants?" Lilia asked. "Yes, love, teacher's assistants." Adrian walked out of the shadows. "Are you freak kidding me?" Lilia groaned. "Well, go on, get your lines down," Adrian told her. Lilia rolled her eyes and started copying the line onto her roll of parchment. After 20 minutes and 30 lines, Adrian began to slowly advance towards her. He reached her desk and stood over her. She didn't pay attention to him and continued to write. Adrian was waiting for her to look up at the board so she would look at him. However, Lilia was smarter than the average bear, and just looked at the previous sentences she had, wrote and copied them. Getting impatient, Adrian lightly rubbed her arm that wasn't writing. Lilia immediately pushed his hand off of her. "You know you're the most beautiful girl I've ever sat eyes on," Adrian told her. "I know." Lilia continued to write her lines. "You know I could make you feel so much better than Diggory." Adrian rubbed his thumb over her cheek. She slapped it away. "I'm not sleeping with Cedric. And I'm not sleeping with you either." Lilia looked at him. Adrian smiled and walked over to other side of the desk where she was at. He sat down next to her. "You're so cute. Acting like you don't want me." Adrian chuckled darkly as he placed his hand on her thigh. "I don't want you. And the next time you touch me, I'll cut your hand off." Lilia shoved his hand off her. "Oh, I like them feisty. You're going to be so delicious." Adrian grabbed the back of head and started moving them closer. Lilia grabbed the back of his head and slammed it down into the desk. He groaned and his hands went to his nose. Lilia stood up and grabbed her bag as Adrian lifted his head to show a broken nose. "You broke my nose, you bitch," Adrian said angrily. "You're lucky I didn't cut off your hand like I threatened," Lilia told him, walking past him. Before she could leave, he grabbed her wrist harshly. Lilia reached in her pocket with her free hand. Adrian turned her around and Lilia swung her hand down to his hand. She stopped just an inch from his wrist as she held her dagger. Adrian's eyes widened at the dagger an inch from cutting him. "Let me go." Lilia spat. He grabbed her other wrist with his other hand. He smiled victoriously. Lilia brought her knee up to his groin and hit it. He groaned and released her to nurse his groin. Then she kicked him straight in the chest, sending him flying into a shelf. The potions on the shelf fell and broke some, cutting Adrian on the forehead, arms and legs in the process. Suddenly the door swung open and Snape rushed in. He looked and saw his assistant holding his privates and crashed into a shelf and all bloody. Then he looked and saw the first child of his enemy standing a few feet away holding a dagger and a bit of breath. He was angry, completely enraged, but he was also the happiest he had been in years. He would finally be able to expel a Potter. "Potter! To Dumbledore's office now!" he yelled, but had a menacing smirk. 26. Lilia sat in Dumbledore's office at 1:30 in the morning by herself. She had went to his office and told him why she was there. Dumbledore then went to gather her head of house, Adrian, Snape, and Lupin. Lilia looked at the phoenix sitting a perch. "This is some bullshit, huh, Fox?" Lilia said. Fox made a sort of screeching noise in reply, which Lilia took as a yes. The door swung open and in entered the professors and Adrian, who was bandaged up. Lilia looked at them. Remus and McGonagall, and the same worried and disappointed look on their faces. While Snape looked over the moon and Adrian was trying to act like he was in so much pain but failing. Dumbledore walked over to his side of the desk and sat down. "We have contacted your parents. They should be here within the hour. But for now, let's hear the story. All sides of the story. Snape, you may start." Dumbledore gestured to Snape. "Well, I was hosting Miss Potter." Snape started. "Rogers," Lilia interrupted. "Miss Rogers in detention. I left her with my teacher's assistants, Mr. Pusey, and when I returned was holding a dagger and staring at a beat-up Adrian." Snape explained. "Is this true, Miss Rogers?" Dumbledore asked. "Yep." Lilia leaned back in her chair. "You have a dagger?" Dumbledore asked. "Yes. After I saved the world. You're welcome for that, by the way. I decided I would keep a dagger on me at all times for protection." "Obviously I was correct," Lilia said. "Mr. Pusey, please tell us your side." Dumbledore gestured to him. "She just went crazy. She was mad that I had told Professor Snape the truth and got her put in detention without her boyfriend. So she just came at me with a dagger and kicked me into a shelf of potions. If Snape hadn't walked in, I don't know what would happen." Adrian lied through his teeth. "What a load of bullshit." Lilia shook her head. "Miss Rogers?" Dumbledore turned to her. "Adrian here tried to get me to sleep with him and sexually assaulted me about 4 times. So after I gave him multiple chances to stop, which he didn't take, I had to kick his ass." Lilia shrugged at the last part. The professors all looked at each other. "I think it's best if we talk this over. Miss Rogers, why don't you wait in the hospital wing and let Madame Pomfrey tend to the bruises on your wrists?" Dumbledore stood. Lilia stood up and grabbed her bag. She walked out of the office and to the hospital wing. She told Madame Pomfrey what had happened, and she immediately believed her, shook her head in disappointment at the boy's actions. Once she was done, Lilia just sat on the bed and played with her necklace. The door burst open to the hospital wing. Lilia! Lily breathed and ran towards her, James and Sirius not far behind. Lily ran up to her and hugged her, and Lilia immediately hugged back. Are you all right? We heard you were in a fight with a boy. Lily pulled away to inspect her for injuries. Well, if you want to call me kicking ass a fight, then yes, I was in a fight. Lilia smirked. Not funny, Lilia. Lily told her. Lilia's smirk fell. James walked over to her and hugged her, his heart racing. Lilia, Peggy Rogers. A voice boomed through the room. Lilia looked around James and saw her dad, Nat, Tony, and Wanda walk in. Dad! Lilia rushed over to him. She jumped into her dad's waiting arms. He caught her and hugged her tightly. Lilia buried her head in the crook of his neck. Nat's heart melted at the sight, while James and Lily's heart broke. Are you okay? Steve asked her. No, he tried to get me to do stuff, Lilia told him. Everyone's mouths dropped except Steve's, whose jaw tightened. He held her tighter, trying to protect her from the events that already happened. She hugged his neck tighter response. After a minute, he put her down. Nat didn't hesitate to wrap her in another hug. Lilia hugged back. Wanda walked over and hugged her as well. Lilia wrapped one arm around Wanda and left the other around Nat. All right, well, where is the little prick? Tony asked. He's in the headmaster office. Lilia pulled away and told him. Did you tell your headmaster what happened? Nat asked. Yes. But the teacher that found us is Snape. So it's basically 2 against 1. Lilia looked down. The 2 marauders, and Lily's blood began to boil. No way were they going to let him help that boy get away with this and get Lilia expelled. I'll handle that. Lily spoke up. Mom, you don't have to do that. You shouldn't have to be in the same room with the man that called you all those terrible things and treated you so poorly. Lilia told her. No, you're my daughter, and I will not let Severus Snape push you around. Lily said sternly. Yeah, this goes way deeper than him, not like you, Lee. He's punishing you for being our daughter. James explained. Shouldn't he be fired for that? Steve asked. He should, but he won't, unfortunately. Sirius shook his head. Why not? Tony asked. The wizarding world is a lot different from the muggle world. Promises and favors go a long way. Sirius told them. I'm going to get expelled. Lilia sighed, tears filling her eyes. No. I won't let that happen, I promise. Steve pulled her into him. He looked up at Lily and James and saw their sad expressions. Neither will Lily and James. Steve added. Lily and James looked shocked at the random act of kindness. Lilia moved from her dad to her parents. They brought her into a hug and their eyes lit up. Steve smiled sadly and Natasha rubbed his arm comfortingly. The door opened and the professors walked in. The Avengers walked over to Lilia and her wizarding family. Lilia took her dad's hand in hers and Lily's in her other hand. I'm glad to see that Lilia has all of her family with her. Dumbledore smiled. Well, not all but close, yes. Lilia nodded. Well, we have come to a decision. Dumbledore told them. Lilia squeezed both of her parents' hands. We have elected to expel Mr. Pusey for inappropriate behavior and attempt unwanted seduction. And offer our deepest apologies to you, Miss Rogers. Dumbledore said. Lilia sighed in relief. Thank you, sir. Lilia told him. Your family may stay with you and leave sometime tomorrow. I've already set up sleeping arrangements. It's been quite a long day for everyone. Dumbledore gave her a nod. Thank you, Headmaster. Steve said. You're quite welcome, Captain. Dumbledore smiled before walking out of the hospital wing. McGonagall walked over to Lilia and gave her a quick hug. Lilia didn't even have time to respond before she pulled away. She looked between her parents and smiled at the memories. Then she turned and walked away. Remus gladly walked over to his family and hugged Lilia. Snape stood there unsure what to do. He made his way to leave. Severus, Lily called. He immediately stopped and turned to the voice he was in love with hearing. Yes? He asked. Next time you decide and try and ruin a poor girl's life, make sure it's not my daughter's. 'Cause she's my daughter and she will bounce back. But what's even scarier is she's James' daughter. Lily told him threateningly. Snape looked between James and Lilia, who wore the same cocky grin and crossed their arms. He hated the sight. The face of his beautiful Lily with the same personality as that imbecile. Not to mention she was raised by a super soldier, a billionaire who can talk his way out of anything, 2 super spies, a god and the Hulk. Wanda spoke up. Lily raised her eyebrow and gave him a sugar-sweet smile.
I'm sorry, Lily.
Snape told her. Oh, we're way past that, Sev. Lily spat the last word like poison. Snape just turned around and left the hospital wing. It's so fun seeing her be mean to people when it's not you. James let out a breath. Yeah, for real. Sirius said while Remus nodded in agreement. 27. The next morning Lilia, her family and Cedric sat at the Gryffindor table for breakfast before they left for New York. Dumbledore attended for the whole ordeal to be kept secret, so naturally everyone knew about it. The Great Hall was almost full and everyone was whispering. Where is he? Where is that Pratt? Fred yelled as he walked into the Great Hall. He was fuming. When Lee had told him what he had heard about 10 minutes ago, he snapped. Fred looked around the Great Hall and spotted his Sunflower in the sitting with her family. He didn't miss a beat as he speed walked over to her. Lilia stood up, knowing this exchange would be easier if she already standing. He didn't say anything, just wrapped her in a hug as soon as he was close enough. Lilia didn't protest but just hugged back. I'm so sorry, Sunflower. I should have been there. I should have just gotten detention again so I could be with you. Fred held her tightly to his chest. It wouldn't have mattered. He would have found a way. If not this time, then just later. Lilia told him, but it was a bit muffled from being smushed by him. I'm gonna make sure no one ever tries that again. If anybody even looks at you funny, you tell me and I'll kick their ass. Fred pulled away and cupped her face. Lilia chuckled. My hero. Lilia smiled. Fred's heart fluttered. He made her laugh and smile. He was the reason she was happy for at least a second. His favorite noise and smile was made by him. To say he felt proud would be an understatement. So I am better go. Fred rubbed the back of his neck. Or you could stay. Hang out with me and my family. Lilia shrugged. Oh, yeah, sure. Yes, that's good. Fred stuttered. Lilia smiled, then sat back down in between her dad and brother. Fred was freaking out in the inside. He hadn't prepared to charm them with his wits and humor like he planned to do when he thought about his perfect future with Lilia. Fred sat down across from Lilia between Wanda and Natasha. Hello, Fred. Natasha smiled. Oh, this is Fred? Wanda raised her eyebrow. Nat nodded with a sly smile. Wanda smirked and looked at the boy her best friend regularly talked about. Nice to see you again, Miss Romanoff. Fred looked at Natasha threw her head back laughing. Please kid, call me Natasha. Miss Romanoff makes me sound old. Nat told him. And we wouldn't want anyone thinking that now, would we? Steve raised his gaze up to her. No, we wouldn't. Nat rested her chin in her hands.
I'm Wanda.
Wanda spoke up.
Oi, I'm Fred.
Fred turned his attention to the girl on his other side. Wanda is one of the new recruits I was telling you about. Lilia told him. Yes, and the most attractive one. Cedric flirted. EW, stop trying to freak my family members, it's weird. Lilia scrunched her face up. Stop having hot family members. Cedric retorted. Lilia gave her dad one last hug before he boarded the Quinjet. I love you, Lee. Steve squeezed his little girl one last time. I love you too, Dad. I'll see you in a few weeks for New Year's. Lilia smiled. And your birthday? Steve added. Yes, right, of course. Lilia pulled away. Bye, honey. Steve kissed the top of her head. Bye, Dad. Lilia said. She waved one last time to her family as they started up the jet. After they took off, Lilia started walking back to the castle. She successfully missed her first class. She walked down the corridors to Deda. She heard mumbling and turned down the next corridor to see Hermione talking to herself. You good? Lilia asked, making her way to the third year. Yes, no. I'm quite upset, honestly. Hermione told her. Lilia nodded and lightly grabbed her arm. She pulled her to a widow seat and sat her down, then she sat next to her. Talk to me, sister. Lilia patted Hermione's leg. Well, I was just in divinations. And well, Professor Trelawney, she told me that I couldn't see into the future because I'm too dull. Hermione looked down. You're not dull, Hermione. You're very interesting and fun to hang out with, it's just you have a set way of thinking. It isn't bad, it's just not Trelawney way of thinking. Lilia explained. Thank you, Lilia. Hermione hugged the older girl. Lilia let a oof noise at the sudden impact, hugged back. They pulled apart just as Harry and Ron ran up to them.
Lilia.
Harry tried catching his breath. What's wrong with you two? Lilia asked. We just came from divination. And Professor Trelawney had a vision. Ron said. And you believe whatever rubbish came out of her mouth? Hermione asked. I don't think it was rubbish. Harry told her. He sat down next to his sister and she turned to face him. She said that there was a war coming. That the events throughout the next 2 years will all result in totally mass destruction war. Harry explained. Harry, I've known Professor Trelawney a long time. She's never been right about one of her predictions. Lilia placed her hand on his shoulder. I guess we'll find out tomorrow. Ron shrugged. What do you mean? Lilia looked at him. Well, she said the first set of bad news will appear tomorrow. Ron told her. Lilia's stomach began to twist in knots. The same feeling she got during every mission during the whole Ultron situation. She suddenly became nervous and her danger radar started going haywire in her brain. Still, she put on a brave smile and turned to her younger brother. Everything will be fine. Lilia couldn't sleep last night. She kept thinking about her Bogart. Sure, she was afraid of her family leaving. It made sense, they were her whole life. The thing Lilia couldn't wrap her head around was why did they fade away? Why did she see 6 different colored circles? Lilia rubbed her eyes under her glasses and sat down at the Gryffindor table for breakfast. She poured some tea and pretended it was coffee. She grabbed a muffin and placed it on her plate. She just stared at it. The blue and yellow circles looked awfully familiar, but where has she seen it before? Lilia didn't realize she was staring hard at her muffin as she thought. You mad at your muffin? Fred asked with a small chuckle. Lilia blinked out of her trance and looked up. Fred was taking a seat across from her. Oh no, I was just thinking. Lilia shook her head of her previous thoughts. You want to tell me what you were thinking so intensely about? Fred asked. Lilia went to say something but was interrupted. I told you. I said Trelawney was right. Harry sat next to her showing her the Daily Prophet. Lilia looked at her brother before looking down at the front page. She read the headline and the article below it. Who's Peter Pettigrew? Lilia asked. Mom and Dad's secret keeper. Harry said. Lilia's head shot towards him. He escaped Azkaban? The person who almost killed you, Mom and Pops? Lilia asked. That's what it says. I told you, Lee. All events are leading up to the war. The end. Starting with this. Harry pointed to the paper. Lilia looked back down at the picture with the man with a cunning smirk and cruel, unapologetic eyes. It's all happening. Harry said. Author's note. May I present. Dane DeHaan as Peter Pettigrew, 28. Author's note. Reminder of what Lilia's dagger looks like. Lilia played with her necklace as she looked out the window. Harry was resting his head on her shoulder as he rested. Across from them, Ron and Hermione were bickering silently about something. Cedric had ditched Lilia in after the first hour of the train ride to chat up Cho. Again. She watched as the Scotland landscape whipped past her. Suddenly the green turned into grey stone as they pulled into King's Cross Station. Lilia lightly nudged Harry to wake him up. He lifted his head and looked confused for a moment before taking in his surroundings. Jesus, you sleep harder than Thor. Lilia stood up and grabbed her trunk from the above rack. I take that as a compliment. Harry gave her a sleepy smile. Of course you do. Lilia pulled his trunk down and handed it to him. Could you carry it? I just woke up. Harry asked. Thor carries around Mjolnir after he wakes up. And that's much heavier than your trunk. Lilia pushed the trunk to him. Meanie. Harry stuck out his tongue. Say bye to your friends. I'll meet you in the platform. Lilia told him, ruffling his already messy hair. She walked past him and off the platform. She spotted Cedric and ran up to him. Lilia jumped on his back and laughed. Cedric wrapped his arms around her legs to keep her stable. Did you have a nice time with Cho? Ceddy? Lilia teased. Yes, actually it was quite lovely. Cedric smirked. Did you two go on and on about how you two are so good-looking and so popular and how you two make the perfect couple? Because Ceddy, you two are just so pretty. Lilia hugged his neck. You think I'm pretty? Cedric asked, turning his head to look at her. So pretty. Lilia pressed a kiss to his cheek. Cedric smiled proudly. He sat down his best friend back down. He turned and hugged her. She accepted and hugged back happily. I'll see you in a week. For the craziest birthday party ever. Lilia told him. Can't wait. Tony Stark really knows how to throw a party. Cedric pulled away to look at her. Trust me, this one is going to the craziest one yet. Since it's my sweet 16, we're going all out. I'm actually a little scared. Lilia smiled. This is definitely going to best one yet. Cedric rubbed his hands together excitedly. Lilia. Lily called from a few feet away. Oh shit, I gotta go. Love you, Puff. Lilia winked. Bye. Love you too, GRYFF. Cedric waved. Lilia grabbed her trunk and walked over to her parents. They pulled her into a hug as soon as she was close enough. Guys, I can't breathe. Lilia struggled. Oh, sorry. James released. Lily did too, and she looked at her two kids, and for once her heart was completely full. She wasn't missing anything. In Hogwarts she always felt she was missing something. That was until she gave James a chance. Then, after they got married, she longed for a child to try and replace the feeling of sadness over her first child. She loved James and Harry. They were the best thing that ever happened to her. But Lilia, she was missing peace, and now she's here, with her family where she belongs. Did you eat? You look hungry. James asked. Yes, Pops. We ate breakfast before we left. Lilia chuckled. Okay. I'll still whip up something once we get home. James decided. Okay, Pops. She rolled her eyes playfully. Don't sass me, young lady. James pointed his finger at her. Me? I would never. Lilia placed her hand over her heart. She smirked and walked past him to the barrier. Whoa, it's on. You got that sass from me. I'll out-sass you any day. James smiled cockily. Lilia keep her smirk and then just shrugged and walked through the barrier, disappearing. Lily keep score. It's time I beat our daughter at a sass-off. James started walking to the barrier before disappearing as well. Lily looked at Harry, who just shrugged. Come off it. I did not stare at Sirius every time he came out of the shower. Remus protested. Lilia laughed as she sat between Remus and Lily on the couch. Harry sat in the armchair to right of them, writing a letter to Hermione. Sirius and James sat together on a smaller couch to the left of the long couch. Moony, yes you did. James said. Don't be shy, Moony.
I'm flattered.
Sirius smiled. Remus turned red and buried his hands in his hands. Only 2 days into holiday and already poor Remus has been flustered 3 times. It was morning after Lilia's first birthday with her parents. Her first time celebrating her birthday on her actual birthday. They all lounged around in their pajamas, too exhausted from last night's activities. It was nothing huge. Lilia only wanted her actual family there and no one else. But the Marauders knew how to party, even at a 16-year-old girl's birthday with 6 people. It was truly a night Lilia would never forget. The topic changed from Remus to music. Queen. Absolutely the best concert I've ever been to. Sirius said. You know who Queen is? Lilia asked. Of course I do. They're like my favorite band in the world. Sirius said, offended. I like Queen too, but you can't really compete with the Beatles. James nodded his head. ABBA was pretty good too. Remus leaned back in his seat. I don't know, I think Fleetwood Mac takes the prize for me boys. Lily told them. I feel like I've travels to the 70s. Lilia laughed. Lee, please tell me you like 70s music. James said. Of course I do. Tony basically lives for it. But I'm more of a Nirvana, no doubt girl myself. Lilia smirked. Nirvana? Remus asked. Lilia looked around at the confused expression her family members held. Dear Lord, help me. Okay, so. Lilia lifted her head up before clapping, her hands together. 29. Get up. Get up. It's Christmas. Harry jumped repeatedly on his sister's bed. Lilia groaned and looked at the clock sitting on her nightstand. Harry James Potter. It's 6 in the morning. Lilia shouted. Lilia Peggy Rogers. It's Christmas morning. Harry sassed back. I've never lived with a child. Is this what it's like? Because if it is, I'm quitting. Lilia gave him a lazy glare. Get up, your boyfriend will be here in an hour. Harry teased, getting off the bed. Unless you mean Orlando Bloom, I have no idea who you're talking about. Lilia grabbed her glasses and put them on. What is your obsession with him? Harry asked. Kid, you just don't understand how cute he is. I saw him at premiere one time. Oh, Lilia placed one of her hands over her heart, and with the other she made the OK sign. A.W. Get dressed. The Weasleys are coming. Harry said, leaving. See what happens when you try and tease me. Lilia called after him. He didn't respond but just go back in his room and close the door. Lilia smiled triumphantly at the sound of door closing. Obviously she made him uncomfortable. Mission complete. Lilia finished trying her white shoes and made her way downstairs. Outfit attached above. Once she got downstairs, she saw James and Harry sitting by the tree. She walked a bit closer and saw them shaking the presents addressed to them next to their ears. Lilia smiled. Why was she not surprised? This is exactly what they would do. She shook her head and made her way to the kitchen. Dang it, stop, no. I said preheat, not. Lily frantically scrambled around the kitchen. Need help? Lilia asked. Lily looked at her and gave her an exhausted smile. No, it's okay. It's just usually we go to the Weasleys for Christmas. But this is your first Christmas with us and I really wanted you to be home for it. So I offered to host, but I've never made this big of a dinner before. Lily explained. That I can't help with. We usually just order from Nobu and fly it from Vegas. Lilia shrugged. You've eaten at Nobu? Lily asked. Nobu is one of the most expensive and exclusive restaurants in the world. Even when Lily lived in the Muggle world and especially now. Yeah, twice every year. For Christmas, then for my birthday. Lilia said nonchalantly. Lily stared at her for a second before shaking her head of her thoughts. Right, well, I think I just heard someone flew in. And if I'm right, it's Sirius and Remus. Why don't you make sure Sirius and James don't set the tree on fire again? Lily told her. Lilia nodded and walked to the door before all the words sunk in. They burned down the tree? Lilia asked, turning back around. 2 years ago. No time to explain, just go. Lily waved her off. Lilia's eyes gleamed with mischief as she turned back around and walked into the living room. Sure enough, there was Remus and Sirius in matching sweaters. On them were knitted Moony and Padfoot. On Remus it had little moons and Sirius's had dogs. Where's mine? James pouted. It's more of a couple thing, mate. Sirius patted his shoulder. James' mouth dropped and he looked heartbroken. Don't be mean, Sirius. He's just kidding. Remus handed James a folded sweater. James' eyes lit up and he took the sweater. He put it on over his t-shirt. His said prongs with deers on it. Did you really we leave you out, prongsies? Sirius asked. I hoped not. I got you together. Not to mention I basically house and feed you too. James said. We told you. You don't need to cook us dinner every night. Remus told him. But I don't want you two to be hungry. James' inner mom came out. Why are you staring at us like that? Sirius asked. Lilia was leaning against the door frame with her arms crossed. Mom told me to make sure you guys didn't burn down the tree. Lilia shrugged. One time. It happened one time. James shouted so Lily would hear. Lilia sat with Ginny on the couch as she showed her some of her Muggle photos. Who's this? Ginny asked, pointing to a picture. That's my Aunt Peggy. Her and my dad were, close back in the 40s. I was actually named after her. Lilia explained. I'm named after my mom. Ginny said. Lilia nodded as she flipped the photo book to another page. Who's that? Ginny asked. She pointed to an old photo. It was a picture of Wanda and Pietro. Wanda had let Lilia take one of her old photos for her scrapbook. That's Pietro. He's a friend of mine. Lilia smiled down at the picture of Pietro as a young teen. Sunflower. It's time for your present. Fred jumped over the back of the couch and landed on Lilia's other side. Lilia rolled her eyes and looked at him. Can I keep looking at this? Ginny asked. Of course. Lilia smiled at her. Ginny smiled and hopped off the couch with the book. Lilia turned back to Fred. He dug in his jeans pocket before pulling out a black box. Lilia gave him an unamused look. Would you just open it? Fred chuckled. Lilia rolled her eyes and took the box from him. She opened it to reveal 2 sunflower earrings. Her face went from annoyed to shocked. Fred, these are beautiful. How, they must have been expensive. They're too much. Lilia pushed the box back to him. Sure, she was used to Tony giving her expensive gifts, but he was Tony Stark. She never expected things like that from her dad or other aunts and uncles. They weren't that expensive. And plus that what allowance is for, right? To buy things you want. Fred took her hands and closed them around the box. Thank you, Fred. That was very sweet. I love them, Lilia told him. Fred blushed and looked down. I'll be right back with your present. Lilia smiled. Oh, Sunflower, you didn't have to get me anything. Fred protested. Just wait right here for me? Okay. Lilia asked. Of course, love. Fred said. She smiled victoriously before running up the stairs. Fred bounced his knee up and down. He took deep breaths in and out. Lilia always made him nervous in a good way, but giving her the present was the most nerve-wracking thing ever. Fred still was living in the same moment when she opened the box. She liked it. No, she said she loved it. She loved the gift and he loved her. Lilia walked back down and sat down next to him again with her hands behind her back. Fred looked up at her with a lifted eyebrow. Lilia wiggled excitedly before pulling out a bag with yellow tissue paper. Fred took it and took the paper out. He reached his hand inside and pulled out a small black box. Fred looked at Lilia with a cocky smirk. Would you just open it? Lilia repeated what he had told her. Fred rolled his eyes playfully and opened the box. Inside was a silver thick ring. Engraved on it was Weasley Wizarding Wheezes. He looked back up confused but smiling. You and George wanted to open a joke shop, right? And well, I was thinking about what you should call it. Then it hit me. Weasley Wizarding Wheezes. Lilia explained frantically. Fred's smile widened. If you don't like it, it's fine. Just a thought. Lilia started rethinking her gift. Sunflower, I love it. Thank you. Fred cut her off. Lilia took a breath of relief. She gently took the ring and turned it around. On the back was engraved Freddy. She showed him and he laughed. Freddy, huh? Fred teased. Just say thank you and don't make it weird. Lilia told him. Sorry. Fred said, sliding the ring onto his pointer finger. He placed his hand on his lead and flexed it. How does it look? Fred asked. Lilia looked down. Something about his hand with a ring on it made butterflies erupt in her stomach. It looks great. Lilia squeaked. Fred looked at her confused. Was she nervous? Lilia looked at him. They made dead eye contact. Fred felt his whole body start get tingly. Lilia's eyes darted to his lips for a brief moment. Fred felt his stomach fill with butterflies. He blushed a little bit, didn't dare look away. Fred swore she started getting closer to him. He took a deep breath. Who's strong and brave here to save the American way? Lilia's phone started ringing. She snapped out her trance and pulled out her cell phone. Her dad's picture filled the screen. Who will campaign door to door for America? Carry the flag shore to shore for America? The Star-Spangled Man with a Plan. Lilia clicked the accept button and put the phone to her ear.
Idat.
Merry Christmas. Lilia smiled. She looked at Fred and held up her finger silently, telling him just a minute.
No.
I'm not busy. Yes, put Nat on the phone with you. Lilia told him as she stood up and walked away. Fred ran his hands down his face and fell back into the couch cushion. Freak. He groaned. 30. Lilia, Harry, Cedric, James, and Lily walked through the London Muggle airport. Cedric and Lilia had their suitcases rolling behind them. Outfit attached above. They walked to the private plane section where Happy Hogan was waiting next to the jet. Lilia smiled and rushed up to him. Happy smiled and gave the girl a hug. Did you miss me, Happy? Lilia asked, pulling away. You mean the only seasonable person I know except Pepper? Yeah, I missed you, Happy told her. Cedric walked up to them and him and Happy shook hands. Nice to see you again, sir, Cedric said. Yes, you as well. Happy gave him a nod. Cedric took Lilia's bag in his free hand and walked up the stairs to the jet. He doesn't seem gay, Happy whispered to her. Happy, Lilia scolded. Happy tossed his hands up in surrender. I'll wait for you on the jet, he told her. I'll just be a second, Lilia said. He nodded and walked onto the jet. Lilia walked over to her family. Harry immediately wrapped his arms around her torso. She hugged his shoulders and leaned down and kissed his head. "I love you, Harry. I'll see you real soon," Lilia told him. "I'll miss you, Lee." Harry looked up at her. "I'll miss you too. And what else did you want to say to me?" Lilia raised her eyebrows. "You're not really going to make me say it." Harry whined. Lilia looked at him threateningly. "I love you too, Lee." Harry grumbled. "Oh, you're so sweet." Lilia cooed as she kissed his cheek and rocked them side to side. Harry half-heartedly tried pushing her away. Lilia released him and ruffled his hair. "I'll see you later, punk," Lilia said. Yeah. Harry tried to fix his hair. Lilia smiled, then looked at her parents. They opened their arms to her and she gladly accepted. "Have fun. And mind Steve, okay?" Lily told her. "Yeah, sure, got it." Lilia nodded. "Really, Lee? Listen to Steve. Also, if you can try and smuggle some Iron Man tech. Just like the boots or the hand thing ow Lilyflower that hurt." James started but was interrupted by a jab in the ribs by his wife. "Listen to your dad. Don't listen to your pops," Lily told her. "Got it." Lilia laughed. Lily smiled sadly and pulled her into one last hug. Lily felt tears start pooling in her eyes. "I love you, Lilia," she said. "I love you too, Mom. You too, Pops." Lilia pulled away. "Love you, sweetie." James smiled. Lilia started walking to the jet and walked up the stairs. She turned and waved one last time at her brother and parents before walking into the jet. The pilot put the stairs up and closed the jet, then got in the cockpit. They waited till the jet was completely airborne and started flying away. "Lilia!" Steve cheered happily as Lilia walked off the jet. Lilia smiled and dropped her suitcase and ran to her dad. She jumped into his embrace. "I missed you, Lee," Steve told her. "I missed you too, Dad," Lilia said. "No, it's fine, I'll get all the bags," Cedric shouted, grabbing her bag she had abandoned. Steve laughed and placed his daughter back on the ground. "Dramatic ass." Lilia rolled her eyes. "Language," Steve said. Lilia looked over her shoulder and gave him a really look. Steve gave her an "I'm not kidding but I kinda am" look. Lilia looked back at Cedric. Happy walked off the jet without any bags. Steve grabbed Lilia's bag from Cedric and helped him put the bags in the trunk. Lilia happily skipped to the passenger side and hopped into the seat. Happy waved and got into his USV. Steve and Cedric joined Lilia in the car. Steve in the driver's seat and Cedric in the middle seat in the back. They followed Happy out of the landing pad and through miles of fields. Lilia turned her body to the side so she could easily talk to Cedric and her dad. Steve listened to all their anecdotes and stories, asking occasional questions. He smiled looking at his daughter, smiled and laughing with her friend. He was so happy she was happy, and he was happy she let him be a part of her happiness. Just to witness it was pure joy to Steve. All those late nights in the early years with crying and screaming, they all were worth it to see her happy. "Hey, Lils," Nat greeted as they walked into the tower. "Hey, Natty." Lilia wiggled her shoulders. She walked up to her godmother and hugged her. Nat hugged back tightly. "Hey, Cedric." Nat smiled, still hugging Lilia.
Natasha."
Cedric smiled and waved. "We're going to take the bags up," Steve told the two girls. "Okay." Lilia didn't bother to look up as laid her head on Nat's shoulder. Natasha smiled and stroked the girl's messy hair. Steve smiled at how much the two loved each other. He couldn't help but entertain the thought of Nat being Lilia's mom, and them three being a family. He shook his head of these thoughts and walked onto the elevator with Cedric. "How's Fred?"
Nettist.
"Still a redhead, so I guess bad." Lilia smirked. Nat's mouth dropped and her hand went to her own red hair. "You're evil," Nat told her. Lilia turned to look at her. She gave her a nose scrunch as she walked backwards into the open elevator. Natasha rolled her eyes and laughed before joining her goddaughter on the elevator. Steve and Tony worked late in the night trying to track the jet Bruce or the Hulk disappeared in. Nat was helping them too, but had finally let herself rest. It was about 12 in the morning when Steve's phone ringed. He furrowed his eyebrows before pulling out his phone. The only people that ever called him were all in the same place. He looked and saw Lilia's face light up the screen. "Hello?" Steve put the phone to his ear. Are you and Tony gonna come up and say goodnight or are gonna do it over the phone like animals? Lilia asked.
Sorry, good night.
Steve told her. Good night, father. Now put Tony on the phone, he deserves to be good night. Lilia said, and you could hear her smile. It's Lilia, she wants to say good night. Steve handed the phone to Tony. Good night, Lils. Tony told her. Good night, Tony. Could you bring up some fries? Lilia asked, whispering the last part. Is she asking you for fries? Steve looked at him. No. Is on to us, I gotta go. Tony said the last part into the phone. Tony hung up and handed the phone back to Steve. Steve gave him a suspicious look. Tony gave him an innocent smile and shrugged. Author's note. I just saw a TikTok that said that Lily didn't think James actually liked her because she was plus-sized. And my heart melted, I love that so much. Also I saw one that said Peter was in love with James and was like the Snape to his Lily, and that makes so much sense to me, why, but it does. Anyways, thanks for reading and have an amazing day or night depending on when you're seeing this. 31. Lilia finished straightening her hair and put in a low ponytail with two pieces out framing her face. She ran her hands over the silky material of her dress. Outfit attached above. She put red lipstick on, completing her makeup look Nat had helped her with. Lilia walked out the bathroom and slipped on her red high heels. Cedric walked in an all-black suit. Lilia stood up and put her hands to the side, silently asking who she looked. Cedric looked at her up and down. Damn, Lils. You look hot. Like super freak hot. Cedric told her. Thanks. Tony gave Nat his credit card and let her go shopping for my dress. It's one of my birthday presents. Lilia moved side to side, giving Cedric the full look. Well, come on, birthday girl. The guests are all already here. Cedric presented her his arm. Lilia smiled and linked their arms. They walked to the elevator and pressed down so it took them to the 10th floor, the main floor. The elevator dinged and opened into the middle of a crowd room. Cedric and Lilia walked in, arms still linked. Almost everyone in the room turned to look at the two teenagers. Lilia looked down, blushing from the attention, while Cedric beamed and held his head high and proud. Steve's nearly choked on his drink when he saw his daughter, his little girl, wearing a very scandalous outfit.
Ned smiled proudly at her goddaughter.
Tony thought she looked good. To him that outfit was nowhere near as scandalous as half of the women here. Clint had the same thought as Steve, being a dad himself. Mr. Stark, who's that? Peter Parker, a 15-year-old intern, asked. Tony had invited him, wanting there to be more people around Lilia age for her birthday. That's my goddaughter Lilia. Tony told him. Lilia Rogers. Peter squeaked. Tony nodded. Lilia and Cedric approached her family. You look amazingly. Nat told her. Thanks to you. This dress is gorgeous. Lilia smiled. Is Wanda here? Cedric asked. Yes, she over at the bar getting a drink. Tony pointed over to Wanda, who waiting patiently for her drink. Oh, so underage drinking is premeditated tonight? Lilia wiggled her eyebrows.
No.
Steve, Clint, and Tony all said at the same time. I already told the bartender who the underage teens are. He's just making mocktails for you guys. Tony explained. Damn it. Lilia and Cedric muttered. Peter chuckled, causing Lilia to look at him. She smiled at him and he blushed. Who's this? Lilia asked. All right, this is Peter, my new intern. I invited him so there would be more teens here to celebrate your birthday. Tony said. Thanks, Tony.
I'm Lilia.
She reached her hand out.
I'm Parker, Peter.
Peter Parker. He stuttered. Lilia laughed and shook his hand. This is my best friend Cedric. Lilia pushed Cedric forward. Hey mate, how do you do? Cedric shook his hand. Oh wow, you're British. Peter eyes widen. Yeah. Cedric chuckled. I do a really good British accent. Peter told them. They both smiled and nodded. Let's hear it. Lilia folded her arms. Hello, how are you?
I'm Tom.
Peter said in a British accent. Tom? Lilia asked with an amused face. Yeah, it sounds more British than Peter. Peter shrugged and rubbed the back of his neck. You're funny. You're going to fit in perfectly with us. Lilia laughed. Thanks. Peter smiled. Lilia. Wanda called. Lilia turned around and threw her arms around Wanda. She returned the hug. I missed you, Wands. Lilia pulled away to look at her stunning dress. I missed you too, Lils. Wanda smiled.
Y banda.
Cedric slid in between them. Hello, Cedric. Wanda said. Care to dance? He asked. I'm still too old for you. Wanda told him. Whoa, Wanda, slow down. I was asking for a dance, not a date. Cedric teased. Don't get cute with me. Come on. Wanda's Sokovian accent thickened. She pulled Cedric to the dance floor and they started dancing. Lilia turned back to Peter. You dance? Lilia asked. Oh, I don't know. Peter stuttered. Please, my only two friends are dancing together and I don't really fancy looking like a loser on my birthday. Lilia told him. All right. Peter sighed. Lilia smiled and pulled him out to the dance floor. Lilia grabbed his hands and moved them side to side dramatically. There should be a GIF or video here. Update the app now to see it. Kind of like this, but they're having like way more fun and the music is like party music. Peter twirled her and she twirled him. He laughed as she twirled him away from her, then back to her side. Peter stood back in front of her and they started twisting, still holding hands. So how old are you, Pete? Lilia asked over the load music. Just turned 15. He told her. That's cool. So you're a freshman in high school? Lilia asked. Yeah, I go to a science school. Peter lightly bragged. Oh, smart boy. Where are you from? Lilia smirked. Queens. That's where I go to school too. Peter said. I knew it. I knew you had a Queen's accent. Lilia jumped a little. Peter laughed. Where do you go to school? Peter asked. I go to boarding school in Scotland. But I'm from Brooklyn. Lilia told him. Oh, so that's how you know him. Peter gestured to Cedric, who was still trying to chat up Wanda. Unfortunately. Lilia joked. I'm super thirsty. Do you want a drink? Peter asked. Sure. We can go out on the terrace and get some air too. Lilia told him. Perfect. Peter nodded. They walked over to the bar and got 2 mocktails. Then they walked onto the balcony and Lilia leaned her elbows against the railing. Peter did the same, sitting their drinks next to them on the outside ends so they weren't in between them. So tell me, who's the girl's socials you're checking every 10 minutes? Lilia smirked, noticing his failed subtle attempts. Oh, it's nobody. I'm not. Peter tried to protest. Lilia raised one of her eyebrows at him, causing him to immediately shut up. Liz Allen. She's a junior at my school. Peter gave in. Oh, that's so cute. You have a crush on her. Lilia cooed. It's not cute, it's pathetic. I can't even look at her, nevertheless talk to her. Peter admitted. Well, you have to talk to her. How do you know you really like her if you've never spoken? Lilia asked. Trust me, you don't need to talk to Liz to like her. She's just an overall good person. Plus, she very beautiful. Peter looked down and blushed. You're adorable. Lilia smiled. Thanks. You're about the only girl besides my aunt who thinks that. Peter chuckled. I find that very hard to believe. Listen, kid, girls love confidence. Even if it's fake. Lilia told him. I have confidence, I'm very cool. Peter protested. Really? Lilia asked. Yes. Peter flew his hands out to the side. When he did, he hit his drink and then fell. They both peered over the edge and watched a glass bottle filled with liquid fall 10 stories down. Crashed on top of a car. Lilia made an O shape with her lips and her eyebrows pinched together. Then a man got off the driver's seat. He looked at the top of his car with the broken glass. He looked up and spotted Lilia and Peter. He looked pissed and started towards the front door of the building. Oh shit. Lilia said. What do we do? Peter asked frantically. Run, hide back inside. Lilia grabbed his arm and pulled him back inside the tower. Peter and Lilia found Wanda and Cedric. They started talking nonchalantly. They saw Happy pushing a man back into the elevator. The same man that was in the car. The man made eye contact with Peter and Lilia. He started shouting and pointing at them. Happy just continued to push away from the party. Lilia smiled and gave him a bye-bye wave. Then she turned to Peter and they started bursting out laughing. It was 2 minutes till midnight. All right, who I'm a kissing? Cedric asked. Not it. Lilia shot her hand up. I freak you. Wanda glared at her. Looks like it's you and me, Wands. Cedric smirked. Wait, who are you going to kiss? Wanda asked Lilia. I'm Pete, obviously. Lilia grabbed Peter's hand. Me? Peter gulped. Only if you're cool with it. If not, no worries. Lilia added frantically. No, it's fine. Sure, we can kiss at midnight. Peter blushed. They all smiled and nodded. Peter wiped his now sweaty hands on his pants. Are you okay? Lilia asked. Yeah, it's just... This is going to be my first kiss. Peter whispered. Oh? Well, no worries, I promise it will be a good one. Lilia winked. He gave her a nod. 10. Everyone shouted. 9. Hey, it's going to be okay. Lilia told him. 8. Promise. Lilia said. 7. I'm just nervous I'll get it wrong. Peter confessed. 6. Trust me, you won't. Lilia reassured. 5. Thank you. Peter said. For what? Lilia asked. 3. Being my first kiss. Peter told her. 2. You're welcome. I promise to make it a good one. Lilia smirked. 1. Happy New Year. Everyone shouted. Lilia pulled Peter by the neck and kissed him. Peter's eyes widened a bit but quickly kissed back. He grabbed her waist, bringing her closer, deepening the kiss with some new-found confidence. Lilia smiled into the kiss and wrapped her arms around his neck. They kissed for a few more seconds, before pulling apart. Wow. Peter gasped. See, a natural. Lilia smirked. Happy birthday, Lilia. Everyone yelled now, turning their attention to the girl and Peter, who still stood pretty close to her. 32. Lilia pulled on her rainbow-striped sweater to complete her look. Outfit attached above. Her and Cedric were meeting her parents at the same pub as last time. Then they would go back to the Potters, pick up Harry and most likely Remus and Sirius. Then they would head for the train station. Lilia took the elevator down to the main floor with her trunk in hand. When she stepped out, she saw Cedric, Wanda, Vision and Tony all eating breakfast. Well, expect Vision, he didn't eat food. Lilia sat down her trunk in the living room next to Cedric's. She walked over and sat next to Wanda and Vision. Morning, she greeted as fixed her glasses. I see the glasses are back. Wanda smirked. Only because those contacts killed me last night. I swear a piece of glitter got stuck in them. Lilia subconsciously rubbed her left eye. Well, Cap will be happy to see you wearing them without being told. Tony told her. Don't remind me. Lilia groaned. She laid her head on the counter. Tony and Vision got up and walked to the sink. God, I'm so hungover. Lilia rubbed her head. I know. Whose idea was it to drink 5 shots of vodka? Wanda asked, dropping her peppy act. Hufflepuff. Lilia grumbled. The two girls looked at Cedric, who was rubbing his own head. Well, it wasn't my idea to drink a whole bottle of fire whiskey. Cedric defended. Yes, it was. Lilia's head popped up. Oh yeah, right. I kind of forgot what happened last night. Cedric admitted. So did I. Where's Peter? Lilia asked. Right here. Peter grumbled, walking up behind them. He wore the same clothes from last night without his suit jacket, and now it was all crinkled. Did you pass out on the couch? Lilia asked. I think so. I honestly can't remember anything after that first glass of that weird European whiskey you brought. Peter furrowed his eyebrows, trying to think back. He gave up though, his head hurting too much to even think. He sat down next to Lilia. She grabbed the coffee pot and poured 2 cups of coffee, handing one to Peter. May's going to kill me. Peter sipped his coffee. You're getting off easy. James and Sirius are going to scream as loud as they possibly can when I get there. Not even knowing I'm hungover just to do it. Lilia placed her head in her hand. James? Sirius? Are those some of your other British friends? Peter asked. No, that's my biological father and uncle. Lilia told him. Peter wanted to ask questions, but his brain refused to let him process any new information, so he just nodded. Lilia? Cedric. You two ready? Steve asked, walking into the living room. Yeah. Lilia hopped off the stool she was sitting on. Wanda stood up and the two hugged. Peter stood up and nervously waited behind her. Lilia turned to him and smiled. She pulled him into a hug and kissed his cheek. Is it cool that I tell people my first kiss was Lilia Rogers? Peter asked. Sure. As long as you promise to try and talk to Liz. Lilia pointed her finger at him. I'll try. Peter nodded. Then yes. I'll see you on the flip side, Pete. Lilia smiled. Bye, Lily. Peter waved. Lilia walked over to her dad and best friend. Her dad had her trunk as the three got on the elevator. James and Lily waited patiently for their daughter. The door swung open and Lilia's bright smile immediately brightened the place. James and Lily both stood. "Mom! Pops!" Lilia said and rushed over to them. The three hugged, two a littler harder than the other. They pulled away and smiled at their not-so-little girl. "I missed you," Lilia told them. "You missed you too, sweetie." Lily kissed her head. "I'll take her trunk from you, Steve," James offered. "Oh, thank you." Steve handed the trunk to him. Lilia walked back over to her dad and hugged him. "I love you, Dad. See you in a few months." Lilia told him. "I love you too, Lee. Be good." Steve rubbed her back. "I'll try." She chuckled. "Lilia, Peggy." Steve gave her a fake stern look. "Bye, Dad." Lilia smiled. "Bye, honey." Steve smiled back. The four wizards got in the fireplace. They threw down the flue powder and were engulfed in green flames. "God, you're needy," Lilia told her brother as she ran her fingers through his messy hair. Harry laid his head on her lap on the train ride back to Hogwarts. "I haven't had a decent head rub in a week." Harry whined but don't bothering to open his eyes. "He gets that from James," Remus told her from right next to her. "Seems about right." Lilia chuckled. Across from them sat Cedric, Ron, and Hermione. Cedric was passed out, Ron was eating his weight in chocolate frogs, and Hermione was reading, adding occasional things to the conversation. "Oh, look what I got for you from the professor's compartment." Remus pulled out a small bottle with clear liquid in it. "What is it?" Lilia asked, taking the bottle from him with her free hand. "Sobering potion. Helps with hangovers," Remus whispered to her. Lilia's eyes nearly popped out of her head. She stopped rubbing Harry's head. This caused him to whine and grabbed her hand and move it around. Lilia started rubbing his head again and he returned his hands back to rest on his stomach. "How did you?" Lilia started. "I went to school and shared a dorm with your father and Uncle Padfoot." "I know when someone is hungover," Remus told her. "You didn't tell my parents, did you?" Lilia asked.
No.
"I figured after all the times your father got away with drinking I'd let this time slid. But no more. You're back at school, not New York," Remus explained. "Thanks, Mooney." Lilia smiled. "Don't mention it. Now drink, you'll feel better." Remus pointed to the bottle. With one of her hands being occupied, she brought the bottle up to her mouth. She bit the wooden top and pulled it off. She dropped the lid next to her leg, then chugged the position. Immediately her headache went away. "I love having you here," Lilia told him. "I know I'm pretty cool." Remus joked. "Absolutely. The coolest Marauder trophy goes to you." Lilia nodded. Remus chuckled and wrapped his arm around her shoulders. Author's note. Just a filler chapter. I kinda love the little group of Lilia, Peter, Cedric, and Wanda. I think it's just the cutest thing. Let me know what y'all think. Thank you for reading and please stay tuned for upcoming chapters. 33. After Christmas break, the months of Lilia's 5th year seemed to all blend together in a fast haze. Her and Cedric laid under a tree near the Black Lake. Cedric laid his head on her lap as he fiddled with strands of grass he pulled from the earth. Lilia held her book in one hand and played with Cedric's hair with the other. With only 2 months left of school, the two teens were enjoying their last days together before summer break. Fred hurriedly walked behind Harry, Ron, and Hermione with George next to him. They were trying to find Lilia. Harry clenched the Daily Prophet in his hand. Fred spotted wavy, messy brown hair and immediately recognized it. "Over here," Fred told them and rushed over to the tree. Lilia looked up from her book when a shadow casted over her. "What do you want?" Lilia asked. Ever since Christmas, Fred has distanced himself majorly from her, which confused the heck out of her, ultimately bringing her to the conclusion that he in fact didn't actually like her. She was just his hobby. However, this was not the case to Fred. He had gotten so close to kissing her, but he didn't want to pressure her. After what happened with Pusey, Fred promised to her that nothing like that would ever happen again, even if he had to stop himself. Fred winced at her harsh tone. Cedric sat up and glared at the redhead. He had really thought Fred loved his best friend, but the way he was treating her made it evident he didn't. Lilia had told Cedric about their almost kiss, and she thought she could really develop feelings for him. But nope, not anymore. Harry broke the awkward tension unintentionally. He sat in between Lilia and Cedric. George, Ron, and Hermione all stood next to Fred in front of them. Harry uncrumpled the newspaper and held it out. Lilia reached into her robe's pocket and pulled out her glasses. She put them on and leaned closer to her brother to read the front page article. She quickly scanned the words on the page. God damn it. Lilia cursed under her breath. Cedric leaned closer to Harry, almost cheek to cheek. Harry's breath got caught in his throat and he glanced his eyes over, blushing at the closeness. Cedric looked past Harry to his best friend. He noticed the look of panic and frustration. Peter Pettigrew had been sighted. He was in Hogsmeade, not too far from Hogwarts. Cedric stood up and walked over to Lilia. He bent down next to her and rubbed her back. Lilia looked up at him and gave him a grateful smile. Her dad always rubbed her back when she was upset and it always calmed her down. Lilia looked at her brother. No more Hogsmeade, Lilia told him sternly. What? Lee, come on. Harry whined.
No.
Harry, the person who tried murdering our parents and you is in Hogsmeade. Is obviously here for you. Lilia stood up. I can handle myself, Lilia. Harry stood up as well. Harry, you're 13. You can't go head to head with a trained, much older, much bigger psycho Death Eater. Lilia told him. But a 15-year-old can go against Hydra agents and murder robots? Harry retorted.
Harry, I'm trained.
I've been trained by the Avengers since I could walk. It's different. Lilia said. No, it's not. You were protecting the Muggle world. I'm protecting the wizarding world. Harry crossed his arms over his chest. You're not protecting anyone. You're going to get yourself killed. I only fight when it's essential. I don't just go and try to make problems where I shouldn't be. Lilia told him. You can't tell me what to do. You're not my mom. Harry shouted. No, I'm your big sister. That still counts. Lilia said. No, it doesn't. You're not even my real sister. A year of being my sister doesn't mean you can order me around. You're not a part of the family. Harry spat. Everyone gasped. Lilia tightened her jaw. Fine. Say whatever you want to me. But I'm right, and if you won't take orders from me, you will from McGonagall. Because I promise you she will say the same thing I did. Lilia grabbed her bag and threw it over her shoulder. She didn't waste another second and walked back towards the castle. Lilia felt tears start to burn in the back of her eyes from Harry's words. She sat down in an abandoned corridor and wrapped her arms around her knees. She felt a pair of familiar arms wrapped around her. He didn't mean it. He was just upset. Cedric told her. I know, but I'm still worried he's right. Lilia let herself cry into her knees. Lilia, Peggy, look at me. Cedric grabbed her jaw. He turned her to look at him. Your parents love you. Your dad loves you. You have family no matter you go. No matter what happens with your family, either one, you will always have family. Because you will always have me, you're my sister, my best friend and platonic soulmate all in one. Cedric told her. I love you, said. Lilia buried her head into his neck. I love you too, Lils. Cedric hugged her. Lilia sat on the couch in the common room trying to finish her book. She felt the cushion next to her dip down. Are you mad at me? Harry asked. Lilia sat down her book on the coffee table in front of them. She turned to her brother.
No.
I know you're scared. Lilia told him. Like really scared. He tried killing us once and almost succeeded. Harry looked down. I'm just trying to protect you, you know. Sometimes it's hard to separate myself from my dad. Sometimes I think I'm Captain America. Lilia chuckled. You're as good as. Harry laughed. We're going to get through this together. All of us, and we're all going to be okay. Lilia wrapped her arm around him. Promise. Harry looked up at her. Promise. Lilia nodded. Harry put his head on her shoulder. Lilia bit her lip. The scariest thing about this was she couldn't promise they all be safe. She knew how this stuff worked and there was no guarantees. But nothing was going to stop her from trying. 34. US. You're waiting to tell me this now. Lilia threw a pillow at Cedric. It was the last day of term and Lilia was helping Cedric pack. And by helping she means talking and laying on his bed. I didn't think it was a big deal. Cedric caught the pillow. No, it's not a big deal. You and Wanda snogged at my birthday party. Lilia shouted. We were drunk. Plus it showed us we have zero chemistry. I thought you'd be happy. I won't be hitting on your friend anymore. Cedric shrugged, placing a pile of shirts into his trunk. I'm upset you waited 5 months to tell me, Lilia retorted. Yeah, that is on me, but I sort of forgot about it, Cedric told her. Lilia fell back onto the bed dramatically. Only Cedric Diggory has so many girls that he forgets about snogging one. Lilia laughed. Let's get off my love life and focus on yours, Cedric said. I have no love life. Oliver graduated this year and I still only spoken to him once. The only person I've ever had a crush on. Lilia closed her eyes. Alright, forget about Hogwarts boys. What about New York boys? Cedric wiggled his eyebrows even though she couldn't see. I don't know any New York boys. Any my age anyways. Lilia sat up. What about Peter? Cedric smirked. No way. We're just friends. Lilia laughed. Come on. He definitely has a thing for you, Cedric said. No, he doesn't. Plus he's younger than me, and that kinda weirds me out to go out with someone younger. Lilia cringed. Cedric shot her a glare. Just me though. It's not weird for other people. I mean, if it's legal. If it's like a 40-year-old and an 14-year-old, that's creepy. But like 16 and 15 is fine. Or 17 and 16. Lilia rambled. Cedric threw the pillow back at her. It hit her in the face, making her shut up. Fred waited patiently for Lilia to walk out of the castle. He was going to make things right today. He couldn't bear it any longer. Not talking to his sunflower. Fred was going absolutely insane without hearing her beautiful voice, even if it was yelling at him. His eyes found her. She was wearing a tied shirt and shorts that gave him an amazing view of her legs. Outfit attached above. She walked with Cedric carrying her trunk. Sunflower, Fred called. She gave him an icy glance before rolling her eyes. The two friends continued walking. He ran up to her and grabbed her trunk, causing her to stop. Please, give me 5 minutes. Then I won't bother you the whole train ride back and you won't hear from me all summer. Fred begged. Lilia sighed and looked at Cedric. I'll meet you in the compartment, she told him. Fine. Cedric hesitantly left the two alone, heading for the train. 5 minutes go. Lilia turned back to Fred. Fred smiled and let out a breath of relief. I'm sorry I've been weird. Ever since that night when we almost. Fred stuttered. The point, Fred? Lilia asked. I really like you. I'm practically in love with you. I want to protect you even from myself. Fred said. I don't understand. Lilia furrowed her eyebrows. I don't want to make you feel pressured by me. I've liked you forever and I don't want my own selfishness to push you into something you don't want. Fred told her. That's sweet, but you should let me decide what I want and what is too fast for me. Lilia smiled a little. I know, but Fred started. Fred, if I didn't want to do something I wouldn't do it. I think we all saw what happens when someone tries pressuring me into something I'm not interested in. Lilia smirked. Fred chuckled. He moved a strand of her hair behind her ear. When he did, he noticed she was wearing the earrings he got her. I missed you, Sunflower. Fred looked at her. Surprisingly, I missed you too, Freddie. Lilia looked down. His heart fluttered at the nickname. He lightly grabbed her jaw and moved her head up. Fred moved it to the side and kissed her cheek. Lilia smiled and blushed. He let go of her jaw and she cupped his cheeks. She moved his face to the side and kissed his cheek. I'll see you later, Freddie. Don't be a stranger, write to me. Lilia moved away. I will. Bye, Sunflower. Fred blushed. Bye. Lilia waved, picking up her trunk and turning to walk away. Once she was far enough away and out of earshot, Fred smiled. Yes. Fred put his arms to the side and let himself fall backwards onto the soft grass. Stay safe, little brother. Lilia hugged Harry. Only if you do. Harry hugged back.
No promises.
Lilia smirked. Mom and Dad are going to miss you. Harry told her. I'll see you lot real soon. Any ideas on what you want for your birthday? Lilia asked. Iron Man tech? Harry smiled up at her. You really are your father's son. Lilia laughed. Lee. Harry pulled away. See you later, kid. Lilia ruffled his hair. One day I'll be too tall for you to do that. Harry started fixing his hair. Nah, it's part of the older sister handbook. I'll always taller and always be able to do that. Lilia smirked. Whatever. Harry grumbled. I love you. Lilia said. I love you too. Harry told her over his shoulder. He walked away. She watched to make sure he got with the Weasleys okay. Then she walked through the barrier. Her dad, Tony, Nat, Peter and Wanda waited for her. Peter and Wanda held up a whiteboard with her name on it. Like all those airport scenes in movies. Lilia chuckled at her family and friends. She walked over to them. They immediately all took turns hugging her. After all the hugging and a 20-minute drive to the airport, they boarded the jet. Lilia sat next to Peter. So did you tell Liz how you feel? Lilia asked. He gave her a guilty smile.
No.
Peter said, we're going to have a serious confidence booster this summer. Lilia shook her head. Kinda did. Peter told her. What do you mean? Lilia asked. Peter took off his jacket to reveal his bare arm. Lilia's eyes widened. How did you get so ripped since the last time? Lilia ran her fingers over the new arm muscles. I got bit. By a spider. Peter whispered. And he gave you the muscles? Lilia asked, looking up at him. I don't know. I just bit by a spider during the end of the year field trip to a science lab. Then when I woke up I had muscles and other abilities. Peter explained. Other abilities? Lilia furrowed her eyebrows. Yes, like. Peter looked around the jet to see if anyone was looking. Once the coast was clear, unbuckled his seatbelt and jumped onto the wall. Lilia's jaw dropped. He was sticking to the wall. Peter got down and sat back down next to her. Wait, what? Lilia stuttered. I know. Plus I have light major fast reflexes. Peter said. Without warning and hesitation, Lilia swung her fist at him at super spy pace. He caught her fist instantly. Wow, okay. So who else knows? Lilia pulled her hand back. Just you. Peter told her. Are you not going to tell Tony? She asked.
No.
Not yet, at least. I want to get good at my new abilities. Then tell him. Peter explained. Maybe you can be a part of the Avengers. Lilia suggested. That's my literal dream. Peter smiled. Well then let me help you. Ready for a hard, long summer of training by yours truly? Lilia smirked. You're on. Peter shook her hand. Peter, welcome to superhero school. Lilia told him. 35, again. Lilia told Peter. Lily, I've done it 14 times. Peter panted. Well, I want 15. Again. Lilia said. I'm gonna die of a heat stroke. Peter put his hands on his knees. Don't pussy out now. Lilia crossed her arms over her chest. I'm not pussying out. Peter looked at her. Then again. Lilia grabbed a basketball and tossed it hardly at him. He caught it. Then Lilia pulled the lever of the machine. It threw baseballs at him at lightning speed. Peter would catch one, then throw it against the wall, and use his web shooters to stick them against the wall before catching the next one. He did this with about 50 balls before the machine ran out. Peter then fell onto the mat and spread out with a starfish. Good freak job, Pete. Lilia walked over to him. Thanks. Peter breathed out. Then the Star Wars theme started playing. Lilia furrowed her eyebrows. Peter sat up and walked over to his backpack. He opened it and pulled out his phone.
Hey, Ned.
Peter put the phone to his ear. Lilia walked over to a mini fridge they kept in the gym. She pulled out 2 waters and closed the door to the fridge. She walked back over to Peter and tossed him the bottle. Peter caught it without looking at her. Lilia smiled and shook her head. She opened the bottle and took a long drink. She looked at the clock in the wall. Tony was with Pepper, and the others wouldn't be till later tonight from the compound. I can't, Ned. I'm busy. I know, it's just I have a lot of stuff going on with the Stark internship. Peter told his friend. Lilia gave him a confused look. Peter noticed and put his hand over the phone. Ned wants us to go to a party tonight. Peter whispered to her. You should go. Lilia whispered back. But what about? Peter started.
Hey, Ned.
I changed my mind. I can go, but can I bring someone with us? Peter put the phone back to his ear. Lilia's eyes widened. Cool, see you at 6. Yeah, come by my house. Bye. Peter ended the call. What did you just do? Lilia asked. You want to go to a high school party? Peter smiled shyly. I can't believe you're going on your first date and going to your first party all in the same night. Aunt May smoothed out Peter's white shirt. It's not a date, May. Peter shook his head. The bathroom door swung open. Lilia stepped out in a matching crop top and skirt with sandals that had a bit of a heel to them, and they wrapped up all the way to the bottom of her knee. So what do you think? Lilia asked, twirling.